Inflation made people buy high, but it's also
You could change your strategy though. You
from
could just be
dumping more.
DCAing on Doge at the moment or something like that. Little bit.
Yes,
Big buys coming in, big buys.
I cut 15.7 on Doge because why not?
Yeah.
But the hard part was not trying anything until today.
You know your Doge will be
That's when
worth
you need
more
to
than
step
15
away.
cents in 6 months. You know that.
That's when you need to step away. Also, time-wise, it's been roughly 10 days since the last dip. Well, it'll be 10 days on Wednesday, right? So I think they'll come up with some news, huh?
I don't think the news is going to be quick and fast. I think there's lots of small steps towards change at the moment. It's a bit
How about
harder.
peace in Ukraine? Maybe he'll manage that peace stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, you could get a bullish reaction to that. No, like we don't have to crash because there's peace, right? Please tell me we don't.
Yeah, but they'll have to
crash
make a
because
peace
there's
deal,
peace.
and then they're going to put peace troops in there. Then they're going to have to put more weapons in there, and then they're going to renege on the peace deal, and then they're going to go back to the table. This will take months. They're not going to do this in one day.
But it's been too much. How long has it been Trump in power now? It's been like 6 weeks. No?
50 days.
Right. He said 100 days, so we're at the midpoint, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I know we don't have a lot of trust in him, but yeah, let's listen to what he says. Maybe something good will come out of it. 100 days, he said. Right? Well, why did you say that strategic? Oh man, do you know on Bybit there's an event? It's called Strategic Reserve Airdrop. I signed up for it because I'm like, cool, we're gonna get some money from a strategic.
Oh, I just did a Grok the other day, and I got the whole sentiment at the moment, and it mentioned it. Like Grok's pretty good at Twitter sentiment, so yeah.
Imagine if they do that reserve and then they decide to airdrop people crypto.
I was asking the other day if anyone's heard any bullish or bearish, but Twitter sentiment said that they're not feeling very confident about the reserve at the moment.
The only way to exit money from the reserve would be to give it back to people. No, it's the narrative a bit. It's we're gonna stop spending money for stuff we don't need and give it to the people. But it's a bit the same with crypto. Instead of selling that seized Bitcoin to make money for the government, they might just sell it to give it to people. So where do I sign up to get a American Strategic Reserve airdrop?
Zusi, you're thinking about it wrong. What if it's like this? Think about how Social Security works, right? What if Bitcoin was more like Social Security? So every year when you pay taxes, you have to pay a tax into the Bitcoin reserve. And when you retire, you get a piece of that pie.
Oh, for retirement?
Exactly. That to me would make more sense. But unlike Social Security, if it works a different way, unlike Social Security where you can't get it until you retire, how about you can get it as a stimulus like once every year, once every 4 years, you get a payout of what you put into it in taxes.
It's just that thing can't just grow. Eventually, they'll have to distribute a bit, right?
Right. So they can distribute once every 4 years.
I guess. So first, they need to accumulate, though. Oh wait, they already have a lot. Yeah.
Right.
Well.
But if they made it into its own federal tax.
What if it gets hacked?
Well, I mean.
Oh, imagine. You know what? If Bitcoin goes to 69, 65K, we'll probably hear about a strategic reserve hack.
Yeah. And we got to watch out, too, for NASDAQ and the SPY. Because, NASDAQ is trying to drop below 19,000. SPY is trying to drop below 550.
I like where they are though.
Yeah, look at gold. Gold has been dropping nonstop for a hot minute here too.
Oh, gold has been pumping for nonstop for 2 years, like Bitcoin, right? They're
Yeah,
pretty correlated in the end. October 2022, gold bottoms and does a 2x up. Bitcoin
Yeah.
bottoms.
Is there a
and does
difference
6x
between?
up.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Is there a
go.
difference between SPY and SPX?
No, it's the same.
Is it
One
the
is the
same?
index, the other is the ETF. I mean, they're supposed to be the
Ah,
same now. In practice, they're not the same, but they're supposed to be the same. SPY is
so it's like
supposed to follow
Bitcoin
SPX.
on different.
SPY is the ETF, while SPX is the index. And I think the ETF is supposed to follow the index. But they
You
like
know, ZC,
guarantee a percentage of difference between the two. No, there's some algorithmic stuff going on there.
we might be going into a bear market here pretty soon. Like Nasdaq, you
Yeah,
know,
but it's too late to think about that. So I'm gonna ignore that hypothesis. Or even though, yes, definitely.
well, I mean, if Nasdaq drops down to 16,000, that's gonna drop Bitcoin as well as everything else.
Yeah, but by how much, right? Like if crypto is in a strong position, it might not be that bad actually. 19K is golden bucket. We're
Yeah.
roughly there.
Depends if we find new Bitcoin customers. I mean, we could go into a bear market, the economy, but Bitcoin goes into a bull market later because more people start buying into crypto.
Yeah, but when
just
when
like
has
in
that ever
COVID.
happened?
During COVID.
Yeah, but during COVID, Nasdaq recovered the same way though that Bitcoin recovered.
Oh, please let's not mention COVID because that idea I've had it for 2 years now. But COVID is supposed to happen in March 26, not 25. Unfortunately, I'm 1 year late to the for the timing. Like I got it very wrong. And yes, having a COVID dip in March, like this current dip on Nasdaq, it really feels COVID.
Wasn't Dbloc
But
saying the retail hasn't really come in yet? It's still the same people buying and selling. Like if we get a new cohort of retail, then maybe we can still have a bull market towards the end of the year. Maybe.
no, it's much easier than that. Like, if Bitcoin above 78, bull market. If Bitcoin not above 78, wait for it to go back above 78 to call it a bull market again. How about that?
Yeah.
I wonder
Yeah,
what's going to be the catalyst because I've noticed during when the bull market or when the halving came up, there was no one that was in crypto. Like at my job, my customers, and I'll be honest, a lot of people, that I see hundreds of people a day. A lot of them are already in crypto, but none of them are up. Everyone's down, and everyone's kind of like, man, I got in at the wrong time. And these are coworkers; these aren't traders.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people in crypto, but I don't know anyone that's happy about it.
Well,
yeah.
if you stick to Bitcoin is still above the weekly averages. So most people are in profit still at 78K, in my opinion.
Regular people are not trading or trying to make quick money on Bitcoin. Like people are still trying to look at Doge or XRP or something else. Like I don't see anyone talking about their Bitcoin holdings like that. And if they do, they're like, oh, I bought $7,000, 3 years ago. I wonder what it's at. They don't know nothing. Like everybody's just mad about the altcoin.
But
Yeah.
the issue with alts is they just get replaced by newer, shinier alts. I mean, right now it's that new rare USDT stuff. There's always
I'm
one
telling
new
you,
alt, replacing another one to get crazy pump. That thing was up 100% a few hours ago.
I think Trump.
Yeah.
I think Trump
Yesterday,
managed the market, man. I think a lot of people got into Trump during this inauguration, and a lot of people were like, "Yo, that's it. I'm tired of it." The Hatua
yeah,
girl, like CoffeeZilla, all that stuff. People are tired of it.
Yeah. You know,
I'll buy
if
$8. Trump.
If the
again.
Nasdaq does drop to 16,000, we'll probably see a 59K Bitcoin. To
Yeah.
me, dropping from 110 to 60, I mean, that's almost a 50% drop in Bitcoin.
Which fits May 2021, right? It fits summer 2021. Yeah.
Right, and it makes sense to me that we would aim to go towards around 59K. Like, we may even go a little bit lower to scare those people, the perma bears
Well,
out completely, or the
The
perma bulls out
40%
completely.
drop's definitely on the cards. 40%'s not.
I'd say
That's not out of the control.
60,500 more than 59 because it's the midpoint. And, coming back to the midpoint of your old range, finding support there, and then, yeah.
If that happens, XRP is hitting 50 cents, right?
Well,
It's already almost $1. It's almost
What?
back at $1 range.
$1 makes sense, no, for XRP.
Well, XRP is at $2.05.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying it's almost back into $1 range. Like $1.99, like under $2, I should say.
It was
Yeah,
at
but
176, the previous low, no, so it didn't do the ABC yet.
Yeah, it hasn't done that yet.
I mean, it doesn't
What was
need
the
to.
low this past
Yeah,
month?
I was just about to say, don't let Nick hear you say that.
Yeah, dude. Come on now. With that XRP fund. Dude, wait till they drop the lawsuit and it goes to $3 and it's number 2. That's the way I look at it.
Nah,
I love the XRP
I'm waiting for a
army. I love you guys.
$3,000 XRP.
It's going to
All I-
$1.20.
yeah, well, that ain't happening either. But all I'm saying is, right, if they drop that lawsuit this week while Ethereum's sitting at $2, and we go back to $3, it'll be the number 2.
There's
Yeah,
always a lawsuit. Is there another one?
No, they're still working on the like. It's the only thing that hasn't gotten ended yet because it's in litigation. It's in appeals process. Everything else. I'm like, I just happen to wonder if they drop the markets purposely like this just to bring the number down so that when the lawsuit does hit, it's hitting whenever the markets are an all-time bearish time, and then it won't pump to $5 now. It might go back to $3 or $3.50 or something like that. But if they get clarity and that gets dropped, or if they would settle that lawsuit in XRP versus to the new whatever basket of fries, whatever they're calling the thing now. That's all speculation, of course, but you would definitely see some type of a pump, even if it's, we've already pumped to 250 and 230. So from $2, it was at $1.97. It pumped again to what, 280 or 290 off the Trump thing or whatever. So it literally has ranged $1 back and forth. But with it being suppressed for so long, I just have my doubts that it's going to go to 50 cents. And if it does, I'm just going to buy more. But
yeah.
Not 50 cents, but somewhere between $1 and $1.29, somewhere there would fit where every other alt is, because it's the problem when they push one narrative. Well, yeah, your alt isn't dropping enough to give you a good buy because it's hyped on social media, right? That'll change. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Takes
A
a while.
60K Bitcoin would give us like $1.01 XRP probably.
What would that put Doge at?
I don't know. Yeah, look at Doge. I mean, dude, XRP's down what, 1% for the year?
Yeah,
1.
I think Litecoin is probably, like, if you look at Litecoin on the daily, Litecoin is already at its 200 at $88 versus all of these other tokens. Like Litecoin has already hit where these other tokens would probably be at if Bitcoin was at 60K.
I sold 105 on LTC, which was more my be bullish line in the end.
Yeah.
I'll buy back
To me,
105.
I am more bullish on Litecoin right now because Litecoin is probably the only one that's at target for a buy-in to me. I don't know. It just feels that way since it's already at its 200 on the daily. Now, if it breaks below that 200, Litecoin's going to get wrecked. You're probably going to see like a $60 Bit or Litecoin.
You know, a lot of alts are close to new all-time lows. Atom is an example. Right? Well, you are in price discovery down, I guess. Actually, no, but you're very close to your bear market bottom.
Can't
Which
we
wasn't
just stop
that bad,
trading
though.
Atom, Zeusy? Atom is not a coin to trade. It's not designed to trade. It's a back-end coin for all those other Cosmos. Don't trade Atom. Stop it. Just stop trading
Okay, but
Atom.
the question is, do you want to buy XRP or do you want to buy something that is
But
close to...
Atom's not a coin that's going to pump. It's not designed to pump.
But it pumped. It did
It's like a
3x.
buy and stake, right? Buy and stake.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what the issue
Buy a
is?
stable
With Atom?
coin.
You know what the issue is with Atom? It's the same as with ETH. It didn't dump enough during the bear market. Like, it was a strong alt. No, it
It's a
didn't.
stable coin. It's pretty much a stable coin.
Yeah, I guess you could say that, although it could
That's what
become
it's designed for. So you
drop
can
a
build
lot.
other coins on it. That's what it used to be anyway. I could be wrong, but that's what I read.
Well,
Yeah, it's
honestly,
got like 13% stake.
I think, you know, risk to reward wise, it's going to be one of the best.
Zeusy, Cadena might be a really good buy.
KDA?
Yeah, because if you look at Cadena, it's already has. This is like
It's close to
its
all-time
fifth
lows.
attempt to make lower lows.
Yeah, like
all-time lower lows.
No, but you are inside your bear market bottoming structure. Right? Like whether
Exactly.
you look at Atom, KDA, a lot of coins are there. They had basically a dead cat bounce. Like KDA pumped to $2, did a double top there, and came back down to where this started from, and we're just back at August lows. And you know, the stock market, that's roughly where it is too. It's going back towards 5th of August low.
Yeah, if we do
It's a
have an
golden market.
altcoin rally, though, coins like Cadena that's already down here with the 800 EMA on the daily at $1, and it's at 40 cents. I mean, that's why I'm thinking, you know, these type of tokens are probably more likely to push higher than some of these other tokens. Because they've already reset their price.
Given you do the fundamental research, you make sure they don't dilute, that the coin isn't going to just go to zero, which it could.
Yeah.
given other stuff like that.
Yeah, they've got to have some good news too. Absolutely.
Technically, these are the best buys, but there's probably a reason why it's so low too, right?
Yeah. But, you know, anything you buy that low is a risk. But at the same time, you know,
you're entering at a point where most people bought before you. Like literally. Yeah.
Yeah. You see Trump tokens under is that $10 now, or under 11, I should say?
Yeah, I mean, I bought 16. My next buy is at 8, so I'm waiting for 8. If it doesn't trigger that one, well, see you at 16.
Yeah.
I'm just powers of 2, man. That's the way I looked at Trump chart. I was like, okay, let's just do powers of 2. $1, $2, $4, $8, $16, and I also bought 32.
Yeah, you know, Cadena might be a good buy if it does a double bottom at 36 cents.
I think Cadena is already at the ABC, so you know all it needs. I don't know how low it's gonna go, but all it needs is to go back above 40 cent. 40,
Yeah.
well, 48. Go back above October 2023 low swing point. And you know this will be when you look at the big weekly, this will be a triple bottom structure with the lowest point, the middle hit, yeah, you see what it's a triple corrective move, right? 1, 2, 3, and if you can't break that, well, you can't break it. You kind of have to go back up. And where's resistance? It's at $2. That's like a 4x up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, technically, it's these shorts are good. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty like that. We'll see what happens. I mean, why Cadena? You could take. There's plenty of shorts like that.
Oh no, I only say Cadena because that's one of the tokens Dbloc was mentioning for America First.
Oh, okay. Then,
section.
then that's cool. I mean, Gala, for example, is a bit similar. You're very close to bear market lows. Yeah, there's plenty examples like that.
Yeah.
They just get replaced by other alts. That's why they don't just go up. Which makes it good for range trade as well.
It does. Oh man.
Then you have
AR is almost at a bear market low. It is really close. That $5.78.
Ape made a new bear market, well, all-time low, for example, and is back above the previous low. Not by much.
Luna's making bear market lows again.
Which coin?
Luna or LUNC.
Oh yeah, I'll avoid trading that one. This 120 level on Sol is also, potentially you could get at least a dead cat bounce. Oh damn, we got it already because of Trump. Well, how about a second dead cat bounce up to the top of your range? If we're like, well, it's all about Bitcoin in the end. If Bitcoin holds this area and starts to go back up, all these alts will probably go back up a bit too. And for Sol, it'll probably just range between 120 and 180. With a bit deviation below 120, we're at 118.
Yeah. Interesting enough, Doge token has now dropped below its 200 EMA on the daily.
It's the bull bear line, 16 cent on Doge. The same way ETH breaks 2000, which is the macro SR. Doge also breaks its macro SR at 16 cent. It's
not.
now. So by definition, you're in a bear market, yeah, on these alts.
It's make sure you don't say Doge token again because it's not Doge token. Don't you ever say that.
A Doge
Yeah.
coin. It's a coin.
What's
But
the
yeah, 16 cent
what
is it's the macro SR.
do we have a probability calculator that could determine whether or not what's our probability that Bitcoin's actually in a Bitcoin market? Is it like a 50% probability we're actually in a full-blown bear market? Or like 30% probability we're in a
Well, it
full-blown bear
depends what
market?
metrics you use to gauge that. I mean, are you going to use a point of control gauge? Are you going to use a market sentiment gauge? Are you going to use a trend line, a parabolic trend line? A lot of people are using the parabolic trend line.
DBBI
The
time.
weekly, why not just the weekly 200 EMA or MA?
Yeah,
weekly
do the weekly 200 SMA.
200 SMA is a pretty big one that a lot of people use.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree with the 200
Yeah, if we break the 200 weekly SMA.
weekly. Yeah,
That's roughly 14 cent, no? On Doge.
Check out the monthly as 200 SMA.
It depends what your definition is. If you drop 20%, you're in a bear market. But if you close the candles,
No, that's for the stock market, not for crypto. No.
Yeah, I
Crypto
know, but the crypto market we're going to be going into. We're in a bull market in the crypto market because it's a 4-year cycle.
They call it
Unless we
recession.
jump below 69.
yeah, we're just testing the previous stops, I guess, and since we didn't do it yet, I mean, we can't really talk about a bear market if unless we we break that 200 EMA on the weekly, then we can start talking about
You know
something bad, right?
You know where it is on Bitcoin?
I think it's 69, 70 or 70. Yeah,
No. It's much lower. It's at 45K.
No way.
Well, yeah, man, we pumped a lot
That's the
quickly.
weekly.
This is the weekly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
But at that point, it's way too late to call it a bear market. At that point,
I mean that's why I'm saying by the time you hit 40K,
you were in a bear
that's
market.
confirmation that you're in a bear market. But at the same time, you already hit the low.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's a few guidelines where you can throw on the towel. If you get the 50 SMA crosses the 200 SMA on the daily, and you reject anywhere below the 200 daily SMA, you're typically starting a
But,
bear market. If the if the weekly RSI is below 50, you're typically more so in a bear market. But we haven't hit like a pi
yeah,
cycle top indicator, like anything like that. Like we haven't done a lot of the metrics that typically show up at the top of bull markets. The CBBI hasn't gone in the 90s. Monthly RSI hasn't hit 90. Like most of the stuff that typically happens at the top of Bitcoin bull markets hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, which
Also, one
is
more thing is the 1450 daily SMA. If you're below that, you're probably towards the bottom of a bear market because that's like a 4-year moving average. So if you're talking about Bitcoin and you believe in the Bitcoin 4-year cycle and it's still valid and it hasn't broken, if you're below the 1450 day SMA, you're almost definitely in a bear market or you're towards the bottom of a bear market.
Say it louder for the people in the back. Say no. I'm just kidding.
At what price is
And
that currently?
right now that moving average is at 45K. So
Okay, it lines up with my 200 weekly, which is also at 45K.
Dbloc needs to put that "don't F it up" zone back up on his chart.
Yeah, and the key always is the gamble of anticipation. And if you can preliminary predict something before it happens, because even if you got the signals and all the indicators, you still have to make that preliminary decision before it happens.
yeah, I mean, you don't want to get out too late, but you can get out before the bottom. If there's a confirmed bear market, you can get out before it really goes down to the lows that it's eventually going to go to. And it will stay in a bear market. It will stay down for a longer period of time. It'll drop lower and stay down for a longer period of time. So, like when we were at 48K last cycle, you dropped from 69, and we thought we were going to bounce at like 50 or whatever. Like it ended up going down to 33, which was still technically a higher low, but then it rejected from the 200 daily SMA, and the 50 had crossed the 200. So that death cross on the daily ended up being, a pretty big deal. And that was the second time that it actually happened that cycle. The first time we actually got back above both of them, but when we dropped below the 50, the daily SMA, that was the first sign, but the 50 crossing the 200 was kind of like the second bearish sign. And then when we rejected below the 200, that was like the nail in the coffin. So coming back up to 48, that was like, and rejecting from there, that was kind of like all right, bull market's over. And then we confirmed the bear market when we made a lower low and dropped 30K. But you didn't get below the 1450 day SMA until we were below 21K. So
Yeah, and on the
I'm
weekly,
back in, guys.
there's the
You know what? Sorry to cut you guys off, but I think something's about to pop off on this 3 o'clock candle. I'm back
What
in
did you
position,
buy?
baby. I'm all
What
in
did you
Trump.
buy?
Trump, baby.
Trump. Oh
yeah, by the way, Drew, there you go. There's your $10 Trump. Remember a couple months ago, I was like, this thing would drop to 20, probably even 10.
Yep. You guys are saying $9-10?
8.
There you go.
yeah, I'm waiting for a Trump coin at about 50 cents, and then I'll go all in.
So extreme.
Well, I'm thinking right now, Bitcoin might actually try to give a little turnaround. I don't think we're going to start heading to the moon or anything, but I think we're going to have a little bit of upside right now just to, trap some of these shorts that just built up and shake the market a little bit. We got a channel that goes up to 79,000. Probably going to test at least that, 79,200.
I strongly disagree with you. Of course, we're going to the moon. Look what Bitcoin did. It did double top at 110. What is it doing right now? Double bottom at 78. This is strong enough to send it back to 160K.
Did we go low enough now to validate if we go back above this little 80K to do your ABC?
Yeah, the ABC is already in. It's already too late to buy.
The majority is short right now. We still have liquidations down to 75K, but there is 50.35% short right now, as opposed to 49.65, which isn't a huge difference. But if it starts going over 1%, then an over 1% difference would be a big enough deal to be able to call a pivot. As far as liquidations go, for how many people have been liquidated today. The last 24 hours, 511 million. So over 500 million longs liquidated so far. If that number gets over 1 billion, then we can start looking at a significant pivot. Shorts are only 174 million, so not nearly as many shorts have been wrecked. So I'd say that
They're
they
taking
might
profit.
start to target shorts if people decide to FOMO into shorts. So if you see that long short ratio flipped at like 51% short, and the long liquidation is over 1 billion, then you're probably got a significant pivot coming. But also keep an eye on the volume and see if we get that bullish divergence on the daily after the daily close, and also take a look at fear and greed during the daily close as well. See if
I
that's
love
higher
your
than 10.
TA. I love your TA. Please keep us updated about all of this when it happens.
He's got good
Yeah,
TA, but Asia's going to dump this in the morning. It's going to 69. It's going to screw
No,
everyone because they're going to give up and they're all going to just screw
can you
this.
say
And then,
Asia is gonna dump where they're just starting their bull run in China?
nah,
Like
China's in
China is
trouble.
like
Too many
this
tariffs.
big. Like it's doing amazing,
Asia's going to dump it.
and they've just
Gotta love
started.
Qui-Gon's TA.
They're exiting the bear market.
Thanks, guys. Thanks. Making me blush.
Oh, that wasn't him. That was Mocat. Motherfucker. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to swear.
Oi!
No, I knew it was you. I was just saying. You guys are making me blush.
My bad.
No, if you look at
I thought you called me another name. My bad.
Nah.
no, if you look at the indices, the index, you look at SPY, look at Nasdaq, you're gonna see a huge up move where we've just gone up for 2 years now. Look at the Chinese stock market chart and look at what it's done. It's just been down for 2 years. So the next the next fundamental up move could come from China. I think. Like it technically
But
makes sense.
China can't even finish
It's already
building their
started.
houses. All they've got is batteries and solar panels, and they can't export them now.
Yeah,
Zeus.
it already started.
They need to sell, man. They're going to sell everything.
It's too late to buy China. You had to buy it in September of last year.
They're dumping.
I mean, they could capitulate, but why would it go below 70K? Like, I mean, does anyone see a scenario for why it would go below 70K?
That's what I'm saying. 69 to break everyone's spirit and then pump and then range.
I'm gonna put my take profit for my short at 45K, just like ZC said.
That's the worst case scenario. I don't think it's the most likely scenario. Why would we go lower? Because there are outside factors that are already there.
Yeah,
Like,
but that's what I'm saying. If it's a lower low and a bunch of people capitulate and sell off or get stopped out or liquidated on futures, and there's a huge volume bar that comes in that takes out the volume from February 28th, and it turns into a wick. If you get a higher low in your RSI, that's going to be a pretty big bottoming signal, and then also accompany that with the liquidations and the long short ratio. Like, you want to keep an eye on those.
Everybody bearish.
but like
Everybody.
Yeah, if everyone is bearish, like typically if the majority of people, like the heavy majority is on one side, that side ends up being wrong.
Well, yeah, that's why I just bought, because I hear you guys getting a little too bearish, so I just decided to buy right here.
sometimes they win.
All in.
I mean,
Next
well,
up,
if the market is
102K.
like,
Let's go.
the market is like, okay, how can we outsmart? Okay, so like the market is designed to fool most of the people most of the time. So it's like, how can we outsmart the most amount of people? Oh, we'll make them all think that this is going to happen, and then they'll all go short or they'll all sell, and we'll buy their coins and then wreck them on their shorts.
But
That's
that
how we make the
happens
most
on
amount of
every
money.
time frame all the time. Like that's
yeah.
just doesn't
Or
really
we
happen.
all
just
buy
a pawn
long
in
and
your
we get
game,
drop in
Drew.
price.
I'm just a pawn in your evil game, Drew.
I just think that they do reverse psychology and double reverse psychology too. They do a little heads. It's not always in rhythm. So yeah, I think Qui-Gon's right. But the thing is, they reverse that reverse psychology too sometimes.
Yeah, like everyone starts buying here, and then all of a sudden Bitcoin drops down to 73,000.
Yep. Well, all of a sudden we shoot up to 135K right now.
But that's not what's happening. CVD is hugely negative. We have negative funding rates. There's even potential for a short squeeze around. Well, I don't know when. But now, of course, if everybody goes long like hell at this double bottom, it's gonna be a bit of hey, why not stop them out before pumping to 160K?
Yeah, well, we need more people buying on spot than people going long, because the more people that go long, the more liquidity is going to be below us for them to go liquidate. So there has to be the majority of the volume has to be on spot, and less people have to go long, because then they're less of a target.
Yeah, come on, brokies, get your game up. Let's do this.
Open up your checkbook, ZC.
But yeah, I mean, exchanges they can say, oh, we're gonna fear and FUD people out, and we're gonna drop this thing to a point where everyone thinks it's no return, and they're all gonna give up and capitulate and sell all their stuff. They can plan that out all they want, but they can't. Thing they can't really account for is just some like wild card whale comes in and just hits the market buy button, and like it sends it. You know, like that could always happen.
All right, I'll buy some. I'll buy some. I'll put my DoorDash money on here. Watch this green candle real quick.
They tried to start a party a few times on the way down, and they all failed. But yeah, a whale could start a party by giving a double bottom at 78. Yeah, that's gonna be something pretty solid. Just an ABC, flat.
Yeah.
Correction.
Whales kind of juke each other out like that too. Like if they see so there's two things. They can spoof the order books by putting a huge order in, and then everyone thinks like all the retail thinks like, oh, we're gonna buy there because you know like it looks like there's a huge buy order there. If that fills, then we're gonna buy a little bit above that so that when it fills, it bounces. And then as soon as it gets there, they rip the order out. So they spoof the order book like that, but also other whales are like, oh, hey, well, I'm not going to let that order fill, so I'm going to buy before it even gets there because I want more Bitcoin than that guy's trying to buy. And then so that guy buys, the dude that has the limit order, it never fills, and he instead of having a limit order, now he has to get in higher, so he buys higher, he pumps the first whale's bags, and he has to market buy because his limit buy wouldn't fill.
Well, talking about that, the big order here is at 75k. Where there's 450 Bitcoin. Actually, there's less now, 390. Yeah, and the first buy wall is 78, and we can't touch it. Like you said, someone tries to front run him because 2,000 Bitcoin got bought above 78 today by limit bots.
Yeah, I mean they try to scale in too, but I feel like they spoof the order book more so like on their way down in a bear market because they're trying to get rid of their coins and they need people to buy them. So they'll spoof the order book to get retail or dumb money or whatever to come in and buy their coins, and they're selling it. They're not really trying to buy it. They're just trying to sell their coins, so they rip the order out once other people buy from them.
Hey, ZC. That guy who was buying a Bitcoin a day, is he now selling a Bitcoin a day?
Michael Saylor?
No, there's some other dude we were
awesome.
watching a while back that would buy a Bitcoin like every day.
Well, we can see it on the blockchain, right? I'm gonna guess he's still buying because
when they're crying, he's buying.
Why would you stop your bot because price is going down? Like if your strategy is to buy 1 Bitcoin every day, you're kind of happy.
It's better when it's lower if you believe in Bitcoin.
You're kind of happy now because so why would you stop it?
As long as you're a believer.
Maybe he's just running out of money. That could be a bad reason to stop it.
One thing I noticed about financial markets, and especially crypto markets, is it never really goes as high as everyone thinks it's going to go, and it never really goes as low as everyone thinks it's going to go. So if everyone thinks it's going to go to 74k, there's a chance it might not even get there. And if it doesn't, and it bounces fast, and tomorrow it's up 10%, I'll wish I had bought today. Even if I didn't catch the exact bottom, it's still I'll be there sitting there wishing, oh, I should have bought some scope.
Yeah. I think I'm going to put my buy orders at 50k. That's where I'm going to put my buy orders.
You can end up catching a knife in the next bear market, buddy.
To me as a trader, it looks like this is an obvious short, and I don't short. But I'd be like, yeah, this is an obvious short. But because it's so obvious, I'm just staying in my spot position because the short is way too obvious here.
You want a short of a 30% decline in price?
I'm saying visually right now. Anybody that's not really zoomed out too well and just kind of in the moment, they're thinking, oh, this is an easy short right here. Look, it's just hanging on this support, hanging on a thread. And it does look like a very easy short, and it might possibly be, but I'm betting against it.
Yeah, you don't want to short at support. That's like FOMOing in at resistance.
You know, the whole area is support here in the order book now. Maybe
Well, it's
it's
like a
moved and all,
breakout.
and it's very weak support. When you look at the
mean,
the size, it's not big. It's not 1,000 Bitcoin.
It's like, yeah, you could consider it a breakout trade, but the whole breakout strategies, they never really worked for me unless there was like huge volume in the market and it was, you know, it was always just a short period of time that something would break out. It wasn't like a sustained move.
Usually breakout, you got to be much quicker with your TP than on a regular pivot position.
Yeah. And like have a measured move or something, you know, but it's like, is there like a chart pattern that's breaking down where you could even make a measured move out of it?
We got some sell pressure here.
Yeah, we're about to drop. Is it going to do it?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It looks a little too obvious that it wants to do it. I don't think it will.
It's gonna dump.
Dump it.
Flushed it.
What's it going to do? It's under 78.
77.7. Let's go.
Dump it.
Dump it
Watch
like
the
it's hot.
volume because volume's the most important first, like key indicator. You want to keep in mind. Lower low with a large break in volume.
Actually,
Everyone heard I said 45, so they started selling.
Yeah.
Coin's dead.
It's broken.
Yeah, Bitcoin's dead. It's going to
Oh.
zero.
Going to zero.
Not a stop loss.
Stop us. He's like, hurry up.
Never sell your Bitcoin.
Let's open up the obituaries.
That was a lie. Never sell your Bitcoin. Jesus.
Diamond hands, Moon Boy.
This is where everyone goes short, and it's going to switch up.
Please, Trump,
short
can
now.
you stop the winning now?
I think we came down
Too much.
30% from all-time high.
Yeah.
All right, 777, you guys. Is that the lucky number? We buy Bitcoin at 77777 and
I got that
77 cents.
77322 it's right now. 773.
Trump coin's gonna flip Bitcoin.
The only thing that's going to flip Bitcoin is Dogecoin, all right?
This gives the
Yeah,
other
I know.
alts a real good chance of catching up with Ethereum now.
There's a lower low.
Yeah.
Guys, the dominance, it's not looking good, man.
Stand on your head. It looks great.
Yeah, just flip your chart upside down and change the color of the candles.
Nothing new. It's
We've
been
been
doing
in-
that for a month. Up, down, up, down, up, down.
It looks like the obvious one, this one.
Brrr.
Who's ready
Yeah.
to go long?
I don't really like that M pattern formation that we just did, but at the same time, that could be like a Gartley or a like a harmonic type of reversal pattern.
Butterfly.
Drew, where's your 4 drop it? Drop it, drop it, drop it, drop it.
Well,
Wait
no,
for it.
I'm still in position, so I'm like,
Wait for it.
I'm just
Hey,
tightening up my belt right now.
You could buy Trump coin under $10 here in a minute.
Oh boy.
Well,
Ethereum 1860.
Oh, snap.
1838 actually. It's
I
worse
only,
than that.
I only have two
mean-
options to buy more coin here. I'd have to call up my girlfriend or have to dig into a Doge wallet that I haven't touched in like 3 years.
Oh, what's it gonna do?
Gonna shoot.
Big buys
I
coming in.
don't
Big
know.
buys coming in.
I'm buying, bro.
So we hit 77,648. Is it gonna drop lower than that?
You guys
You
are
see
so
these big-
boring now.
This is it right here.
Trying
Lucky
to enjoy
seven,
my
baby.
day.
Drew,
Lucky seven, right here.
Your day.
Months off and hold for 3 months now, Drew.
Nobody's
seven.
enjoying their day unless they're shorting.
When they're
Lucky
crying,
sevens,
we're
baby.
buying.
Yeah, when they're crying, we buy. Lucky sevens, baby.
Drew, you want me to close my short at 107K now and see if it recovers?
Non-financial advice. I think closing a short here might be wise.
Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea.
And-
Profit, man. Even if
Nah,
it does go lower, you made a good percentage off that.
Like, I seriously put
Yeah.
my take profit at 45K on that
It's
short.
not done yet.
NASDAQ has had 30 sessions where it closed minus 4% since 2008, and today's one of them.
Here we go. We just went lower. It's so fun. Let's do it. Let's go, Bitcoin. Keep going.
Let that sink in.
Get wrecked.
Go to 69 sounds good to me.
No,
Yeah,
but honestly,
69, of course.
These numbers
Everyone
on
backs pain.
these
we have
numbers
that-
on ETH cannot not remind you of the bear market. Like
On the
1800.
weekly, we have that big vector to 70K even.
Where's Elon?
What's he gonna do?
Elon's over there
He's making
selling.
babies. He's always making babies.
Elon's practicing his sick Heil somewhere.
He's drinking a Diet Coke.
He's got to make more money for his kids.
Yeah, I'm.
Elon's in a short right now.
Never thought I'd be
Yeah,
saying this,
he's
but
shorting
I'm
his-
buying more ETH and Solana.
Elon's shorting Tesla stock.
Yeah.
It's
Really good.
down 15% today. Oh my god.
You're just buying North Korea Ethereum, that's all. Damn it.
Dude,
You
better,
know-
better be in my hands than theirs, right?
We got numbers coming out.
They're just going to get into weapons right now.
We got numbers coming out tomorrow and Wednesday, don't we? Oh boy.
77,520. Solana is trying to hang on for dear life over here.
What is Solana at? Is it still up above
115?
100?
115.
Wow.
Yeah, it's getting pretty cheap.
$12.
Still
$12
not $8.
Solana. Let's go.
Oh, but 80,
I
80 makes.
I want to see it back at 8.
Oh, we're under 77.5. 77,480 new low.
We're playing limbo. How low can we go?
He did have a death cross on Solana though on the daily though.
Oh boy,
Guys, I'm
kill
good.
it.
I'm
Kill
getting nauseous. I'm getting sick.
Solana just went under 116. Is that 115.50? It keeps going down.
Why am I
Yes,
getting
okay.
a boner?
Yeah, dude,
You
Solana
are
might clear
sick.
that whole range
Bone
from
coin.
before. If it
Is that
goes under
bone coin?
108,
Sorry.
clear out all the leverage. Anything that's levered below 108 on Solana might get swept.
All Trump coins at 1020.
Oh
1020.
boy, let's go. Give it to me. Give it
All
to him.
stuff is coming down to 10.
Let's go. La, 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 la.
You're not gonna get
$8
that
Trump
$10
coin
buy.
might get filled.
You and everybody want that $10. You're not gonna get it.
I want the $8 buy. What you talking
I'm
about?
not giving it to you. I'm gonna protect it.
You're protect-
Yeah, I
Better
was
sell
talking
that
12
Doge
Australian
token.
dollars.
I'm about to make a deposit in my account.
Lynn, let's go. Pump
Time to
it.
buy.
You
Time to
mean
buy.
Big buys,
You're
big
taking a
buys,
dump in your toilet,
big
Drew.
buys, big buys.
Nah,
Time
it's
to
very
buy.
low volume stuff. But there is a there is a 1 second time
Look
frame.
at that.
BTC.
We went right past the buy zone. We
You will
closed the
not get
CME too. We closed the CME and we went by the buy zone. Oh boy.
What's going on,
Now
good
I'm past
people?
like 5 buy zones this week.
What up, Dbloc?
What up, Dbloc?
Finally, people
What
can
up,
hear
Dbloc?
me.
What happens when it
Yeah,
goes
yeah.
Been
by the
dealing with
buy zone?
audio issues all morning. Discord wasn't on YouTube earlier too.
Yeah,
I
your
fixed
screen
it.
went down for a minute.
Yeah, I fixed it like an
Don't
hour
do that.
ago.
Twitter was down today, I heard too. I was having trouble with it too.
All right,
Yeah,
so
it
can
was,
we talk? Can we talk some sense into the Bears?
I was just letting you guys rock. I was in Discord. Told them I wanted them to hear what sentiment shift sounds like, even in experienced traders.
yeah, right.
It's
There
a
you go.
teachable moment.
Either
It's
way,
not just sentiment, it's the price, D-Block.
is
By-
Coinbase down? That's how you know we're in a bear market.
That's how you know we have passion.
Robinhood goes down. Coinbase goes down.
But ETH at 1810, man, that's like 3 years ago. 2 years ago. Oh, I
Oh.
forgot. 1800. It's been a while.
It's been a while.
How could you not?
I don't usually laugh at my friends losing money, but this is quite funny.
Yeah.
Drop it.
I always said that like, I'll buy ETH if it goes to 1600 or below. 1800 is close enough.
Buy it all
Oh.
up at $8.
Cadena dropped down to 38.22.
Isn't it Cardano?
ETH at $8.
How many times do we have to do this before y'all
Cadena,
stop trading alts for now? 2 more times?
Yeah,
3 more
not a
times?
good idea. What about Ethereum 1500?
Too late. I'm all in.
Let's go.
Yeah, it doesn't look good that ETH made a lower low, but I need it for it to swap for shitcoins.
Zui's almost under $2.
When y'all crying, I'm buying.
Really?
Oh,
$2. I remember that.
XRP broke under $2.
I thought it was at 50 cents.
The alert has not ran yet, so it's not. No, I have an alert.
XRP hit $1.9950.
$1.99 sold.
I mean, I guess it's close enough to $2.
That's one thing I'm never gonna touch. Well, I mean, I had it at 35 cents, but I'm not gonna buy XRP anywhere even near $1.
Fire sale here. Fire sale.
Get your crypto.
Let's let this thing catch a bottom first, and then I got a couple things I want to show you guys.
There's no bottom.
The bottom's at under 70K.
Might have to wait till daily close.
I can't wait to play all this audio back. We're gonna have a fun day in here when I play all this audio back.
Yeah, but technically, right, the bottom here should be, I mean, if you zoom out on a monthly or weekly, 74.
The bottom here isn't technical, guys. We have to stop looking at technicals for bottoms here.
That's a good point.
The bottom here
We didn't
isn't
use
technical.
F word too much, Dbloc. We were pretty good.
This is 1,000%. This is 1,000% uncertainty and sentiment. You can pick a technical bottom if you want. Trump gets up tomorrow and says something crazy. Good luck to your technical bottom.
Well, yeah, that was going to be part of my argument. So, like, if anyone that's just looking at the chart, just using technical, they'll be like, yeah, 73, 74, previous resistance, now tested as support.
Mm-hmm.
But since there's other parameters right now, especially in the real world and the macros that are, unpredictable, I agree.
Everything, bro. It's not just. Have you guys looked at Legacy today?
Yes, that's why I got on.
Bro, this is not a Bitcoin issue. This is oh shit issue.
This is
Syria,
this is Congo, this is Ukraine, this is Israel, Russia, this is China, Taiwan.
When I said that we were playing on advanced difficulty, I wasn't playing.
Greenland, Canada.
It's better than that. Bitcoin is strong.
Yeah, if you compare, in comparison,
We
exactly.
should be much lower. We should be like
It's harder than Elden Ring.
I feel bad saying this because I know people are hurting right now, but a Bitcoin heavy portfolio is nowhere near as feeling as bearish or stressed out or anxious as I'm hearing in the shop.
Yeah, well,
We're getting into the thick of it, man. Coinbase just froze my funds.
Y'all gotta prepare.
When it's volatile, they shut off. It's normal. It'll be back up.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, I'm just saying that this is when they're
Okay.
like, hey, none of y'all are allowed to buy right now because we're trying to buy.
Yep.
You don't want to. We don't want to screw up our buys. Cut this shit.
Yeah, we took that little bit of gap. That buy zone, the oh shit buy zone kicked in, luckily.
Went past it.
We can get rid of this big vector gap because, I mean, this big old CME gap, because that's gone.
There's one down to 70, isn't there?
Vectors? We got little small sprinkled vectors. Let's go higher time.
On the weekly, if you go on the weekly.
Yeah, the weekly's got that long vector all the way down.
Yeah, all the way down to 70.
Yeah.
I thought we had a CME gap that went down to 76 Dbloc.
We just got it.
We already got that.
It's already cleared.
No, to 76K?
No, it was 70. No, it was 77 something to 80.
Ah, I thought it was lower than that.
Yeah, that big gap right there.
This is wiping out the whole Trump pump. All Trump's Bitcoin enthusiasm's all gone.
On the weekly.
Yeah, the alts have given back all of it. If you put a line on election day, the alts have given back the entire Trump pump.
That's why election day's still there, because no one trusted anything before. Everyone thought that Trump can't win. and they're all in still at 68,
Yeah.
68.
BTC has officially hit a 90-day low.
Well, the stock market is
Yeah.
hitting 6 months low, yeah. More like 180-day low. On the CME, like we're talking about CME gaps and all, the MAs are very different because they remove Saturday and Sunday price action. So the MA takes, I guess, quicker to move because there's less time compared to our time, right?
It's
So
twinsies.
Take a
on
look at
our
my
charts,
chart real
Bitcoin
quick.
is, it's below the 200 MA on most charts. Well, not
Oh,
on
we're
CME.
right there. Mhm.
This is 2020 bull run as we started coming back up over our 50 EMA after our dead cat bounce, still underneath all-time highs. Tested the 50 EMA, got pinned, popped out, retested, one last retest,
Identical.
and gone. You guys can do with that information what you will.
This is it, man.
Ooh, that looks
I
pretty.
was
So
thinking
we're
we would have until the 14th.
we're just about
Well,
ready.
I'm getting to that now.
20K,
So
the
check
all-time low.
check this out. Check this out. What the hell is it? I just did it. Q1 2023. We've looked at these consolidation levels a million different ways. I don't know how else to draw them, so I tried a third way. Q1 2023 consolidation, liquidity grab, gone. Q1 2024 consolidation, liquidity grab, gone. Q1 2025 consolidation, we're in the liquidity grab, and you guys are setting your buy orders down here.
Don't you
So
think
we're
there's an
buying here
argument
like
though
hell.
for
Totally.
macro?
We're running
I
out
just
of
I just
money.
want I just want that to I just
Okay,
want that
question.
to click in for a second. This is what
When
this
does the
looks like,
liquidity?
and you're setting your orders down here.
But when do you invalidate the idea of this being just a liquidity grab, though? How far down can we let it go?
When we start to break, when we
Break
start to
yourself.
break that structure.
Okay, so 74 basically. Well, we're at
Well,
77.
honestly, when the
There's not
liquidity's
a lot of-
the liquidity grab is over when the liquidity's gone. If the liquidity's gone and price keeps going down, you're no longer in a liquidity grab, right?
Oh, well, the order book has orders all the way down to.
So there's always going to be so there's always going to be liquidity to snatch.
Actually, it kind of slows after 70K. So there's orders to fill till there's a lot of orders to fill, yeah. But between 70 and 66, there's a bit less.
They'll start appearing. But what about the wick below 74? There'll be a big wick, quick one.
Yeah, grateful. All three of those Q1s are laying on the same uptrend.
I think liquidity stops when people don't have Bitcoin to sell anymore, no? Damn.
That and when people decide to remove their longs because it's just not going to happen.
Don't you think that the current macro is an argument against that though? That we could go lower?
Well, yeah, like I
Just
said,
because
there's uncertainty right now. All the TA in the world, all the technicals in the world aren't going to do shit until the market finds some sort of peace. They don't care if it's bad. They don't care if it's good. They don't care if the tariffs come in and they're super high. We'll adjust. You know what I mean? We'll absorb that and we'll keep it moving. What we can't handle is uncertainty. The longer it stays uncertain, the more sketchy this is going to be. Sentiment
Well, I hope it's
sentiment
not
is
COVID
king
that's
right now.
starting, right?
Sentiment and
there's-
macroeconomics are king right now.
I don't think there's a quick one out of this D-block. I think there's a step out of this. Like there's going to be that
3
quick.
months.
Yeah, it's possible. It's
Because there's a
possible.
pathway to peace, but it's going to take many, many steps, like 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
I mean,
for a while.
if you look at our 2020, like we didn't just take off, right? These are weekly. This is a weekly chart. This is 1, 2, 3, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months after finding a low before price actually even moved. One thing I do want to show you that's interesting for timing. You guys understand the Bitcoin delay to M2 money supply global? The 10-week delay? All right. So Bitcoin works off a 10-week delay to global money supply. Whatever global money supply does, Bitcoin tends to do 10 weeks later. If you literally just move the chart 10 weeks up, you'll see it. It's one of the things that people follow.
That's trickle down economics. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Just how long it takes for it to flush through the system, right? So you've got your 10 weeks from top to top.
Look at what Auction and Rare's doing math.
You've got your 10 weeks from when global money supply dropped. Then it pivoted. When it pivoted, we were just starting our drop. Which means if you take pivot and run that forward 10 weeks, where does that take us? How many weeks do we have left?
Yeah,
For the effect of global money supply going up to start affect the liquidity in Bitcoin. We've got 1 week. 6 days for this candle to close, and then one more weekly candle.
Dbloc, the problem is the money supply is not going up. It's a double top with COVID all-time highs on money supply.
Global money supply is going, global M2 money supply is going up. Yes, it is.
M2SL chart, it's a double top with COVID all-time high. Actually, it's a lower high.
It's, yeah, but
21.6 trillion. The previous high was 1.8.
That's where it's at right now. Is it going up or is it going down?
Actually, it's
Dewey
flat.
is at $2.
Same
So
reading
everyone
in
knows.
January.
It helps a little bit if you're aware of what's going on with central banks and their QE. We've got 5 or 6 central banks that already started QE. Global M2 money supply is going up. US M2 money supply is lagging because we don't have QE yet.
Bitcoin's picking up momentum.
Say I'm back in profit. Let's go, baby.
Let's go, baby. I'm all in.
Dude. So we at $2 is pretty, like, I'm grabbing it.
Nah, with the super chat, auction and rare. Look.
Dude, rare pumped to 65% today. Ridiculous. Auction was a big mover too, if I'm not mistaken. I think it did like 10-15%.
Yeah, there's some alts that moving, but you're picking you've got to be perfect when you're picking your alt at this point, right? To pick the 2 out of the 10 million that ran.
Yo, is someone able to screen Dbloc's screen? It's because he's full right now.
Yeah, shit did look nice actually down.
I'll try jumping out. Hang on.
Wow, rare. Rare takes the cake though. Shit. Yeah, this is definitely fundamental. There's something going on. This didn't just move because it decided to.
Kind of looks like a short squeeze.
Some news came out. That's definitely news fueled.
Yeah, because technically speaking, who would be able to say that it was going to go on an epic run like that?
No, yeah,
one day?
that's news fueled. It almost ate up the entire dip. It's nuts. Oh, is that what it is? I didn't even notice. Well, the funding fees would have flipped like that if it was getting momentum anyways. I think there's something more than that. I'll check Twitter real quick.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in.
Trading rates were negative earlier. They switched positive on ETH inverse perpetual. I think it's short steeping.
So I just have a question. Do people think we've touched a bottom now, or like what's the story?
Everybody got their own opinion, but some people do, some people don't.
I
When
wouldn't
is
be.
a good
I
time?
wouldn't be trying to snipe bottoms, guys. I think you guys
How
are
do you
looking
know?
at this all wrong. You got to decide
Yeah,
whether you want to buy or not, and then you got to buy on dips. But first, you've got to decide whether you want to buy or not. Main thing you have to decide is whether you think that the bull market is over or not.
I'm straight up almost broke and I'm buying as much as I can.
Dre, it's an indicator. Go to your indicators and put in global M2. What I did is I took the indicator and I dropped the Bitcoin price on top of it. But it's an indicator. MF Global M2 by Miguel Finance.
The question is pretty hard because, how do you define even a bottom? You mean like price going up for 24 hours after it? Price going up a year after it? What is a bottom anyway?
Well, that depends on how you're playing it. Remember, like I said yesterday when we were sitting inside this W pattern, I said, don't look at this move as a rocket ship. Look at it as a rescue ship.
That cat bounce, basically.
Something to peel off a little bit of profit so that you have something to play with, until we actually find significant bottom. No, Brandy, I don't.
And there's a lot of strategies because, like with me, what I'm doing is I'm playing everything like it could be a potential bottom, and I'm just swinging in. And if it's not a bottom, I'm not scared to cut my losses short without any hesitation. As soon as the local support is broke, I'm out. Yeah, I lose a little bit every time, and I'm like, oh, this isn't the bottom. In and out, in and out. So even if you miss about 5 bottoms, you're still going to, like, if you do it quick enough and you don't hang around like, oh, maybe it's going to recover. It's like when that breaks your support, if you don't have your stop loss, like you have to get out, in my opinion. And if you just every time consider, it's like, hey, this could be a potential bottom, there's a strategy that you jump in. And if it's not, and the swing's not swinging your way, you jump out. But you jump out with a loss and you have to accept that loss.
That's the hope part of the trade that I talk about.
Yeah.
Where TA's out the window and you're just hoping something happens now.
Yep.
Well, just an ABC, people. Bitcoin had a bottom at 78. We know that because price went up to 95. That's how I define a bottom. It's when price action proves you that it's a bottom.
Well, I can tell you what the bear flag that we just printed is saying. Y'all not gonna like it.
Oh, I know. Of course, it can be wrong, but the invalidation is so easy. If Bitcoin above 78, I'm gonna assume a bottom was reached. If Bitcoin not above 78, take the loss, or even the zero P&L stuff. You can already move your stop loss at 78 if you play it like that. And then, yeah, that's easy strategy stuff. If you play double bottoms, same stuff. You can assume your bottom is a bottom until the candle closes below your double bottom. Then you're wrong. You just take the loss. Don't stay in a losing trade, counter trading your strategy.
If this measured move gets front run, the chances of this being our Monday bottom increase significantly. Remember, we're still on our false move Monday, right? Our pivot has to happen on Monday, or this is not part of market maker's plan at all.
Worst day ever on Nasdaq. Is it like 5-6%?
It's horrible. It was a bloodbath. There's crypto Twitter. You guys ever been onto stock Twitter? Legacy Twitter? Oh my God. You want to talk about a bloodbath. And sentiment is 10 times worse than crypto Twitter.
No, but I guess my point is how worse, how much worse can it get for a 24-hour period? We're down 4%. Maybe 6% is the record to break.
Yeah, CME's recovered Ozul. Even though I don't really think that was the target. I think this is just, like I said, sentiment flushing out. But yeah, we recovered it. I still stand by that little piece of CME gap was insignificant. Just happened to get clipped. It was like less than 0.5%, right, that was left.
And the whole thing is just a CME gap. There's no huge SR at 78 or anything. But we're building it now. Right? Bitcoin is trying to build something around 78K because we went down to 78, up to 95, and now back down even below 78. So it's trying to define a bottom.
You can do ACH deposits on Binance US now. Sorry, I just wanted to sneak that in there.
So you're about to be able to hodl your Bitcoin at Bank of America.
Yeah, but can you make withdrawals, ACH withdrawals?
Yeah, it says 0 ACH. Buy crypto using bank transfer ACH and cash in or out with 0 fees.
Nice.
I haven't
Hold up,
tried
that's
it
at
yet,
Bank
but you should be able to.
That's at Bank of America?
Yeah, you can link your Bank of America account. Well, this is Binance US that I'm talking about, but you can link your Bank of America account and do an ACH deposit. You couldn't do that before. You also couldn't offload to your bank. You had to trade in Tether. So you had to send crypto from one account into Binance US. You couldn't deposit money and you couldn't offload it into your bank account, but apparently now you can.
Read an interesting story about the gold in Fort Knox not being valued at current, like they haven't revalued the gold, right? They need to revalue it. It's valued at almost 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago prices, if not longer. And somebody wrote a big write out on how revaluing the gold would provide tax neutral funds, right? Because you would have you would basically have the appreciated value now. If there's any gold left in that shit, we need to go into Fort Knox. We need to find out how much gold is in there, and then if they revalue that, Senator Loomis was talking about that's one of the tax-free options that they're looking at to actually add to the reserve.
They're going to go into the vault and there's just going to be one piece of paper on the floor that says IOU.
I want to be there. I want to watch that shit. Yeah, she's been pushing that kind of hard. Not only gold, but they're talking about federal land too. Acres and acres and acres of federal land that are under the president's control that he can sell and do whatever he wants with the money. Yeah, that Loomis meeting tomorrow is it'll give us a better idea of what they're thinking. I do expect in that meeting to get just policy. I don't expect it to be fluff, kind of how like Trump's shit was. She's gonna really try to push her bill. She's gonna really try to sell her bill to the American people. I hope that would be the best case scenario.
Yeah, they're gonna try. They need the bags to pump
Looks
back
like
up.
these bulls are trying to push that and touch that resistance against 79K. Almost.
Yeah, it's tomorrow, Mike. I don't know at what time though. I've got to look into it today.
Oh, that's right. It's Loomis, right? Loomis is having that meeting, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Maybe it's on her page.
Oh my god, I went to eat my store and stuff happened. 77.
How dare you eat? What is that buffalo behind after her name on Twitter? She has a buffalo, then a check mark.
No, I have no idea. Probably something to do with her state, I imagine. Brian, I was thinking that too, right? Like, why announce it? If you want to go in there and catch them with less gold, why announce it? The only thing that makes sense to me is if they have plans to use the gold, they would want to give them. It's basically like a heads up, like, hey, I know y'all been doing some funny business. Y'all better get every little piece of gold back in here that's supposed to be in here. because we've got
Right.
plans for that.
5 hours ago, she tweeted, "It's only a day away," with a picture of Bitcoin as the American flag. Bitcoin for America.
Now
A strategy
she
forum.
hypes you up, bro. You gotta following her on
Yeah.
Twitter is dangerous. She's super bullish, but then again, it is her bill, right? So
Bitcoin for America, an invitation-only forum organized by the Bitcoin Policy Institute, with honorary co-host Cynthia Loomis. Request an invitation. Oh boy. 17 hours, 2 minutes, 8 seconds. Global
I applied
financial.
for an invitation to the meeting, but I didn't get it, guys. So
I'm applying now. First name.
What's up, Dbloc? All good?
yeah, brother, always.
Nice, nice.
That flag she has, a Bitcoin flag. That's pretty cool.
You break fast already, Dbloc?
No, not yet. I did cheat
I
a
did,
little and
though.
had some black coffee earlier, but I had to, bro. I was not gonna make it through the day.
Yeah, because you're supposed to eat late at night first, then, but that doesn't work to me neither.
I
You know,
fell asleep last night. I usually have a meal
Mhm.
super late night, like right before the sun comes up, before I go to sleep. And
Yeah,
then,
3.5, 4.
yeah, and then like that holds me, but
I can't do that anymore, man. It just I feel like so bloated the day after, and it doesn't. I don't spend a good day like that.
it has a
Like
lot
you're
to
just
do with what
intermittent
you eat
fasting.
when you do break it fast. You can't
Yeah, I
go
tried
too heavy
everything.
on the carbs. You can. I've literally just been eating a lot of red meat.
Yeah. That's good for protein. It keeps you satiated, and yeah.
Yeah, if you're
Well,
gonna
the good
be
thing that
fasting, it makes no sense to eat too many carbs. Then it knocks you out of ketosis, and it sort of kills the whole point of it.
yeah. I mean, the really positive side when I think about it, it's actually quitting alcohol for a month, for 40
Yeah.
days. I mean, I love that. Cleans the system,
Give your
resets stuff
digestive tract a
inside.
break, and let your
Oh, yeah.
we just shove food in our face all day long most days. So
And drinks too, man.
yeah, man.
Hey, Dbloc, how do you say his name? Is it Raul or right? Raul Paul, right?
Raul.
Raul Paul.
Raul. Yeah.
He's doing that "don't F it up" zone thing.
Yeah.
He's getting a lot of flack right now.
Oh, he's so hot, bro. I love it. He's like upset as hell. He's like, look, he's like Michael Saylor. Like when Michael Saylor goes on a podcast and somebody goes, "So Bitcoin, what is it?" It's like, fuck. I gotta go through this whole shit again.
The guy went to Africa to bring the banana zone, right?
Yeah, dude's funny, man. I like Rob Paul.
Yeah, me too.
All the macro guys are, for the most part, in agreement. It's everybody else that's a little bit confused. Don't get me wrong. We also have invalidations for when that changes and that goes wrong, but none of the metrics that we use to see when we're at the top of the bull market have triggered.
We just broke a resistance on that little channel, descending channel.
Our metrics are actually matching bottom of the bear market closer than anything else. Bottom of the bear market sentiment, bottom of the bear market prices, bottom of the bear market BTC pairs.
What do you think of the theory as more people become crypto trading, I guess competent, that they're going to have to start doing deeper, more clandestine tricks of breaking patterns over time to be able to continue to make profit?
I don't know. Think about it, right? Everybody can learn this shit. But how many people are going to be able to get over the psychological aspect? And that's what creates, the sweeps and the drops and it's all psychology. So you could have all the technicals in the world, but if you don't wrap your head around that part, And for the most part, I would assume that out of 100 people, you know, maybe 25, 30 people will be able to do that successfully.
Yeah. But do you think that it's possible that they can start doing things that break cycle phenomena,
Yeah.
then still
Yeah.
go back on track, but like realize that people are not selling, so they've got to do more drastic pattern changes to get people shaken out?
Yeah, I mean, I think leverage takes care of a lot of that for us. That's why I'm not too hard on the leverage bulls and bears, because they allow us on spot to play smart, right? And then they're the targets. I think we're always going to have that. We'll always have people degening on leverage, which means we'll always have liquidity sweeps. We'll always have huge retracements. Spot will always take profit at certain levels, especially big money. I don't see it changing. What I do see changing is when we get to the point where AI is trading for everybody. Meaning where everybody has an app on their phone that all you do is feed it money and say, make me money on this coin for the next 4 hours.
Yeah.
That, you know, that's when things are going to get a little screwy. But we have to adapt,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
We either adapt and we start using those tools before anybody else and make our money before it gets, you know what I mean, before it gets played out. It's the same way when they started using computers to trade on NASDAQ. You know, people were
Big
so
bicycle.
used to writing out paper trades and sending them with a runner downtown to give it to a yeller and have the yeller run down on the floor and scream over 1,000 people to get your order filled. And then it took 2 weeks for your check to clear, and you had to hope that the price was near the same. And at that very same exact time, people were trading on PCs. They were competing
I have
against
another
people that were
question.
trading on PCs and setting orders instantly. So we've already seen that sort of dynamic happen, right? Where technology kind of washes out the old and brings in the new. Those that
Yeah,
fight
but
it
I mean,
got washed out. Those that didn't are still here making money.
Yo, Dbloc, you seeing this push on Bitcoin a little bit? It's trying to break this little
Yeah.
low.
Yep. I
I have another
sees
question
it.
about AI.
Yeah.
I mean, if AI comes into the game, I mean, if right now I can ask one entity, which is a sort of a software, you know, which was basically developed by somebody behind, right? Wouldn't it be like unfair trading, sort of? I mean, if you can call AI one entity and many people use the same entity to trade, sort of.
Well, it's
Is there like a
it's similar to what I was just saying, right? Like that was the argument for algorithmic trading when it first came out, that it was unfair. No human can move that fast. It's an unfair advantage.
Right.
But technology doesn't wait for anybody, you know? Like we're gonna get advancements, and either you use them or you complain and you rage against the machine and wave your fist in the air.
And some are gonna get better AI than others, and so on. The richer
Well,
you
that's
are,
the
the better.
thing. You could have
Right.
an AI that's 90% less or 10% less powerful than your smart AI, but
Yeah.
if that 10% difference is made up because he has more capital, he can pressure your smart AI down, and you're going to start seeing stuff like that.
Yeah.
I read what you're saying, trader. I'm not long in alts right now though, but I see what you're saying. Dominance is at 61.7%, brother. Me personally, I'm not getting into low caps and mid caps. I'm shoring up the positions I already have. I got my buys in on Bitcoin. I got my buys in on ETH, some of my governance tokens. But yes, swing away. Tight stops. Yo, what's Canada feeling like right now? Canada is on some Canada's on their bully right now. I kind of like it. I'm not gonna lie. I respect it.
I smell
25% tariff. What are they freaking out about?
No, I respect it. DJ just said Canada's threatening to completely turn off power in different parts throughout the U.S.
Oh my god.
A lot of our grid depends on them up north.
Or your buys?
I think Niagara, I think Niagara Falls has some big energy grids that New York shares with Canada.
Yeah.
Are your buys based on this being the bottom?
Well, my buys are in. We got through my buy zone. All my DCAs, my buys are in. We're just watching it.
So you're long.
Yeah.
All that's going to do is cause Trump to just drill more, and create new reactors. That's all that's going to happen.
I just like that. And I mean, maybe this is just my dumb American sort of stereotypical preconceptions, but I always just imagined that Canada would just roll over, you know? So it's kind of interesting to see them buck back a little bit, even if it's not going to get them anywhere or whatever, but I respect it.
Well, they have to defend themselves, right?
Yeah, you gotta at least put up you at least got to put up the show, right? You got to give people something to look at, even if you know it's not going to work. Like,
yeah,
they got the royals backing them. The royal family of England, the UK, king and queen, they back them.
Don't be so quick to count it out. Alberta has everything to gain by quitting Canada and joining the U.S.
nah, that would be funny too. Like if it actually worked, if it started as a hard negotiation tactic and actually worked, would be insane.
Alberta's been on the news quite a bit talking about it. They're considering it.
I mean, if you would have said, 2 years ago that a presidential candidate would have been assassinated twice and all of these other crazy things that have been happening, you'd have been like, whatever. But I wouldn't be surprised.
You don't even have to go that deep, bro. Anything in the last two, I don't think people realize because we're in it, but the last 2 years have been insane.
That's
insane. If somebody handed you the script 2 years ago and said, "Here, this is the next 2 years of your life," you would have laughed them out of the room.
No, absolutely not. So, roller coaster.
President of the United States dropping a ticker on the timeline, like, "What up, y'all?" Ow!
2 days before inauguration. Short term, I'm shooting for vector recovery. 82.8, 81.2, that zone. But we've got to hold. We don't even have momentum shift here on the 5 minute, guys. We got to get our 13 over the 50.
But what a coincidence that it starts bouncing and then now all of a sudden my funds are available again on Coinbase.
It's normal. It's normal. It's the way Coinbase prevents from. It's normal. It's how to put it. Imagine you're a company where you have.
But I mean, they do stuff like that. They're like, hold on, we gotta buy first, and then we'll sell it to you later.
I'm not sure if it's as much that. I think it's a pressure release valve that they hit. Yeah. All exchanges do it. Things get too hot, they let off some of the steam. They slow things down.
I'll tell you the
problem. All exchanges don't do that. No.
When you need funds,
most all of our exchanges do that. I should say. Sorry.
Qui-Gon, when you need like funds available, just do your Visa card and buy off your Visa, and you can do it immediately. And buy USDC using Coinbase regular, not advanced. Super low fees, even free if you got the Coinbase One. But just do that, and then there's they can't lock that when you're buying off your Visa.
Yeah, but I had USDC, and then I converted it to USD so that I could buy coins, and it wouldn't let me buy anything.
You know, typically price revisits those lows anyway. So
our centralized
at least it's not crypto.com.
Well, I was gonna say Robinhood, Coinbase, crypto.com are 3 major exchanges in the US all do that. They drag their feet when things start to get a little hot. And I think it's preventative.
To avoid prices going to zero, literally.
Well, like to avoid any liquidity issues, to avoid, slow it down just a little bit.
Zero. The answer is zero.
But I mean, it's not like they wouldn't let me sell stuff. They just wouldn't let me buy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, because your ACH deposit, you didn't do it like today, right? You did it a few days, maybe yesterday, the deposit that you were waiting for?
Yeah, I think it was either yesterday or the day before. It might have even been 2 days ago. I'm not sure.
Yeah, they're allowed to. They have it written down that they're allowed to do 3 business days.
Yeah, but I had already been buying stuff earlier today. It was just funny that like how the 5 minutes we were at the bottom, that was the only time I couldn't buy stuff.
Yeah, they are kind of slick, huh?
Yeah, I miss Mexi too. Mexi.
Maxi, KuCoin. There's a whole list of
KuCoin,
whole list of
Yeah,
perp
they're all in the
dexes that are
graveyard.
gone in the dust
I-
for Americans.
I don't know what they did, but the UX, the user experience in Mexi was superior. It just always worked. It was just beautiful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I miss Mexi a lot, dude. That was like my favorite thing to trade perps on. It just worked so good and so smooth. Like sometimes they would hunt for your stop loss or whatever, but you could just execute an order. You could drag your stop loss up into the profit. There was no fees. Like it was ridiculous. Like you could scalp on it so much easier than any other perpetuals exchange.
Even the market fees weren't that bad, man.
Hey, Qui-Gon.
Yeah.
I did what you told me, and I basically just did the limit orders without doing like trigger, and I took down the leverage to 15 from 20, and my fees were like $2.50 instead of the 12 or like $24. So thanks.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Guys, anybody using Wix?
Me.
Did you ever get like you're trying to open a long or anything, and they say the business is frozen? Please contact customer service if you have any questions.
Oh, no way.
Have you ever called customer service?
WeX is the next
Um,
one. Honestly, guys, don't get too comfortable. WeX is gonna go the route of KuCoin and Mexi in the US.
Yeah.
I'm just curious if you ever called customer support and who was on the other line.
Well, basically, what happened is I got stopped out from a trade, and when we had that drop, I think 2 weeks ago, and well, I tried to send them a message, but apparently, there was some bug or some issue, and then more than 48 hours after, I tried contacting them again, and then put like a claim or anything, but they said like I had to do it the 48 hours before before the 48 hours ended. So I ended up not getting anything.
You use Crypto Lifer's referral code?
Oh, I used someone else. I think it was the Moon Show or something like that. But then I put money in it too, right? So I put some like $400, and then I put more, and I try to use it as a second account. If one trade didn't work, I would use I would go long, lower, stuff like that.
Right on. Yeah, Crypto Lifer, I was on one of his streams, and he said that if you use my, I forgot how he said it. He's like, if you use my referral code, I'll go to bat for you. He was like being all enthusiastic. He's like, then they respond to me, man.
He also gets paid on your losses, just FYI.
Oh, I bet. So the secret is just not to lose, right?
The secret is if you're going to have referral codes, do everything you can to educate people on the proper way to trade leverage. When it gets nasty to me is when I see people that have referral codes and they throw brand new people into leverage and they're like, good luck. You can get up to the 100x here. Have fun. It's like, damn, that's nasty work, bro, because you know how it's going to end and you don't care because you're getting paid regardless off the, all you're doing is pushing traffic.
Yeah, I jumped in with just $2,000, and I'm like, it was about a month and a half ago or something like that, and I'm breaking even, but I'd never done it before, and I jumped into I tried the spot, but it didn't seem like I was getting enough cash from it, so I started doing the futures, and then I was like, oh, this is way more money. But yeah, like that, I've got caught in some longs and some shorts. I almost died, man.
Yeah, it's slow and steady, right? It's the rabbit and the hare.
If it's these swing trades that make a lot of money.
Yeah, I was chasing it at first, and then I would get pissed off like how the hell does it know when I'm putting in this order, to go the opposite way? It doesn't make any sense. But then I was like, okay, well, they understand the mentality of the traders, I guess. So they'll hang around like at one point for a little while, like a resistance or whatever, or support. And then, I didn't understand like candle, like how to invalidate the candles and whatnot.
Yeah.
But it's pretty interesting stuff, man.
Yeah, when you're trading leverage, we all know where you are. You're on the map, right? Like your liquidity level is on the map. What's important is for it just not to be in a bunch of other liquidations. Just stay away from the herd.
I mean, guys, remember we're talking about Ondo, and I mean now the level where it's at. I mean, it's even lower than what I thought it could be a good liquidation level. I mean, off the charts. 76, 73. I mean,
Which is
there's
why
no
I've
way
been
in hell I
saying,
could
and I
move.
haven't been popular, but I've been saying it's not time to go into alts yet. Yes,
Yeah, that's
we're getting bear market lows, and then a week later, brand new bear market lows, and then a week later, brand new bear market lows.
Just out of curiosity, what kind of alts you guys liking?
Right now, I'm only focused on Bitcoin and governance tokens. So the L1s, right? I'm owning the blockchain and Bitcoin. And as this starts to settle down, dominance starts to settle down, and it starts to look like we might actually have some sort of alt push that sustains itself, then I'll take those governance tokens, those blockchain tokens, and I'll buy beta plays in the blockchain. I'll buy my ERC20 tokens. I'll buy my soul plays.
I like XCN and Zbeck network. I think they have some future.
Hey,
never used the.
XCN.
Go ahead.
Just to check in, XCN is interesting, but also they have no significant Twitter followers, which might be telling.
No, well, I mean, things could move, right?
XCN is VC, man. That shit was pumped by VCs so hard. You have to look into the supply and find out when they're releasing. As long as it doesn't happen for the next couple months, you should be fine. But I would definitely look into that.
No.
Yeah, careful because they. I don't know if you guys are familiar with. There's this guy, Economic Ninja. I don't know too much about him, but I've been following him for the last couple months, and he pumps XCN, ACH, SwiftC, and there are a couple other ones. They're all like low cap kind of DeFi plays, but it's noticeable when whenever he does a video, it pumps a lot, and so it's like I feel like it's like what D just said. It's like a VC group, and they're pumping it, and it's like I was in XCN for a long time, back when there was some confusion about the JP Morgan Onyx chain. And they're just a little bit suspicious because they never came out and said we have zero association with JP Morgan. You know what I mean? Like they kind of used that a little bit to their advantage. I feel like.
Yeah, they're on the website, right? I mean, it's part of the VC.
JP Morgan? No.
Yep. Well, that's what I've seen. I've seen that on the website.
You should.
Or it's either that or Zbeck network. Maybe I'm.
I think it must be Zbeck because
Yeah.
Onyx Coin,
Sorry, my bad.
JP Morgan had a blockchain project that wasn't a cryptocurrency, and it's called Onyx Chain, and then they
Yeah, I've
changed
got
the
them
name
both
to
on
it.
my list. Yeah, I've
But
got them
the
both on my
only
list.
the only real association that XCN has with any kind of like major players like fundamentally is chain.com, which is owned by some significant players. So it's not to say they don't have like, big investors. It's just it's notable, I think, that when you look at any, significant project that's making big promises, they'll usually have like Coinbase or somebody following them. And XCN doesn't have any exchanges following them or anything.
Yeah, they haven't been listed for now. Yeah, they haven't been listed. So that's why I'm pretty bullish on it. So
Well, no,
if
they've been
there's
on
like a listing
Coinbase
on
for years
Binance,
and years and years. They've been around for years, dude, on Coinbase.
Yeah.
And it's going to be front run like crazy because the price was
Was it like
Right. So
2005 or?
people were accumulating it for a long time. So there's big whales in there.
Yeah.
I had about 500,000 tokens at one point when it was really cheap. I sold a little
Didn't you
too
sell it?
soon.
Oh man.
I sold half of it before the big pump, and then I got the other
Oh
half
my
like
God.
towards the end, so it wasn't
That's
too bad.
good. Yeah. Because that was a huge pump.
Yeah, that dude, Economic Ninja, I just have this feeling that there's groups of YouTubers that'll kind of simultaneously pump things like that, and so they'll it just the correlation is crazy. Yeah.
Naughty.
Hey guys, quick question. Do we end up filling that CME gap that Dbloc was talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, so now it's completely been filled, right? I wasn't sure where
Mhm.
exactly it was.
The one
Oh,
underneath
nice.
us, but we've got a massive one above us.
Yeah, the Friday one.
Mm-hmm. We got CME gap above us. We got gaps at 574 to 57 on S&P
That's tonight's play, basically.
from 19.8 to 2,000. I mean to 20,000 basically on Nasdaq.
You think at market close we might get like a nasty candle, either to the
Possible,
upside or the
nice little
downside?
shakeout. We'll see what happens after market.
If I ever get good enough at this, I'm gonna start a YouTube channel doing this. I'm gonna call it "We Fill the Gaps" or the gap
You want
fillers.
the thing is you want a bit more than just a gap where you're gonna position your trade. I mean, for me this is cool because there's an ABC and a gap, so it's two factors, right? But like if there was nothing there, it's a bit different, right?
Easy invalidations is what I'm looking at. Super easy invalidations on both these legacy plays here.
So I guess this week it's where will all happen, right?
Well, I'm giving it after sort of studying global M2. I think we have at least one more week before we start to see the first effects of that money flowing in. Right, we're on the 9th week. On the 10th week is where the lag tends to catch up, and then we should be able to have the influence of this move. Right now, we're running off of the influence of M2 global dropping. Right, started 10 weeks later. We're still on the drop. In 1 week is when we get 10 weeks away from the pivot.
Unfortunately, I have bearish news, Dbloc. We can't go straight up to 180k now. We're gonna have to pause around 140.
No, we're not going straight up
I'm
anywhere.
too much to have the 786 extension where I wanted it. All right, well, so it'll be 2 trades then.
Trump keeps talking nuclear war, and we're not going anywhere.
I almost prefer him talk about nukes than tariffs. Just threaten to nuke some people. Just stop threatening people with tariffs.
When did he start talking about nukes?
No, he was interviewed and he said his number one thing that he's scared of is World War III and being nuked.
Market can handle nuke talk. At least gold will go up. This tariff shit is ridiculous.
It depends for which country, right?
You know what the craziest thing about the tariff stuff is? Like the market reacts negatively to it, but then whenever like some positive news comes out, like we're like the Mexico tariff, like most of the items are going to be pulled off. Like the market doesn't actually react positive to it.
It'll get priced back in. They're just falling for the okie doke. And I don't think for 1 second that they're not smart enough to realize how Trump negotiates. Right at this point, everybody's read the art of the deal, or at least aware of his carrot and the stick sort of negotiation tactic. But just like anything else, bad news never goes unexploited. Right? Even if these guys understand it and understand it not to be horrible, if sentiment is bad, they'll take advantage and sell.
Well, you said it earlier. It's the uncertainty. It could very well be that tariffs work. but they don't know that, so they're just like, yeah, I'm out.
Tariffs have been good news for Europe. Since Trump is in power, America is going down, Europe is going up, China is going up. Like it's all relative. Right? The American indices are so pumped that whether it's tariffs or nukes or it doesn't matter what's the narrative, they kind of have to come down a bit. It's not the case for other countries, and money is going abroad now. It's not about making money in America anymore, especially with Trump in power.
Get
There's
this guy out of
uncertainty.
here.
There's fear. No, but really, like investors are looking where there's stability, and when you look at the political issues in America, well, yeah, you have very stable countries like France.
The
where
reason
have
that the global
pumping.
stock markets are pumping is because global central banks have already started quantitative easing, like we were talking about earlier. China, yes.
BRICS
China
is not
has.
really doing that.
Not only that though, but most of the global like markets have been down. Like Europe's been down for the last 2-3 years. China's been down. Like
Yeah,
the only thing
exactly.
that's been pumped, yeah. So like obviously money will rotate, but I don't know if
That's
it's the fear and uncertainty, but I think it's more of just rotating into down markets that might be happening.
It's going to be more risky, of course, but the upward well, it's a bit like, do you want to buy Bitcoin or ETH, right? I guess France is ETH and Bitcoin is America. Yeah, of course, buying America is going to be safer, but the risk to reward isn't that good there. Like, well, it's just down 10%, right? Roughly. After a 2x increase in 2 years.
We want more, Zusi. We want more. No, you're right though. I'm just trolling.
No, so now Bitcoin's next up move doesn't really have to come from America. It could come from money rotating from other markets too. But it looks like Bitcoin is mostly American. Yeah, because the whole money supply is American, right? Because the dollar is the dominating currency. Oh. This was a funny troll moment for me. I'm joking, people. I have more money in Nasdaq than in the French stock market.
I didn't think you were all in on the French stock market, just to be clear.
I'm just joking, but we could see that for a few months, and then Europe will just behave again and do like what America does. But still, it's remarkable. We've seen Europe lag behind this AI bull run, and now that the bubble is popping and there's fears of recession, and Trump is trying to send the country in recession so that the Fed rotates, this and that. Well, it's a bit more calm in Europe. We decided to spend money to buy weapons. Politically, there's not a lot of change, especially a country like France where you can't govern it anyway. So our prime minister can just literally do nothing, because if he does something, he'll just be thrown out. So very, very stable country where you can just do nothing. But there's stability. It's very stable. Like nothing will change. We know that until 2027, where we'll have presidential elections, and maybe then somebody will be able to govern the country. But yeah, if you want stability, France is not a bad bet, because he can't do anything. If he does something too much to the right, then the left will destitute him, and same for the other side. So he can't take any risk politically, or he'll be gone. Did you see Euro? Euro pumped to its weekly time frame resistance.
Yeah,
We've been
Dixie,
tapping
this
that
drop
line
on
since
Dixie was
2008.
amazing.
Yeah, like why the hell is Bitcoin going down with Dixie? That's we will remember this as a low on Bitcoin, especially with Dixie continuing downward like it is.
Yeah.
Seems more probable that Bitcoin is gonna find bottom somewhere and pop up. The 12th last time COVID dip was 12th of March. we're the 10th, and I had that random bet of 10 days sideways. Well, obviously we're not going sideways, but the timing is still kind of fits 12th of March. If you look at COVID dip, the lowest point was on 12th of March. You know, coincidence. Stuff traders like to look at.
Well, I'll give you what I need to see for the weekly to feel a little bit more calm here. I need to see this weekly candle pop back up above 80K and close. We really don't want to break this parabolic curve that we're on. Right? Beautiful. And we want to keep it beautiful. Actually, it might be a decent goal for the daily. Screw the weekly. Let's see.
Yeah, so that 78 is kind of important. It's the previous low. We'll see if we can stay above it or not. Probably play with it a few times. Maybe even spend some time at 78, right? Last time it was very quick. We got a dip to 78, quick recovery back up to 95. Now we back down around 78, and how about we get a rounded, slow, maybe something a bit smaller? Like, do we really need to take another 10% dip or 10% pump? Can't we just go sideways here now? Make it a nice rounded bottom on an hourly, and no. Anyway, I'll go eat. Was fun chatting. See you.
Take it easy, Zeus.
What's we could do?
Try to keep this chart in mind when you're looking for anything underneath 70K, guys.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to go paper towel. Fuck. You got loan?
Try to keep this chart in mind. Screenshot it if you have to.
I'm not screenshot it anyway.
Go ahead and screenshot this one too while you're at it.
Oh yeah. I can share this in the other groups. Be like, yo, Dbloc is on some real shit right now.
I think
Y'all are missing out not tuning in.
we've entered
I
here.
mean, I'll own it if this cycle breaks. Right? Like, the reason that I watch the cycle so closely isn't because I'm religious about it. It's because I'm looking for signs of something different. Right? I'm looking for signs for a little kink in the armor that I can't understand. Yeah, I'll post them in Discord real bit.
Right, but is it ever different?
It is and it
Every
isn't.
this
Every
time is
time, every time is different. But the question is, do the anomalies affect the macro? Right? Like, is it enough to affect the engine that pushes the global liquidity cycle? I haven't seen anything. The tariffs have been the closest thing to it. I think we'll shake off. Like I said, I think it's just hard negotiations, you know, followed by a good cop, bad cop, basically. So we'll see. But Legacy shitting on us right now is not helping. Matthew, you're going to have to go somewhere else to scam people, brother. Nobody here is dumb enough to fall for that shit.
Or is someone in YouTube chat?
Yeah. Anybody use OKX? I've got a wallet with a bunch of crypto. My seed phrase is banana, orange, cow. Like, bro, get out of here. Yo, get out of here. It's crazy because people want to be helpful, right? So somebody new will start talking with them, being like, "Hey, don't do that. You can't do that. Don't write that publicly. DM me, and I'll help you." And then they got you. Then they got the hook in you.
Yeah, you want to finish that? Banana, cow, orange. Go ahead.
I deleted it. You want to see? I'll give you. You can check to see if there's anything in it. Now, definitely don't access any of those wallets, guys. Don't put that into your
I was
PC.
gonna say.
Don't. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say they figured out because sometimes wallets are batch and you got like a few accounts on one wallet, and if somehow if you're using the same browser that's using your extension like a MetaMask, and you try to open up one of those wallets, they figured out a way. It's still tough, like a back end way to link it to your wallet somehow, which is
Well,
weird.
this is how that scam works, right? So somebody comes up and puts a really naive question in the chat and then drops their seed phrase. Somebody else that knows a little bit more is like, "Oh my God, I gotta help this guy, right? This guy's gonna get wrecked. You can't do this." So now you're already looking at the guy like he's an idiot and he doesn't know anything, right? So you're seeing him through that light. So as you're helping him through his little fake problem, whatever it is, he's gonna ask you to do something that's above your knowledge, something that you don't even think endangers you. Because in the truth, they're smarter than you are, right? They're just trying to find somebody that's halfway knowledgeable but doesn't know enough to sort of protect themselves. And he's going to get you to do something that's going to screw your shit up. And you have no idea because you think this guy's an idiot, right? You're just trying to help him. It's every channel. Yeah, it's every crypto channel. And when you see scams like that, guys, that are consistent and they're everywhere, it's because they work. Scams that don't work, you don't even know what they are because nobody bothers doing them. Right? Those scams work. People fall for that shit. You notice we haven't even had a bunch of shillers in here lately. They stopped doing that shit. As soon as I started pulling up the chart and pulling up bubble maps and really doing TA on the shitcoin that they're shilling, they just stopped coming by, bro. They're like, "All right, just don't go over there." There's some good ones, man. There's some good ones going around right now. There's some AI-driven wallet scams that are really bad, bro. Guys that have been trading for a while. You know how we've gotten used to just looking at the first four letters and the last four letters of a contract address or a wallet address before we send transactions. They're targeting people, right? What they do is they open a bunch of wallets and then they target people that have the same first four and the same last four. And you think you're sending it to a wallet that you're used to sending it to, but you're really sending it to somebody else's wallet. So like now we've got to check the entire wallet address. We can't just do the first four and last four anymore. We've got to check the whole thing. Frederick,
Dbloc keeping us safe and trying to keep our bags full. Modern day superhero. Smiley face.
I appreciate that, Jim. Appreciate the super chat, brother. Frederick, what drops Dom is money going into stables or money going into the top 10 cryptos. Top 10, top 20. Just look at it. It's 61.65%, right? So just look at it like $6.15 out of every $10 in crypto is in dominance right now, is in Bitcoin. So as that money goes rotating out of Bitcoin, it'll drop dominance. But right now, basically 61 cents out of every dollar that goes into crypto is coming into Bitcoin. Like I said, money has to go out of Bitcoin into stables, or it has to go out of Bitcoin into alts. It's the money being sold from Bitcoin into the other assets that brings dominance down. Yeah, it's unfortunate, Hank, but it happens. You know, the Bitcoin 30% corrections, we assumed or we hoped that we would get it higher. But we can't control the variables. We just got to react to them when we see them, right? No, I think max pain is 69. Max pain, you start to break macro, you start to break some macro sort of metrics that people watch. The price of Bitcoin has never gone underneath the price that it was when the president was elected. Right? We were at 69.8. It's too early to call overnight, Hoover. We got to figure out if we're going to make a bottom here or if we're going to sweep further. Right now, we're playing momentum. Guys, your TA targets are going to get blown out by news events if something happens. So my advice, or not even my advice, but what I'm doing is I'm momentum trading. Right? Just go back to first principles. What I want to see is that we put in the bottom today. Right? We put in the bottom today. We still have our false move week beginning. We'd still be looking for our 3-day climb. If our lows don't hold for today, then something's different, right? Market maker lost control of the trap. Yeah, just be careful, guys. Like I said yesterday, this move has a 24-hour expiration date. Which means if we don't catch a bottom today and it keeps dropping, you can't consider this a false move anymore, and you can't consider there to be a 3-day push coming. That means that there's a longer, it's going to take longer for our correction. Just don't want anybody to be confused. I've heard arguments that a delayed takeoff is going to push it further, but me personally, Hank, I'm going to be emptying my bags. I'm sticking to my dates. if I have to continue to trade after that, it's cool, right? Like if I get out August, September, October, and it's still going, then I'll just trade momentum for the rest of the bull market. But I'm playing it safe. I made a decision early during this bull market that I was gonna play it by that I was gonna err on the side of timing versus price action. I just feel bad for the guys that came in here late, man. Because those of us that have been here from the beginning, like we're sitting on a whole different situation, right? Like but guys that came in here like for the election, that bought into the election and are now seeing all the Trump sort of gains taken back, like y'all are definitely going through trial by fire right now. Nah, you've been here longer than that, Doge. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. To start trading 3 months ago, like you guys really got thrown in the deep end. We got y'all though. We're gonna try to keep the floaties. We're gonna try to keep the floaties within reach.
And with this price action, I can't even take my time to eat. I'm like, I feel like in a hurry to eat and go back.
Man, if you don't grab your plate and eat it in front of the PC like everybody else.
No, I don't. I'm French.
I no, listen.
Yeah, you're not.
Hey,
That means you're not a trader.
I don't. Nah, I don't either. I don't either, Zeusy. You see, when it's time for me to eat, I have to take off and eat.
I can eat in front of the computer, but
you guys aren't doing it right.
That's dinner. I'll munch out though. Trust me. There's plenty of munchies within reach. But for dinner, yeah. I've got like I don't know, but I'm a creature of habit. My dinner cycle is also my news cycle. Right, I catch up on what all the talking heads are talking about on YouTube. I feel you on that, Dre. My time at the gym is the roughest because I try not to pull my phone out and look at the charts. I want to open a gym that's like a crypto stock gym. There's a ticker that goes all the way around the gym with all the popular coins and stocks, and there's TV set with charts everywhere. No news, no nothing. Just pure like financial news and charts. It'll probably just be me in there, but screw it. It'll be me and a couple of y'all in there.
There's gonna be Casper Crypto or whatever his name, I forgot. He's gonna join you definitely.
Yeah. What's going on, Ru? We're good, brother. We're just going through a little bit of disturbance. I wish Robert Coy was here to tell everybody to buckle up. We're about to experience a little disturbance. Our pilot used to come in with announcements during turbulence.
Big
There's
sales coming in.
quite a bit of short liquidity has been building overhead for the last 12 hours.
Yeah.
It's not like there's one big pocket, but there's a ton of small pockets, like with no gaps in between. What's the long short ratio? Oh, we're getting up there. Hold on. 50, well, no, it's still 49.5% long, 50.5% short. 643 million in long liquidations today. So we're past $500 million. It might have to go over $1 billion. I don't know. Like maybe over $1 billion is like the new normal for a pivot point, but that's still a lot of money, over $500 million.
Yeah. No, I feel you, Hank. I definitely feel you on that. I think people sold the dream of alt season around the corner way late, too late into the like after New Year's. It was clear that we were looking at something different when it came to alts. You know, from like November forward, which is why I've kind of been so patient. Listen, you think it's hard to wait for setups? Not buying some of these alts at these bottom basement prices for the last month and a half. I mean, I played the swings, right? Like trades, but I mean, not filling the long-term bags has been one of the hardest things. Because they're all so damn cheap. You know what I mean?
But if it was your plan to fill at these levels, what changed though?
Dominance isn't good. It's my plan isn't just price action. Dominance has to be. There can't be a 6 in front of dominance, and I'm loading up on mid caps and low caps. Not for long holds. Not for like throw them in the cold wallet and forget it. Yeah, not yet.
I better start to see a bit of up on alts before getting in. That way you have a bit of confirmation, like an ABC, right? So in the case of thru, my plan was to buy $2. When that thing was at $5, I was like, I'll buy it at $2. Or even when it was at $3, then it went to $5. But I was like, I'll buy it at $2. Now price is still not at $2, by the way. So a bit more patience. But it's it's close enough now. But I don't have an ABC to buy on thru. We're not back above 235. So I guess the confirmation is going to be at 235 for thru, and at that point you'll have dominance already going downward probably. But we don't know if it's going to be able to do it, so it's very risky to buy thru at $2 just because the plan was to buy it at $2.
Yeah.
I guess it's what you mean. It's dominance going back to the 59% is going to be proof that some of these alts are not going down anymore. In the case of thru, well, it'll be back above 230. At the previous low, whatever that was, 235, yeah. Well,
and then that would be a bit too late to buy, right?
No, you're just missing. Well, it depends how low this dip is gonna go, right? But if it stops here, then you're just missing 15% of the bottom. It's not,
That's
it's
fine.
not. Yeah, it's we're not that far from the 2nd of February low point.
Yeah. Where are you coming from? From France. Où exactement en France?
Ah, t'es français
Neuilly?
aussi?
Non, moi je suis marocain, mais j'ai vécu en France, j'ai vécu à Paris un peu.
Ah, d'accord. Bah, tu connais Paris.
Yeah, Logan, I haven't started yet. But I do have a very big cushion, right? Because I took profit at the top of Jasmine, so this is just compounding for me. I took a couple nibbles just to keep it in the portfolio. Even with the alts that I'm not buying, I've bought a little bit, right? On the dips that were the most like, very small amounts just to keep in the portfolio, just to keep my list fresh so that I don't lose track of anything. But I haven't started to really deploy the profits to compound yet. And like I said before, guys, I am willing to give a couple percentages off the bottom. I'm not trying to snipe bottoms here.
Yeah, it's the sticking to a strategy is important, right?
Yeah. I had that fun already. I did all of my DJ and knife buy. I mean, like, I had a very good first half of the bull market. So second half of the bull market is meant just to get 3 to 4 X's on that first half safely, but at the right time. I'm very strict about Bitcoin dominance, guys. More than anything, has nothing to do with Jasmine, has nothing to do with any of the other alts, me not thinking that they're strong. It literally just comes down to a rule I have set on Bitcoin dominance.
The doubt, though, is that sometimes dominance drop just because of one alt, right? Like XRP going to $3 dropped dominance, but most other alts did like nothing.
Yeah, the thing is that we got
So now
when
the
we
next
wick,
drop maybe it's gonna be ETH. I don't know if ETH goes back to 4,000. Yeah, dominance will be down at even.
we wick down right here, right? and we hit 59.9.
Yeah, that's XRP. It's just XRP doing
Right.
that week. Though.
But that's my point, right? Just because we hit 59 doesn't mean, oh, load up on alts. I would have loaded up on alts and send them to a cold wallet. I'd be looking sick right now. The trading, the intraday trading, yeah, obviously. I don't hesitate to buy coins at any time. If they're strong, I buy them because if something goes wrong and I'm stuck with them, I have conviction in the coin, so it doesn't matter. But filling up for a longer term bag, something that's going to go into storage for a couple months, nah, I'm not there yet. Personally.
I was thinking about the guys that missed the first phase, and I was like, so many people were waiting for us to start to break the 73, 74, and then that happened. So many people went long and catch the 90K or more. So they made a lot of money. But suddenly, right now, there's so much fear that I'm pretty sure the guys that made the money, people that made money in the first phase are coming back and loading up, and going along again. They're like, oh no way, it's another chance to get this.
Bro, this
swing.
is an absolute gift to anybody that came late to the market and was scared to buy the tops. If you came in late and
Unless
you
you're
didn't buy the
unlucky.
tops, because listen, if you came in late and didn't buy the tops, you were looking sick for a little while, right? You were like, oh God, the FOMO. I'm sure the FOMO was crazy. If we kept getting above 100K, it's like, but just a little bit of patience, man, goes a long way.
Yeah. It's always the being a little bit too early, It's always the problem. Not being patient enough, yeah. It's always that.
Well, I think the worst pain is when you are patient enough, you wait for your setup, but it actually just doesn't work.
Yeah, that's really
Then,
being unlucky,
then
I
it
guess.
becomes revenge stuff after that.
BTC boss. I do not have any Dbloc coins. If you find a Dbloc coin out there somewhere, short it. High leverage.
Be sure I'm gonna be between the first ones, Dbloc.
Parabolic, not the small ones, man.
Yeah.
It's
Only
over.
parabolic.
No, I'm talking to the parabolic in chat. Not the small cat coins. I don't think any of the small memes. I mean, they might do something off their bottoms, but I'm not playing with them.
So who
Did
got
any of
hacked?
you guys? Go ahead.
Dorian, I was going to say we hit your 77, so I was like, let me just swing in this for Dorian. So if it dumps, I'm going to blame you.
Okay, I'm already in a long position at 77,500.
Nice.
And I'm in an ETH position at 1,900.
Let's go.
Yeah, exactly, parabolic. The big ones. Toshi. And don't spread yourself too thin, bro. For me personally, I think there's a lot more the sort of market that we're in the alt season that I'm expecting, it being very specific, meaning not everything is going to go. I think that having larger weight in higher conviction coins is going to do you a lot better than having $1,000 spread out over 30 positions, hoping that one of them hits.
Yeah, and it's easier to manage.
Way easier to manage. Yeah, I cut down my AI agent list down really small, Sinlos. I'm only really focusing on maybe three or four. Same with memes. And yeah, percentage wise compared to the rest of the portfolio, very small percentage. I think they should at the very least be in the top 100, Hank. At the very least, they should be in the top 100. I'm even more comfortable like in the top 50. I'm looking at virtuals, AI XBT, Vader, and swarms. Basically 2 AI agents and 2 AI agent providers. We killed AI agents though, guys. When I came in here and said AI agents are going to be the next narrative was the day before Christmas. Go look on any AI agent chart and see what happened on the 26th. I wouldn't touch that TM. You remember when they came in here pushing that and we pulled up the deck screener and we pulled up the bubble maps.
Which one?
That Mandy
which?
coin.
We can now do early staking before rewards are even starting to drop. What are they coming up with again?
It was an exchange that let you use your unrealized profit as margin.
No, but you know, on the launch pool, no, it's actually a good feature because on the launch pool, so it starts at 8 a.m. and you know you want to be the first to stake because the first 24 hours, like it takes a snapshot 24 hours, well, at a given time, and so with this, if you stake 24 hours early, you'll be already in for the first day. While with the other system, nobody was getting rewards on the first day, so it doesn't change anything. It just rewards people who stake before the vesting, I guess. But you can't stake a long time before. It's just 48 hours before. Like there's a new token being launched in 36 hours now.
Gives you an earlier exit, I guess, on everybody else, right?
Well, you get your first airdrop quicker, yeah.
Yeah,
Then
so
it
you
drops
dump.
every day.
Yeah, so you can dump quicker than everybody else.
Yeah, but because everybody's gonna get it quicker now, it's the same as before. It's just that, yeah, I mean, it encourages people to stake early. There's another new stuff that just popped: margin staked soul.
That doesn't sound dangerous at all.
Maximize your on-chain Solana rewards with margin borrowing. Margin staked soul. Like, can I keep my soul trade and get some money from that thing? Oh. No, you know, it's the Solana's copy, BB Soul. They're doing the same stuff as last time. You guys were saying it's artificially pumped because of Sam and all. Well, they're doing exactly the same stuff.
No, I mean
which
they
is cool.
actually had tech to push now. I mean, Solana now is completely different than Solana during the last bull market.
Yeah, but you know, a bit like ETH copies and that Celsius thingy, like it just sounds so familiar.
Yeah.
Margin stake. So you know, it's funny because Bitcoin is back at 78k, right? And last time we went down to 78k, well, there was a lot of FUD out there. Like we had hacks of billions of dollars. People were afraid Bybit was just gonna go down. You had people withdrawing money.
Yeah, I just took profit on my last scalp. Sorry to cut you off. I think we're about to drop.
Right. But this time around, it's like it feels even calm, no?
Either that or everybody that was gonna get shaken out is already shaken out. There's nothing but us salty traders here that are used to it.
There's no FUD out there.
Law, thanks for the sub. Yeah, there's huge FUD. This narrative shit is. I mean, this tariff shit. We just put tariffs on all our allies.
That's not that's not crypto related, really.
Yes, it is. If it affects the stock market, it is.
Yeah, I know, but it's not like a hack. It's not like an exchange going bankrupt. It's I don't know. It's not. And it doesn't make sense anyway.
We've tried already for quite a bit of time to get a momentum flip here on the 50 EMA. So chances are we roll over here.
Yep, that's why I just got out of my position.
See if we
In and
can
out,
put in
baby, in
a.
and out.
We'll see
Ain't
if
no
we
one
can put
taking
in
my
a
money.
higher
No
low.
one. None of y'all touching it. Staying with me.
We'll
You
see if we
sold
can
your
put in
president.
a higher low here to bounce off of.
Tesla is at 222. Ooh. You know, we don't even need any fundamental news to get a technical bounce on a lot of these charts. Like, just don't just continue like you are, Trump. Do the same shit. Do nothing different. Be predictable. So the beginning of next month, right, for the tariffs. That's what he said. I think. You know, he
At this
said
point,
April.
we're here. Like, unless everybody has all the coins they need and no more money to buy any more coins, then I can understand you wanting to get up out of these ranges, you know. But anybody with dry powder left is not in a huge hurry to get out of here.
No, but like I'm thinking at Tesla, you know, I sold a bit of my Tesla stocks, and now it's at 220, and I'm like, well, we need to come up with a plan to buy back, right? Because this has been, well, it divided by 2 its value.
It's pretty similar to what's going on here, right? It's like either you think it's over and you're getting a major stock market correction and you're scared to get in, or you think that, you know, it's still going to push into the rest of the, you know,
Do
the
you
global
remember
liquidity runs out.
Do you remember your downward angular on SPY from 2022?
Mm-hmm.
That, and you know, with the Ukraine dip and October 2022 dips, and then we broke out above the angular.
Yeah.
You know? Well, I guess we're looking for something similar.
Doran with the 10 gifters. Appreciate you, Doran. Welcome to all the new members.
And there's plenty retests going on.
Appreciate you, Doran. Yo, I'm so hungry, and it's like at least 2 hours before I can break my fast. I feel like if I order food now, it'll sort of take a little bit of sting off of it.
Yeah, but then it's gonna be cold when you.
Listen, by the time I get to eat, it doesn't matter if it's cold, covered in dirt. I'm gonna destroy whatever's in there.
What you think if it's in front of you and you can smell it, it's gonna be easier to hold back?
Nah, you're probably right. I have to time this out. Alright, so sundown is at 7:20. Yeah, better.
Porsche makes good gasoline cars, right? Maybe it'll outperform Tesla with transiting back to gas. Screw the environment. Let's burn gas.
Well, it's not necessarily screw the environment because there's still some studies that show the carbon footprint with the production of a Tesla, including with where the power is coming from with some of these places that you're charging from, still has a pretty heavy carbon footprint, and it might actually be heavier than the production of some of these gas cars.
Especially if you don't drive a lot, yeah. Like if you know in Europe distances are smaller, Cities are closer. You know, the whole thing is smaller, so we drive less than in America.
And it's very toxic. The batteries are very, very toxic in the long run. Like disposal of those batteries are much harder to dispose than the batteries of regular cars.
If you use it more than 5 years, I think it pays off. But if you're working from home, not driving a lot, then yeah, it makes sense to just not build a new car and keep your old used car.
So you guys ready for a double bottom at 15K? It's like, not just kidding.
Oh, you know, my stop loss was down there at 15K still. I moved it
snap.
up. Yeah. I moved it up because I bought Bitcoin. So my entry is not at 15K anymore. And I think honestly, 30K is the answer. You don't want, if you want to be safe, liquidation. Could see this, you know, in a COVID scenario, a crazy dip. You could see 30K, but below 30K, let's not do that. Something way worse than summer 2021. Worst case, yeah, I'm really thinking like worst case. Yeah. Me. If we can't hold 30K, then I'm okay taking the L there. 2.5x.
You know, if you think there's a possibility, like if you have TA that suggests there's a possibility that we go to 30K,
But
you better not be in position.
No, but I don't think it's the most likely.
I don't agree with that. We don't bet on possibilities. We bet on probabilities, and we hedge against the possible.
Yeah. I know.
If
it's
you have
possible,
TA
but
that
it's
says
like,
it's probable you're going to 30, then yeah, 1000% you shouldn't be in position.
no, I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
I guess I should have said probably.
Yeah, because if there's just we try to hedge against, because then people start bringing out all the random possibilities, and like, guys, everything is possible. Like literally everything is possible. But yeah, I get what you meant.
Golden Pocket is at 33K. If you take this whole up move, 2 years of just up. Okay, there were a few red candles, but overall it's just up since October 2022, and it's up in 3 big moves, with the second one being the biggest. And all, like, if Bitcoin really topped at 110, we have bigger issues than just a 30% corrective move. I just don't think Bitcoin topped here because it would be so disappointing. But I mean, I guess that's not really an argument. It's just a double top at 110. But that's the worst that happened, right? It's COVID dip. Quickest dip, biggest dip in the recent history is COVID, I think. So you can take that as your worst case scenario, and roughly it's 70% down or something like that, 60.
Looks like some sell pressure is building up here.
Starting to see some absorption going on. Go ahead, you can dump your Bitcoin.
Dump it.
Oh, actually, no, I need to zoom out. Wait, that was very little. The question is, which one is most likely? Oh, 100. So wait, it's not 140 or 180 anymore. 158K first or 30K first? And I think we're gonna agree 140 and above is more likely than 30K. Actually, let's say 40K. You know, first outcome is you divide price by 2, you reach 40K. The other outcome is you multiply by price by 2 and you reach 140K. We're kind of in the middle. Right? So just price-wise, it's 50-50. But then when you think cycle, when you look at how the stock market is retracing already, well, it feels like crypto isn't doing such a bad job. I don't know where it's gonna bottom, maybe here, maybe a bit lower. 65 and all, but still I think we're gonna hit 140k before hitting 40k. So we'll see both though. Actually, if we pump to 180k, we might not see 40k. Yeah, that would be a bit too much for a bear, even for a bear market. You mentioned Jasmine earlier, so I figured I should open the chart. I opened the chart on Binance. It's like, hey, warning, monitoring. I have to sign a disclaimer to just open the chart. that doesn't sound good. Project has higher volatility than other listed tokens. Do your own research. With ETH being so low, you'd figure ETH layer 2s would be low, but it's not really the case. That's kind of odd. If you look at ETH layer 2s pairs to ETH, yeah, that's a bit odd. Normally they follow ETH, no? Even something like ENS. Like, ENS dumped because ETH and Bitcoin are dumping, but on the pair, it's not like... I think it's still strong, yeah. Which doesn't give you an amazing buy, huh? Just gives you an average buy. What else is ETH layer 2? Oh, Arbitrum? What's up on Arbitrum? It's on its way to 0. But it's climbing on the ETH pair. Barely. Barely
Because
climbing.
ETH is going down.
Yeah, but so is Bitcoin, so is everything, right? But like, is it better to hold ETH or to hold the ETH layer 2? And
Arb is a layer 1.
no, Arbitrum is... Really? Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. But it works on ETH, right? Well, you need ETH on Arbitrum network to transact. So there's a link with ETH.
I'm not sure about that. I've sent stuff on Arbitrum Network before and never charged me Ethereum.
Well, then it converted your Arbitrum into ETH, no? Because me, I use Arbitrum too, and I think you need to have ETH on your wallet to transact on Arb.
I can send Tether from like Femex to another exchange and it's the cheapest. Like it on the Arbitrum network.
I'm pretty sure of what I say. You need ETH on Arbitrum, but you're right. It's its own chain, but it uses ETH though.
Yeah, I mean you could probably swap ETH into Arb or vice versa, but I don't think you need it. to operate on the chain.
But the fees are in ETH.
I don't believe so. I mean, I feel like it would be a lot more expensive to send stables if that was the case.
I have stuff going on Web3 on an Arbitrum, and it uses ETH each time I use my wallet.
All right. Well, it's the Web3 wallet. Is it an Ethereum wallet? Like, if it's based on Ethereum, then you do need Ethereum to swap ARB for other tokens, for gas fees. Like, if you're swapping something and it's an Ethereum-based wallet, then you are going to need Ethereum in that wallet if you're trying to swap ARB for something else.
I'll check it out because I also have Arbitrum in the wallet, but
Bitcoin is trying to shake me out,
Let's
isn't
go,
it?
Bitcoin. This is Arbitrum
you
is designed to be compatible with Ethereum, allowing developers familiar with Ethereum to build on Arbitrum with little to no new specific knowledge required. Arbitrum operates as a layer 2 scaling solution for Ethereum, enabling high throughput and low cost smart contracts while maintaining trustless
It's-
security.
So layer 2 on ETH. So Arbitrum is a layer 2. It's not a layer 1.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I thought I'm pretty sure it was a layer 1, but I guess it is layer 2.
It's on
ARB's
chain,
a L2. Yeah.
It's also
So
a
it
bit.
says it does say to interact with Arbitrum, users typically need to bridge assets from Ethereum to Arbitrum using Arbitrum Bridge. So yeah, I guess you're right.
I think you need ETH to transact on Arbitrum. It's the gas. It's ETH. So
And most of the transactions coming through Arbitrum right now are going to Hyperliquid because it is a Arbitrum fork.
But I like it. I can send on the Arbitrum network, and it really doesn't cost a lot.
Yeah, it's a L2. That's why they exist. So that you don't have to pay the ridiculous gas fees on ETH.
It's quicker too. So
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, I guess
Yep.
it is just a really nice L2.
Hey, Dbloc,
I was mistaken.
did it ever happen to you that you're doing Web3 stuff and your antivirus is actually blocking the URL, saying
Yeah.
it's a blacklisted URL?
Yeah.
And what is like that? Do you unblacklist or?
I double
because
and triple check it before I unblacklist it, but sometimes they'll flag legitimate sites just
I
because of
think
the
that's what
nature of
happens
them.
with Avast and
Yeah.
bytip.com because the problem is then I get stuck in a login loop on my wallet because because the antivirus.
What browser are you using?
Chrome.
Just use Brave.
Oh yeah, I'm lazy. I'm not gonna install another browser again, but I'll have the same problem. It's my antivirus that's blocking the website.
With Brave, you don't need an antivirus.
So
Well, I could just uninstall it, yeah, I guess, but okay, thanks, Dbloc. So it's normal. It happens that they.
It happens, but I wouldn't ignore it. But if you know that the site is legit, then just yeah.
Well, no, I don't. I mean, I got.
Well,
hacked
what I
maybe
mean is make sure it's the actual site you're supposed to be going to, whether
But it's
they're
not
legit
me.
or not. It's crypto, right? I mean, all sketchy.
Like Liquify, is that the valid site? Liquify.finance.
I have no
There's
idea.
so many stuff going on Web3. It's crazy.
I have no idea.
if there's a coin that's built on a layer 2, does that make it a layer 3?
Yeah.
If the layer 2 is its settlement layer, yeah.
So
What's
like
an example?
XAI is built on Arbitrum, so that would make XAI a layer 3.
It depends if it's just a DApp on layer 2, or like I said, if it uses Arbitrum as their liquidity layer. It's like AVAX is a layer 0, right? Beam is considered a layer 1, but AVAX is its, so it's. You can check. You can go to CoinMarketCap. If it's a layer 3, they'll have it listed as a layer 3.
Yeah, 'cause every time if I was to send XAI, I would have to send it on Arbitrum.
Daily open retests come in. Would expect probably that retest to break out after we get to the daily open 200 EMA.
We were discussing that, Dbloc, because I was wondering why ETH layer 2s are dropping less than ETH. Because when you look at the ETH pairs, for example, Arbitrum ETH, even though Arbitrum is diluting, having new supply, well, on the pair, on the daily time frame, it's a higher low. It's not a low low. So
On the
it
ETH
didn't
pair?
like, yeah,
Yeah.
Arbitrum ETH pair. Yeah,
They've
I
been
mean,
beat up so bad though already. I mean,
yeah,
ETH,
yeah.
ETH got
yeah.
held still while all ERC20s just basically bled out.
But still, since 2nd of February, you would have lost less money buying Arbitrum, well, than buying ETH. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what does that give us a hint at the future? Why are layer 2s dropping less than the actual layer 1?
Because they already dropped harder than the layer 1.
Right, it's been going down since January.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
to
were
get
the
the
first
seller
ones to get
exhaustions,
dropped.
all the VCs got out. Remember, these were all super high VC coins.
And Cardano got manipulated with that strategic reserve stuff, so I guess that's why Cardano is a ETH layer 2 too, no?
No, Cardano's a L1.
Oh, I thought it was a ETH layer 2.
Don't let Charles hear you say that shit.
Right. Cardano is its layer 1. Any other ETH layer 2s in mind?
Cardano, along with Bitcoin OS, will be providing layer 2 services on Bitcoin, though, which is interesting. Very interesting
There's
use
something
case.
to do with that, with BTC. I didn't understand anything, man. It's becoming so complex. They build on top, and it's
Yeah.
just gonna collapse. Eventually, like like a house of cards.
Listen, eventually one of these schemes is
We're at
actually going to
layer
work.
4 now.
You know that, right?
Yeah, maybe. But
Eventually,
we are
one of these
layer 4,
schemes is actually going to
layer
work,
3.
and they're going to find the infinite money glitch.
Hey,
You know
well,
what?
US Terra worked for a while until that thing collapsed. The algorithmic stablecoin for Luna Classic.
Oh, don't say that. Algorithmic is so cool. Look at it, and oh my god, it's gonna be beautiful.
Well, it was
Although,
just that it had a vulnerability that was like exposed and exploited, so people took advantage of it. That caused the whole thing to collapse.
you mean the Ponzi vulnerability? Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
and I mean, if you were putting it in the Terra station or whatever, you could stake it and get 20%.
Yes, you can do that with ETH right now. You get liquid staking and all. You can do that with Solana. You can get 15% APY, even better on Sol, I think. You
Yeah,
can do
if it's
that
all
with so
liquid
many
and
cryptos.
people can just take it out every day and sell it, no wonder why it's going down. It's free money.
Yeah.
Like if it's like, oh, here's $5 a day for free, and you just sell that $5. Well, like millions of people doing that.
Aptos is its own chain too, right? Yeah, Solana Killer. Mental is ETH layer 2, but that thing dropped a lot. MNT ETH. Oh, Bybit launched roughly 20 new tokens on Inverse Perpetual, and most of those tokens I hold on spot. This is so hard for me not to transfer some tokens to trade them. Like, you couldn't before trade Inverse Perpetual on these layer 2s and all, but now you have them all. I don't know if it's good news or bad news for me. Well, yeah, I'm gonna be very tempted to trade that. For now, so I'm a bit scared of myself, I guess. But yeah, we have, we even have near Inverse Perpetual now on this exchange. So I think they're catching up to Binance coin marginated stuff. Like there's plenty of choices now. You have Link. Like if you don't want to sell your Link, I can just transfer some Link, take a 1x short, and ride the bear market like that if I want to instead of TPing. And they added AVAX, Bitcoin Cash. Damn, even Dog with it. There's even some memes,
Be right back.
XLM, oh yeah. Aptos. Doge now has its Inverse Perpetual too.
Earlier, someone was on here looking for an exchange where they can trade coin margin perpetuals, where you can use your crypto, like your Bitcoin, as collateral to play perpetuals on another coin in order to gain more Bitcoin. Do you know any exchange like that, Zusi?
Well, it depends on your nationality. In America, Bybit is not allowed, so you can't.
Yeah, there's
But
only a
yeah,
few that you can actually get on.
I think the biggest two are Binance and Bybit. Now, if you want an exchange that gets hacked, that gets bank run, and that still survives and still is not bankrupt and it doesn't steal the money of players, is 24/24 open, never a single downtime in the last 4 years, then Bybit is kind of cool. But
Yeah,
you know,
but if
do
you're in
your
the
own
States, you
research.
can't use it though.
If you're in the US, you can't. Yeah, but they won't allow American ID.
Yeah.
It's not geographic. Yeah. You can be in the US and trade. The problem is who you are. If you're a tourist like me, if I go to America next week, I can trade on Bybit in America. It's not going to be blocked or anything because my KYC is done with. I mean, they know I'm not American.
Yeah, I
I
think
could.
this guy wanted like a non KYC, but like because they wanted to trade perps in order to gain more Bitcoin. But it's like if you're trying to accumulate Bitcoin, it
BG.
probably shouldn't be on like a sketchy exchange that you won't be able to move off of like cheap.
We're
Like
in
it won't be cheap to move off of
2025.
there.
Honestly, in 2025, if there still exists non KYC centralized exchanges, I guess anti-terrorist laws are useless.
They got all
But
kind of exchanges popping up like every day. Just like KuCoin and Mexi.
Ask BJ when she's on because she has a non KYC exchange, if I remember right, where you can even 500x.
Well,
Maybe
I mean,
there's
it's
some.
like at the same time though, if you're trying to accumulate Bitcoin, why do it on an exchange like that where you could like risk potentially losing it? You know, because it will be expensive to move the Bitcoin off of there unless you're trying to accumulate Bitcoin, eventually take profit on that, and then move it into a stable coin and then move the stable coin off the exchange. But it just seems like so much hassle when you can just trade in Tether instead.
It depends what you trust me. I saw USDC DPEG. I saw USDT DP. I mean, it depends what you trust, right? Honestly, I trust more Bitcoin than USDT or USDC. Literally.
Yeah, but Bitcoin, I mean, yeah, Tether depegged, but it only went to like 97 cents. That's only a 3% drop. Bitcoin, you can drop
Oh,
50%.
so in was it February 2022 when Bitcoin dumped to 19K, USDC went down to like 80 cents or 82 cents, something.
Oh,
It
did
was
it?
down.
Yeah. I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah. Like
I
just
don't know if I
recently,
remember.
that was only 2 years ago or three now. Yeah, 3 years ago.
Oh, yeah, I think I do. I think I do remember that actually. It was only 2 years ago.
So these stables are not that stable, especially if banks go bankrupt.
Well, the USDC circle is like they are supposed to have one-to-one backing for every USDC that they have. They have $1 in their account.
Yeah, USDC depegged before, but yeah, they repegged, so it seems like they're pretty strong. They had some difficulties though.
Well, it's not crypto related, it's the bank that went bankrupt, right? And they were the ones in charge of USDC, I guess. So we saw it in USDC. If Bitcoin goes to 60K, we're gonna see stuff like that. It's kind of expected, we're gonna see, we'll probably see stablecoin issues, bank going bankrupt. If America really enters recession as a COVID dip and stuff like that, the banking system is probably not that strong, especially with high. Actually, no. High interest rates is good for banks. Huh? Is it good or bad for banks? No, it's bad for banks because people took loans before the interests were high. Also, I don't know. If you want to be bearish, you can be very, very bearish.
Yeah, let's be bearish. Time to be bearish. Okay, I'm ready to be bearish.
No, I'm just saying. Inverse perpetual has advantages too. If you get a step, I mean, it's not likely to happen, but when USDC depegged, if you were sitting in an inverse perpetual, you were pretty fine. I mean, we saw Bitcoin go to 40K before Bitcoin even moved above 20K. Yeah, that was kind of fun for USDC contracts. If you had a long on Bitcoin while USDC was depegging, Bitcoin was also going down. But then, man, things things went crazy. We saw Bitcoin pump to 40K on USDC charts, while it was sitting at 20K on other charts. Yeah. Like you had the inverse bank run. You know, instead of going to the bank to get your money, people were exiting USDC to buy Bitcoin, so it pumped it. Thanks to Elon, who happily bought there and manipulated us to buy with him. But then he sold 30K. Ah, taking profit so early. So then he got nasty about his sell, and since then we don't hear any crypto manipulation from Elon. And that's the way I interpret things. Because that SpaceX sell just did an ABC and he couldn't break 25K. That's kind of when he was wrong about his outcome. And also he was bearish. He said it publicly that he was bearish at that time. But thankfully we didn't listen to Elon. It was just a double bottom at 25K. You know, a bit like here. It was wider though. This is a bit less wide. It's only been 1 week between the 2 weeks. While that 25K double bottom was a few months in between. Or 2 months, yeah. 8 weeks. $99.3. I might TP actually at 99.3 to just expect a bigger ABC. But 99.3 level is still there. Thanks, Salam, for what ChatGPT says. Just an ABC.
Galactic with the 5 gifties. Appreciate you, bro. Taking a look at Rare real quick here. Just ordered my food too.
I'm confusing all the levels. Some coins are below February, but that's not that important at this point. What's important is August lows, August 2024 lows. Yeah. So Bitcoin bottomed at 48K, went to 110. These alts also found the bottom in August, and they tried to push up. Some managed to make new highs, new yearly highs. Well, yeah, higher than March. Some didn't and failed. Those who failed actually have more bullish setups now because they did a downward corrective move of their first up move. So on alts, on Bitcoin you can see 3 up moves since 15K. It's pretty obvious now. On alts, it's a bit more messy, and if you look at something like AVAX, you have one, single move up from $8 to $67, which was the biggest. Yeah, the rest is actually noise. But anyway, you have one move up, and now we have a bit of a big wide, 1 year wide correction back down to $17, where it has to decide a bit. Either it holds this area and then, well, we'll probably see it back up to like $50 at least. Hell, it might even manage to make a new high and give the bearish setup, which will be to stay short from 65. But well, we'll see when we come to that. But it has to, kind of decide if it wants to put a new bear market bottom below $8 or hold this area to just attempt again new yearly highs. So I don't know what's up with AVAX fundamentally, but I know there's technically a good level here, and it's true on plenty also. If you look at Cardano, it's not the case. You don't have like you don't really have a good level to buy here. If you look at XRP, same stuff. You're not really at a good level. But some of these alts show really interesting stuff. Doge is a bit more complex because we've been going up for well, since Bitcoin went up. So actually even before Bitcoin. Bitcoin stopped dumping in October. Doge stopped dumping in June 2022. And it never made a lower low after that. It made a high low. So it changes the count, right? Like on Doge, it's a bit like Bitcoin. You have 3 up moves. Quickly up, slowly down. Quickly up, slowly down. Quickly up, slowly down. It's funny how Doge works. It's just got green candles and then 1 year sideways downward. Got 3 times. So we did it once in 2022, we did it once in 2024, February 24, and then another time in November 24. Well, at this rate, the next one isn't too far. It should be around July, August, somewhere there. It's back at the dead cat bounce. Doge almost reached $1, then it came down to 16 cents. Had a technical bounce up to 35. Well, we're back at 16, which is the same value as June 2021. Doji. Like, what are we doing if we don't buy these macro levels? If it fails, it fails. The next macro level to buy is like 10 cents. I guess you could wait for that one too.
I think if it goes to, you're talking about Doge?
Yeah.
I think if it goes to 10 cents, it's probably not likely to have another like really good impressive run this cycle.
No, but you should get a bit of a technical bounce back up to 16, right? At least something like it doesn't have to be news of the president buying Bitcoin or Doge or whatever.
I mean,
It could just be
I guess if it bounces immediately and it's just a wick and it's a really strong bounce off that level, but anything besides that, then if it like hangs out down there at 10 cents, then it's probably a no-go.
well, it's doing the hanging out at 16 cent right now, which is
Yeah, but it just got there today. Like I've been saying since 50 cents that I think it's going back to 16. So if it loses this level, this is as low as I expected it to go. So if it loses this level, it's probably not likely to have another impressive run, in my opinion. I could be totally wrong, and like Elon could come out, it could go to 10 cents, and then Elon could come out and tweet something about it. It could jump, but I have no idea. Just technically speaking, for me, that's 16 cents is low enough if it's gonna do something impressive again.
Yeah, it's kind of important to hold this 16 cent micro SR. It's a bit like Bitcoin being already below 30K. You know? Like if the worst case on Bitcoin is 30K, then Doge is already at the worst case, which makes me think that the worst case is even worse than 30K. But yeah, that's where Doge is right now on the Bitcoin pair. You can see it easily. Just type in Doge BTC on TradingView, and you will notice that we are back at 200 satoshis, which is also the, I guess, round SR.
Yeah, if it went to 10 cents, I'd give it a chance and probably buy one more time. And then after that, like if it hangs out there, like I probably would just stop buying it for a couple of years because probably
Well,
just end up doing the same thing.
It's a bit like ETH, right? It might still be a bit early to buy because of the pair. Like when you look at ETH BTC, you're like, at this point, why not put a new all-time low here, a new decade-long low? Well, it's a bit the same on Doge BTC. We're at 200 satoshis. The bear market bottom is at 160, so it's like 20% drop. Another 20% drop, and you'll have the Bitcoin pair at the lowest point it's been in the last cycle. So 4 years, 5 years even. Well, all I'm saying is we are 200 satoshis. Bear market bottom is 160 satoshis. These can't be bad times. Well, they can be, but doesn't seem that likely that it's that bad of a time to switch Bitcoin into these alts, because even if we are gonna go in a bear market and all, yeah, I guess you could go down to 80 satoshis. Like you won't be stuck from a too bad level. Well, you'll be stuck from 160 satoshis instead of having waited for 80 satoshis, but yeah, bear market bottom is 160 satoshis per Doge. We're at 200. And the high we did here was 500. So if you bought below 200 and you sold above 300, it's been a pretty nice play. Huh? Just flipping Bitcoin to Doge and then Doge back to BTC. I guess it's the way I cope with pain. Because yeah, if you look at assets with everything down 30-40%, yeah, of course it doesn't look beautiful in USD, right? But if you flipped a bit, maybe now you have as much coins or even more coins, and I guess that eases the pain of seeing everything go down. Because it also shows you your wallet in Bitcoin value normally. So you have the dollar amount, and you should also have the BTC amount. If you manage to keep the BTC amount pretty stable, I think overall you'll survive the market. So. It's just normal that the dollar value goes up and down. The question is the Bitcoin value. Do you have more potential in your next play or not? If you just manage to keep it the same, it's already pretty good. And it's not the case for most people, actually. Because Bitcoin dumped, yeah, but it's at 70K, well, 80K. I'm not sure you can buy more Bitcoin than you could a year ago right now. Probably most people can buy less, well, have less Bitcoin value in their portfolio than last year. Yeah, for me, Doge back at 200 Satoshis, it's a bit a no-brainer. I don't care what Dominus is doing. It's time. Like on the Bitcoin pairs, we are in bear market. Well, we never exited the bear market anyway. We had dead cat bounces that made lower highs on Doge, and that's it. And I guess a bit more patience if you want a new bear market bottom, but it's time to buy back. Slowly. If you sold, if you didn't sell, well. There's plenty of stuff that are still very good sells on the pairs, you know. I don't want to sound bearish, but there's plenty of alts that are still closer to the yearly highs than the yearly lows. I guess because of American strategic reserve stuff. They forgot to put Doge in that list, no? Damn, Elon. Oh no, it's because it's a collectible, so there's no need for a strategic reserve on collectibles, right? Maybe Elon felt like it would be too much to include his coin in the strategic reserve. I guess we'll come up with something else for Doge. And we'll just see it spike to 300 Satoshis. And then resume it slowly down. Which makes sense because it's inflationary, right? So it's just normal. It naturally wants to go down. Compared to Bitcoin, where there is no inflation, you know, if nobody trades, nobody does anything, then you should see the Doge pair go down. Doge BTC should, on average, be downward, not upward. Yet it's upward. If you zoom out enough, it's upward, actually. I don't know what you guys did to Doge in 2020, but that thing was crazy. 100x up. Even more. Well, You know what stopped ETH's dump right now? Like technically, it's not in the USDT chart. Like that 1800, I guess, is a round number, but we got 1806, right? It's in the Bitcoin pair. We have a pretty neat double bottom with 3rd of February. So it's just Bitcoin ratios that technically made it stop dumping at 1808, while Bitcoin also stopped at the same time. But you know, that's why it went to that level. Like it became interesting to dump Bitcoin more than dump your ETH at that point. Just a double bottom. 2340, 23,000 satoshis. If you put alarms on the Bitcoin pairs, it can help. To decide which trade to take. Because when things are dumping, there's plenty of stuff going on, and you have to. I don't know how you guys manage that, but for me, it's a mess. And I don't put buy orders. I just market, so I need to open the chart and all. Takes a while. Sometimes by the time I open the chart, the price already moved down or up. I spoke to somebody else. Give us some TA outlook. What do you think and all? We going to zero? At what speed? When? When zero?
Yeah, honestly, I see strong support at 0.0000.
Good one. You know, some charts did that. If you look at oil, it even went negative.
Yeah, but that was because of some weird thing. How there was like, I don't know, an oil tanker or something. It like crashed or something, or they like refused to deliver. There was some sort of strike or whatever. But then also some other country like gifted us a ton of oil. Like I think it was France actually, like gave us a ton of oil for free.
Well, it's COVID.
So it screwed up the futures price.
When we had the
Because you
lockdown.
had to pay for the storage.
Yeah. During COVID, when you had the lockdowns, nobody was allowed to move, really stay at home and this and that. So oil was just in too high supply, not enough demand. And the logistics of it explains why prices went negative. Like they had to pay to get rid of the supply. So that they don't. It's a logistics thing. You can't like shut off a pipeline that easily, I guess. Or...
Yeah, there was like a really specific scenario.
Yeah, so we could see negative Bitcoin prices. I mean, it's not impossible. Well, you have to pay to get rid of it. All right, never mind. I just want people to go short so that we can pump. Oh damn, did we pump already? Nah, we're down 2,240. People haven't even started pressing buy.
Yeah, we probably need some more short liquidity to build up, so they might make it look grim for a while.
Or long liquidity, right? If too many people go long or short, yeah, it'll probably help it go up or down. But overall, the picture is the same as yesterday, even though price is lower. Yeah, they completely forgot to put sell walls above us. There's like nothing. Nobody's expecting a pump for now. Otherwise, you would put a sell wall at 78. Well, they didn't. Or you would put one at 80k. Well, they didn't. Where's the... Like, there's no need to even put one. It'll appear. Yeah, if Bitcoin starts to go up, we'll see some limit sells appear in the order books. Oh, well. I'll go check 110k, see if something moved up there. Because with Bitcoin going down, crashing, the tariffs on the stock market, and all, surely people are giving up the idea of selling 110k. For me, the whole reason of this dump is because we had just too much resistance above us. The amount of sell walls up there was pretty. Well, it just grew, and we took out 2, I think, of those sell walls. That there was like at least 10 or 12. We took out 2 or 3. That's all. With the towards the end of the diamond up there, we did manage to take out a few, but overall it was just way too much. So the idea would be that those people give up a bit those levels and sell lower. And if we see that happen, it's proof that there was a point in going down. Like, we need to break 110k next time we go up there. If it's even gonna happen, like I literally don't know. But if you see sell walls being cancelled up there and people actually selling here, it's kind of a good sign. And bookmap crashed. Oh, when I zoom out too much, the thing just crashes. So 95k is now a nice sellable. There's 300 Bitcoin there. We have $1,000 grid having fun with 20 Bitcoin. Well, that's really not much. 100,000 is 200 Bitcoin. That's not a lot. And it seems like 110 hasn't really moved. Still have your 500 Bitcoin at 110. Come on, give up. Just cancel and sell. Oh damn! Bitcoin is gonna make it look like an inverted head and shoulder and all. Maybe this, maybe next time is gonna be different, right? All these bullish patterns failing. But you gotta trust your pattern. It's not because the 3 previous one failed that this one is more likely to fail. Well, yeah, AVAX has a nice setup. I think Litecoin, I'd like to see it back above 105 to be bullish again, honestly. Yeah. I mean, I closed at 105. We can't stay above that, we can't. But it's gonna probably come back up there. And we'll continue playing with the level. We've played a lot with 105 number. So it's not really a good level to trade, actually. Putting a new low below $80 would be a potential entry. 86. We got 86 today. The problem is 105 is a bit far now, so might want to dig for something else. It's 15% pump to get back above 105, and expect well, anything higher than 145. It's about the daily 200. We have 2 hours left to close above the daily 200 on Litecoin. It doesn't need to, but it would be a bit of a reversal confirmation. So that's $93. Well, I guess I'm done shopping. Time to game. Ooh, I love Web3 stuff. You send a transaction, then you go into pending transactions, there's nothing. You go into finished transactions, there's nothing. And then you look at your exchange that's receiving, and it's like confirmation in progress. So you know the transaction is actually working. It's just far from being ready, actually, all of this. Imagine you're a typical guy and you send money. There's an area where it shows you your pending current transactions and history, and it just shows nothing there. You might just panic a bit. Just takes a while. Now it shows it there, but it's been like 1 minute. I guess they need a refresh button. To be fair, it's the same with your bank, right? When you do a transaction, it doesn't show up immediately.
So is Bitcoin gonna do something, or are we just gonna chill here?
Yeah, let's do something chill. Round, slow. Not like last time.
Where's Dbloc at?
I don't know. You mean TA wise? I think he was pretty confident.
I mean, currently. And TA wise as well, both.
Maybe he went to eat. No, TA wise he was pretty confident. Liquidity grab. No, still expecting new all-time highs and all. Eventually.
Yeah, eventually. If we look at the legacy cycle and the Bitcoin price on a macro level, we still haven't gone up yet properly. So
Yeah, I mean we only did 6x, 7x. Actually 7x. So.
yeah, because we have that cycle coming in where Bitcoin has to go up and the dominance goes down, Ethereum dominance goes up, and then all season starts. So still early on in the game.
The only
That's how
uncertainty
easily.
is the is the Trump factor, right? I'm joking.
Yeah, I mean the Trump factor, and you know how we had.
There's always something to worry about anyway.
Yeah.
Last time we worried about Elon, right? It's Elon that managed to send Bitcoin down 50%. Summer 2021. 4 years later, I guess we're going down 3 months earlier than typical than last time. So plus or minus.
Yeah,
3.
even last time
So in the
I mean, dominance was up to from 60 to 70%, and then it dropped to 40%. That's when all season started. So even if you look at the the macro chart that Dbloc has, still haven't started yet. So, and plus, because of all of the meme coin frenzy that was going on, I think it, delayed things a little.
Well, I guess dominance went, really accelerated down in April 2021. So we are now 4 years later. April 2025 is really not far. It's like in a month. From... Actually, there's 3 weeks left.
Yeah.
Before April, yeah.
Exactly,
So,
exactly. That's
4 years ago, we
I
saw
believe this.
double top at
I
70.
believe the cycle won't change.
Here we don't.
Cycle always stays the same.
Yeah, but there are a little bit of differences. You have, yeah, there's going to be some differences, right?
Zusi, what were the numbers in April last cycle? Like, what did dominance start at and what did it go down to? Or how much percent was the drop in April and in March? Can you check?
Yeah. You mean the monthly? On the monthly, you want to just know the
Yeah, what was the
size of the
percentage?
candles?
The percentage drop of dominance.
March was pretty flat. Like in March, it didn't really move. It stayed between 63 and 60%. But then in April, the thing lost 10%.
And
I guess
then
that's when ETH went crazier. 20% actually. Sorry, 20%. April
20%.
dominance went down 20%. Yeah, April 2021. So add 4 years.
That was around 50%.
Well, it went from 60% down to 49%.
Yeah. And that's when ETH took.
But in percentage, that's a 20%
off.
down move on dominance. Not in the scale is also.
Oh, yeah, but that's all I care about is dominance, because dominance going down means money is moving into memes and alts, so that means that alts are pushing. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless Bitcoin goes to 30K at the same time, in which case your alts is not pushing. Or,
yeah, of course, but I think that's not
see
what we're
dominance go down with everything going down. It would just mean that Bitcoin has outperformed and would underperform a lot. But yeah, you're right. The most likely is that ETH will start to wake. Well, ETH is going to leave a 10% move on the dominance chart if it starts to. If it just goes back
Yeah.
1,000, then that's going to drop dominance 10%. Just ETH on its own. And then XRP made it drop 3%. I mean, there's plenty of coins that are at bear market bottoms that have potential to drop dominance. Well, even if you're not at bear market bottom, you're in the middle between your previous all-time high and your previous all-time low, I guess. So there's potential. If they all pump at the same time, then yeah, dominance could retest that 49% area, and we'll see if the king wakes up there or not.
Today is when the alt season is at all-time high. It's around a 50-day cycle, so that's when all the alts are going crazy. Most of the alts are going crazy. So after Ethereum goes up, then with Ethereum dominance falls, that's when the alts are gonna go crazy.
Ethereum go up? What? You think it can do that? Oh boy.
Ethereum has. I mean, it's the X's
go up
will
in
go down
dollars.
probably.
ETH can go up in dollars, but on the Bitcoin pair, I've been trying to bet on ETH stopping its dump since May of last year.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's not working. No, like we don't need ETH to go up. We need ETH to go up, and even to go up more than what Bitcoin is gonna do. So if you end up with Bitcoin at 140K and ETH at 4K, it's not up. It's just going
Yeah,
down.
it's back at where it was.
Yeah, it won't be enough to have it.
Needs to go up to 8K, around 7 to 8K.
Actually, now it's becoming so high, the area it needs to go, that it's not realistic. No, 8K won't cut it. It's not enough either. Because why? Because it's a 2x from your previous all-time high. Well, Bitcoin at 140K will also have then a 2x to its previous all-time high. Like you'd still make more money buying Bitcoin than buying ETH if ETH falls at 8K. You still would have made more money catching Bitcoin at 15K than catching ETH at $800. You need even more
Yeah,
money.
true.
Depends where
True,
Bitcoin is
true,
going to
yeah.
top. Right? If you assume 110K
Yeah.
was top, then you can calculate where ETH would be as good as Bitcoin. And I guess that's going to be around 8K, even a bit lower probably.
It's all supply and demand, It depends on what the demand is and how the institutions are buying. And that'll really determine the price that it's going to go back to up to.
We need something like NFTs back to wake up ETH, though.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Not NFTs. I believe memes would be the next thing.
No, Dbloc knows it. He said real world asset tokenization on ETH blockchain. Like literally, instead of buying Nvidia, you would buy a contract on ETH that's pegged to Nvidia's stock value, and that's how we would pump and dump Nvidia through ETH. For me, the probability of that happening anytime soon is close to 0. But I hope I'm wrong. Like, I don't get the. It's gonna cost more, be slower. Like, I'm not sure if there's any point, but I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's other blockchains doing well now, so.
But it doesn't matter, even if I'm wrong. It doesn't matter as long as people believe it's a good thing that we can buy stocks on ETH.
Yeah.
We'll just pump.
Exactly. It's supply and demand.
Let's see if Bitcoin doesn't hold here, guys. We might start rolling over. 79K might break.
Isn't it enough rolling? Well, yeah. All right, never mind. I won't fight your bearishness.
You can know. But I would love if you debate my bearishness.
Short it.
Well, no, I'm technically not shorting. I'm just on the sideline.
Yes, you did a sell, and you're patiently waiting with
yes,
eager to buy back.
Yes, very
Like,
eager,
all
very
kinds of
eager.
success. Having a bigger bag at the next buy. Well, more coins, maybe less dollars. But
Well, right here, I would have exactly the same amount, so I'm hoping it goes a little bit lower.
That makes sense.
I did a good scalp, but the problem is, I
You
did
know
a good scalp, but the transaction fee is what the problem is, so that's why I'm still at the same place.
There's one trade I remember very well with you because I think it's the first time I spoke with you on Discord. We were trading Ape at like $14.
Uh-huh.
And I think we were both in longs, if I remember right. Yeah, we were both in longs from like $10, and I had the target at 14 or somewhere there.
Yeah, I thought it was going to go back to $20.
The thing went to $30 in the end, but
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it was before the double top at $30.
I think it's it's under $1 right now.
Yeah, it made new all-time low.
When in doubt, you can always buy XRP.
Yeah.
I might start checking it out. I remember I used to hate on it because I thought the Rothschilds were invested in it, or not invested, but kind of behind some of the movements of XR, of Ripple Foundation. But it seems like I was mistaken. Not that I have anything
And
against
they
the
will
Rothschilds, but I just want to, I don't know, it's still kind of too close to a banking coin. Like I was thinking crypto is more anti-banking, and XRP just seemed very banker friendly to me. Which is good, I guess, for some people. You know, they love banks.
Well, I think there's both. They got the utility side from the banking side, but I think there's both sides with it. With XRP, I think you're going to see RLUSD used more for the banks, but
So is that the XRP stablecoin?
yeah,
Oh, nice. I didn't even know I had one. It's dope.
yeah, RLUSD. I'm actually curious what that's up to. I'm driving right now, but I'm actually curious what the market cap is of that, because I'd be interested if that starts getting some dollars put into it. I haven't heard any news though, but it is out. I mean, XRP is kind of outperforming the market in a way.
Yeah, it definitely is. You know, Luna had a
35 million.
stable coin. Luna had a stable coin too back then.
Yeah,
And
somebody just said 35 billion. Sorry to cut you off, Sushi. It's RLUSD.
No,
35 billion.
So it was named Terra.
135 million.
Oh, 135.
So the name was Terra USD, right? I don't know what's up with this narrative of coming with a stable coin. Every chain wants to create a stable coin this cycle. Like Cardano says the same thing. It's like every blockchain wants to create its own currency.
Well, why not? You know, if they have the power to right now, they're not so scared of the SEC. That makes sense because now the SEC's kind of laying their foot off the brakes.
Right now, it
Well,
seems like a good news, right? Like we're happy Cardano, XRP are gonna make their new stable coin. It's good news. For me, it's more like what's gonna be the downfall because we know what happens to those newly created stable coins.
Yeah, it has to be strong.
Yeah, yeah, as strong as the bank that owns it, right? Well, I'm just saying, yeah. Like, why is it a bullish thing to have a stable coin? There's already stable coins. It's the dollar. It's called USD. You have the
Yeah,
Fed.
but it probably helps keep things in the ecosystem when they're doing on-chain activity to keep everything on chain, so they don't have to go in and out of the chain to get stable.
You know, the only thing that's really supposed to be stable is USD, and even that is not stable. So it's normal that the stable coins have issues. It's just normal. It happens in the real world too. We just saw the freaking dollar dump 10% lately. Now it's still stable. Yeah, $1 is still $1, but it lost 10%.
Think about it. If you have an ecosystem and you're big enough, and you see that your clients, they keep on leaving the ecosystem every time that they want to go to a stable, to when they want to go to dollar, it's like, why not provide them that service? So, hey, you guys want to trade here? So you want to keep things stable back and forth, less transaction fee, you keep everything on chain, support the ecosystem. So that's good that XRP is doing that. That's bullish for XRP if they have their own stable coin, if the stable coin doesn't depeg and do something bad.
What's interesting right now, though, is XRP having a clarity on that. 134 million, or did we say? Yeah, 134 million. That's like I'm pretty sure that's up like 60 million in the last. Could be wrong, but I thought the last time I looked it was like 50 million market cap. So it's interesting that that's over doubled. If it's at 134.
Well, those are really small numbers for a stable coin.
Yeah, but I mean, it just launched it like December or January. That's in 2 months. Right? Or no?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it just launched like in late December or something, or January 1st or something like that.
So what would you use it for, though? Sell XRP into XRP's own stablecoin to stay in the ecosystem? Okay.
Well, yeah, and then you have like first ledger, like XRP has meme coins now. You got First Ledger, stuff like that, which I think the meme coin narrative is about dead. If it's not,
So they want to copy Solana's success, basically.
well, I don't think that's going to be the narrative there, but you know, and the banks, if they use RLUSD, that burns XRP. You know, a small amount of XRP per transaction.
I
So
see. Okay, so the banks are going to put with a stable coin, and they're going to need XRP to transact, and that's why XRP pumped. Okay, that makes sense.
yeah, so at high volume, I think it makes a lot more sense. Like at higher scale, like once it's actually utilized and launched. I mean, it's brand new, so I don't. But they have all those bank partnerships that are like the banks were waiting for clarity on can they hold and do things with crypto, and we just got that, I believe, with Trump. So I could have sworn I just saw something like a day or two ago about them repealing the whatever for that, and then in that crypto summit, the biggest things was, you know, the banks being able to actually do stuff with cryptocurrency. Maybe it's, you know, back loans against it. I don't know what they'll come up with, but you know, it's just interesting. And then also with the lawsuit stuff, if that gets dropped or they settle in XRP versus USD, or somehow with the RLUSD or something like that, maybe they burn some of their stash in putting it in the government's whatever toolbox, whatever they're calling it. I always forget the basket. What's the coin name now that they're calling it?
Strategic reserve.
Yeah. So if they would do something like that and then say, hey, we're not selling it, that would burn some supply and, you know, probably help things out. But I think right now nobody wants to sell the XRP based on the lawsuit stuff. That's just my speculation, is nobody wants to get rid of it. And it's held strong at $2 at least now for you know, 3 significant drops. Today being one of them, still $2.05. Bounced down real quickly there, but I mean, in comparison to like XRP right now or Ethereum right now, and I mean, man, Bitcoin, everything. I don't know. I mean, I could see it hitting $3 or, you know, a little over $3 again.
Well, it depends if that head and shoulder is gonna just fake out and reverse back up a bit like Jasmine did, right? That chart does remind me of Jasmine with you know, when we were counter trading head and shoulders with Dbloc. I mean, not counter trading them, but noticing them and ignoring them. Right? It's a bit the same on XRP, no? Don't you see that very neat kind of head and shoulder like structure? We're back at the neckline, by the way, down there, and yeah, I mean, as long as support holds. So yeah, as long as you're above 196, you're above 196, I guess. The measured move is 123, somewhere there. Maybe you'll get just half of that at 162, 163. I mean, if all this plays out, it'll be an interesting trade, right? Like, we'll be at least at the daily 200 MA, like Bitcoin is. I mean, Bitcoin is even below its average on 200. It's 200 average. It's really the question, like, why buy XRP? Why XRP? You know, why not anything else like Bitcoin, like ETH, like? Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I'm definitely.
If it's because it didn't dump,
everybody
then...
flags me as the XRP guy, but I mean, realistically, I only like it. I mean, in a way, not that I only like it. I mean, I actually believe that they have. You know, you look at like something like CZ Binance said the other day, like utility and partnerships in the long grind. I mean, they've been around since 2012. They've survived everything. They survived the biggest amount of pressure from the SEC known to man, probably fighting for the whole cryptocurrency industry. And I kind of like the underdog that kind of goes against the big dog and says, we could have folded and just paid a fine, but we want to fight it, and then spends $100 million on attorney fees to go against it, and then now things are shifting. So to me, I always felt like they had like a good utility. If you look at on their site and stuff and their bank partnerships and this and that and what they're doing, they've been kind of chugging along with all this stuff going on. Whereas a lot of these other ones have folded. At one point in time, it was the second largest cryptocurrency. So I mean, it's withstood the test of time thus far, I guess.
Yeah, and it gave you a double top on the ETH pair with I should show you this. Pretty interesting.
I'm driving, so if you throw anything in the chat, I mean, I can check it.
Did you consider flipping XRP back to ETH though? Because well, that thing pumped. It's up 900% on the ETH pair in the last 3 months. Well, okay, let's just take it from October 2024. So there's four months, 600%.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, from November 4th,
there'll be a time to do the opposite trade, right? Like flipping ETH to XRP would have been a nice move, especially below 1800 XRP per ETH. Now we're at 10,000 XRP per ETH. Well, ETH per XRP. No, XRP per ETH. No, well, whatever. This is in ETH. 001. Yeah, you need more ETH to buy XRP now than you did before. And eventually the opposite would probably be good too, right? Like where you expect a bit of a down move on the ETH pair. Because XRP just went up on the pair, it never did even a red candle, so well, you've had one red weekly on the ETH pair, that's all. It's all green. It'll change. Eventually.
Well, anyway, I'm not saying one. Don't take me as the. I mean, it's definitely something to look at, but don't take me as just the XRP guy. I mean, I'm in on like, 20 different cryptos.
I'm just testing your belief in XRP. But hey, eventually there's gonna be a good sell eventually. If $3 was not enough for you, well, I don't know, about $5.
I've taken profits now. I kind of like the up and down. I mean, when it swings $1, I mean, it went on the Trump pump. It went like $2.90 again, and then came back down. I think it was at $1.97, and then pumped to like $2.90 or whatever, and then came back down. And so I'm just accumulating. And worst case, it goes up. Worst case, it stays where it's at, or it goes down a little bit. Whatever. I mean, I'll sell it but it's definitely performed for me really, really well. And same with XLM, and Doge is taking a beating, so that's out of the mix. Bitcoin does its thing; it's been doing well for me and doing all right, so I'm cool with that as well. I don't know, but I mean, the market took a pounding today, and people would have guesstimated at the price that it would have been in the dollar range, or something like that, based on where it's come from, but. It's kind of held its own.
I'll send you careful funding ETH.
Yeah, I see that.
Imagine, yeah, it's back with the timing is 4 years ago. It's so that top on the left is November 2020. It's 5 years ago. Well, for a bit more than 4 years ago. It's on the It's end of November 2020.
Well, yeah, and XRP didn't get the run in 2021 because of the lawsuit and stuff. So XRP
Well,
never.
it did, but it made a lower high, right?
Yeah.
It didn't break above. Yeah, it didn't do much, but still, it did some green candles too. I'm just saying, like that could be a level on the pair that would explain that you'll make more money buying ETH than buying XRP at these levels. But I don't know if that's true. You know, I'm just.
Well, I had to accumulate more ETH today anyway, so I did that. So, well, I didn't have to, but
Well, it depends. If it breaks this double top, then you're still making more money holding XRP than ETH. You know? ETH has been going down for 2 years and it doesn't seem to stop. Eventually, it will. Maybe in 6 months. Maybe today. It's low enough that it's well, I guess going towards zero at this point.
it's hard for me to believe that after all those people and all those announcements, you know, and how much people are buying in Ethereum and everything else, like that they're just selling now or just holding on or what, like, because, you know, World Liberty Fi, all those people, they pretty much, what do they buy at 26 or 2,800 or something like that, around 3,000, like, and then we get these drops. I mean, to me, it's like you would think smart money would buy way lower, or look for a low. Maybe that's not all the money they're putting in. I don't know. I haven't looked, but
Don't worry, when they're done tipping, you'll see it.
yeah, but are they even in the profit?
Well, yeah, as long as you're above $2, I think even people who
No, I'm
bought
saying on Ethereum, like the World Liberty Fi and people that bought Ethereum at $3,000 and stuff, like, and people are saying that they've been holding, I guess. They haven't sold any. I haven't looked at their wallets or anything like that, but
even if you're in profit, you're much less in profit than if you just hold the Bitcoin, right? So it's not like good profits. Like it's so low on the Bitcoin pair that even if you have profits, taking them here only means you're expecting more downside on Bitcoin, I guess. Otherwise, it just doesn't make any sense to TP ETH here. I mean, at least to me, it really doesn't make any sense.
no, yeah. I mean, I'm not
Sorry.
taking profits. I took profits in December. I'm good right now. If anything, I'm putting money back in to, you know, find this bottom.
Yeah, but yet people are dumping more ETH than they're dumping where they have profits. Because yeah, you know, with ETH below 2,000 or even just ETH below 2,600, let's say, most people are not in profit. They're even in just USDT chart, right? Like you're below 200 on the weekly, I think. So, yeah, most people are not in profit.
So I mean, yeah, but I mean, with Ethereum, it seems as though, like, you know, Bitcoin, you know, went down below 78, bounced up to 79, almost 80 now. Let's just say it, you know, hits 80. It seems like ETH is just, people are still selling it. You know what I mean? Taking that drop from $2,000 down to 1,800 or whatever. Like, that's there's something going on there.
But the weekly 200 MA is at 2,500, so you know, we'll see where the next bounce pumps, but I would expect at least that. Yeah. Now make sure you want to go into bear mode.
I don't want to go into bear mode.
Yeah, but technically we kind of need to go back up, make sure that nobody wants to buy ETH around the weekly average, and you know, if the market is gonna ask people. It's just gonna ask, do you want to buy or sell? And we'll see what the answer is. Otherwise, ABC Way is the next good buy. Well, it's a new low below 800 on the weekly time frame. If you can't
Now,
hold your...
the last time I bought ETH before today, I think it was like 875 or something. So,
it's gonna take a while to go there, of course, but yeah, that's the next good play.
Doge at 15 cents is tempting.
Could you explain now why the underperformance a bit? If they're selling what they stole, could you explain why ETH is dropping more than the rest? Huh? But hey, price does its thing. We don't need an explanation. I'm sure there's one out there. Oh, we're not that far from 12 May dip on ETH anymore. Actually, that's the next. Let's not be extreme. A new low below 800, of course, is going to be a beautiful ABC to buy. But before that, you have 12 May dip, 2022. Space Nation is building a next-generation metaverse where gaming, AI, and a real virtual economy thrives. Okay, so they managed to put every shiny word in the same sentence. So, real virtual economy, that's the real-world tokenization narrative. They put AI and gaming. Like, if you wanted to design a sentence to make anyone buy, well, this makes everybody happy, right? Because you have space work. That's pretty trending with Elon sending rockets and all. Nerd stuff. Crypto is a bit of nerd stuff too, right? I mean, it's a very good first sentence. Let's see if it can do good though. It's flagship Web3 MMORPG Space Nation Online. All right, never mind. I will not put a single dollar from my pocket. However, why not do the launch pool? It's just free money. I mean, unless USDT depegs while this happens, there's really no risk. There's like literally. Let's lend them some money for a few days and get the rewards. Fed meeting? No, this week. Well, I forgot. when is Fed stuff? End of March. No? FOMC is on the 19th of March, so in 9 days. In the end, Powell won. I don't know if you remember the big red 5th of December candle where Powell, said that he wanted to bring to reason the stock market. He reminded us that we avoided recession gently. I guess we're trying to prove him wrong by, well, obviously, you stop out people who short the news immediately, but eventually the idea was to switch was a good one. So we just made new all-time high, and then bloop, 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 bloop. Now we say it's because of Trump. I think in reality, it's Powell who set the trend. It's what gave it a B down, showing a bit of weakness. Well, it wasn't much, but there was. We broke the uptrend back then in middle of January, before Trump even was in office. And then with Trump coming to office and all, we actually managed to put new all-time highs, both on. Did Bitcoin also do it at that moment? Yeah, both on Bitcoin and on the stock market. But by Powell winning, I mean, his warning was a time to enter short, but not when he said it. After people who short the news got wrecked. Because they, it nicely backfired on Powell. Just in the downward A, B, C, D, E. And then whoop, pushed a new all-time high. And now it's like a dive straight down. And we found support at 5th of August high, not low, high. Because, for crypto, that 5th of August week was a low point, right? But it all started when the stock market decided to do something similar to what's currently happening back then in August 24. We left big gaps and we hurried downward. I don't remember what was up on 5th of August, but I don't think it was anything very news related. Well, maybe the Fed not pivoting, right? Like people were betting that they would cut rates and they didn't, so we decided to test support. I'm just trying to find good arguments. Because Bitcoin has a nice ABC setup. Like I don't have any doubts on what to do on Bitcoin, but it needs to be backed up a bit by other stuff too, right? And there's nothing even close to an ABC on the stock market. It's just an A down. It's just we were at all-time highs and we started breaking supports one by one. So we broke 1, 2, 3, 4. We had the 5th support, roughly. Things pump until they start breaking supports. Like if we're gonna bounce from here, this is gonna look like 5th of August. Like it's the only scenario. No double bottom, no ABC, no. Just a retest of support that gets put back up. It's the only technical setup that can avoid, I guess, for the downside. The difference is on 5th of August, Bitcoin did a significant lower low. You know, it went to 48K, whereas the previous low was like 50 something. But this time, for now, it's a flat. I mean, we did go lower, but by like 0.5%, so you can just call it a flat. So similar, but different. That's what happened. It tells me nothing about what is going to happen. It's just, where are we coming from here? I think we're coming from Powell's speech. Powell pivot. It's got nothing to do with Trump. But I guess Trump helps. Blame the government never gets old. 401k goes down. Just blame the government. So let's blame Trump and his tariffs.
I have another reason why I'm thinking this Bitcoin won't hold this. If you look at the 4-hour on Bitcoin, we made the body of the candle is, you can tell they're not lined up. We made a lower low.
Yes.
The wick, we made a lower low. Yes, I know we could do a ABC like you said.
Well,
but we would have to get back over 80,700 first, right?
No, we're already back above the previous low, 28th of February. Now, honestly,
Oh, you're talking.
Yeah. Do you know that Trump pumped to 95K? This
Okay,
might
you're
be
talking from this.
that's the sign of strength, I guess. Although honestly, you could argue that there was no strength in that pump, right? Because it just failed at the angular. It's a bit the same down move, but it's the biggest up move we have in this downtrend, right? Since 110K, Bitcoin is going down, but the biggest up move inside all of this trading is that up move from 78 to 95, like in percentage, right? It's
Yeah.
the biggest green candle. So that's why
Well,
I'm using that as the B up. It's the
I'm
strongest.
looking.
So
Yeah, I was comparing it to the dip from February 28th, and because it looks like a double bottom if you don't look closely, but if you line it up, you can see that it's not a double bottom.
yeah, so it's more an ABC where a zigzag downward where the C goes lower than the A. So we're still in a downtrend, right? Like we have confirmation of a downtrend because we made a lower low, so you're still expecting a lower high to just continue the same trend. Right? But for a reversal strategy, that lower low, and then we're pretty quickly back above the previous low in a bit of a wick on a daily.
So we did make a lower low, but as long as the RSI the daily RSI closes above 23, that's bullish divergence. No RSI. On
Honestly,
the daily.
it's diverging so much that if you want to erase your bullish divergence, a lower low is not enough. We need a collapse. We've come much slower this time around. Last time we dumped, we were coming from 100K. Well, even from 110, but let's say just from 100K. We touched the 4-hour 200 MA, and it failed to do it failed to play out the Adam
Yeah, but I'm just saying since February 28th, like February 28th was the last big dump. Today we made a lower low, but the RSI is higher than it was on February 28th on the daily.
My point is why it's higher. The reason why it's higher, it's because we're coming from lower and slower.
Yeah, it's slower, but it does mean it does also mean that there's more buyers stepping in.
Well, yeah, it's a bit like potentially there's another Eve here, right? If it goes slow, this rounded, if we get a rounded slow bottom around 78, maybe with a wick down to 76 and all, but overall, if it looks like on a 4-hour chart, if it looks like a slower retest of your previous low, price-wise, it could still fit Adam and Eve, where you again have a neckline at 95.
Yeah, but I mean, what time frame are you seeing that pattern on? Because I haven't seen Adam and Eve anywhere really so far.
4-hour?
Like you're talking about from February 28th low, that would be the Adam, and then you're trying to, because I mean there was a pretty big dip in between. So I don't really see like a bull shape forming per se. Like we would want to see like a bull or cup shape forming, and maybe go as low as February 28th, and then scoop back up. But I don't really see like a bull formation.
Adam and Eve double bottom could, it's one of the scenarios possible, as long as you're holding above 78.
I mean, yeah, if we were to spike up from here, then this could be the Adam technically, but if
Oh, for not of okay, well, yeah, but we don't even have the Adam in that case in the chart.
yeah, I mean, like I don't.
Well, maybe you
Like,
can.
I have to see a pattern actually forming, like before I.
If it goes quickly back up to 95, then we will call it an Adam and Adam, right? There's also Adam and Adam double bottom.
I mean, it's typically a double bottom.
I think as long as we
Yeah, but
keep
there's
the
different
daily
types.
closes above the weekly 50 EMA, we're probably still safe. We'll probably see some wicks down, but as long as those dailies keep closing above that weekly 58 EMA, it's probably be a nice spot to consolidate and bounce. If we break that 50 though, that's probably it.
Bitcoin doesn't care about you.
Nobody likes your banks.
Bitcoin don't care. Bitcoin. You guys, oh man, I slept and now I'm back and still at about the same price.
That's good. You
You
woke
only
up just
slept-
before the dump.
At least you slept.
You only slept an hour?
Oh man, but I slept a few hours the other day too. It's fine.
Actually, 4 hours. Right? It's been 4 hours.
I'm not even trading.
I'm still staying in my long trades on Bitcoin and Ethereum.
Uh-oh.
Plus, we could
Does
still
that
end up
shit-
closing today back inside that falling wedge.
I mean, you could have sniped the bottom, or you could have caught a falling knife. I feel like either one is like equal probability. I kind of feel like it's slowed. Yeah, I kind of feel like it's slowed down a bit.
No, I caught the bottom. My entry on Bitcoin is 77,650.
Yeah, well, I mean, as long as it doesn't go below there, then you caught the bottom.
A bottom.
Catching a bottom is the problem is the cost of catching it. It's not catching it is not hard. The problem is how much it costs you to catch it.
No, I mean,
bought the bottom.
If it goes down to 70K, then you caught a falling knife.
Yeah, but I have my stop loss in play.
It feels safer this time around though than last time, right? Because now there's a double bottom APC, whatever, Eve, Adam, whatever you want to call it. There's something going on.
I don't know. All I can say is that the crypto market has been freaking slaughtered, and like, if I'm not buying now, then I don't know what I've been doing for the past couple of years of my life.
Slaughterhouse.
You actually see here on Dbloc's chart at 5-minute time frame. This indicates to me a consolidation from the retail's point of view.
Bye.
Sell.
Sure. I mean, I don't know what the market maker's going to do. The long short ratio is pretty even, so there's really not much for him to do. at this
You know,
point.
the whole thing is on pretty low volume when you look at spot volume.
Except there is that big vector gap there that Dbloc has drawn. I mean, that could be some incentive to go up there. Usually the long liquidation, like a long squeeze like Drew was talking about earlier, usually that happens a lot, like real fast all at once. And we've kind of slowed down. We hit that sort of bottom pivot. We have like a little bit of a inverse head and shoulders looking thing going on that 5 minute for D-Blocks. Like I can kind of see he doesn't really have it drawn out. He has the higher low drawn out, but you know, maybe
Hey,
a
Max
W.
Payne, dude. Max Payne. What would Max Payne be right now? Go up, get everybody
Max
turned
Payne
up,
would be
and slam down.
If
straight to
everybody
69, baby. Straight to 69.
Look, if everybody thinks it's gonna go down, then they're just gonna FOMO into shorts, and then it's gonna pump, and they're gonna get wrecked.
That's why that's exactly Max Payne. They don't care about us.
The
They
way
want
I
us
read
out.
the way I read it is that that already happened and they won.
I mean,
You
they
know,
close. People must be closing their shorts because the long short ratio is like 50-50 right now. So I don't like if you look at the liquidation heat map, there is liquidity like 100 million like down underneath where we just were, but there's more liquidity that's closer up above. Like here, I'll post the chart. I was gonna share my screen, but I'll just post the chart because all you really need to see is what I'm gonna post. I can put it in like general or something.
or maybe on leverage, what you say is true. On spot, there's nothing. There's nothing above us. There's literally nothing.
If you look at the general chat. Go to general chat right now. You'll see like all that leverage that's building up on that liquidation heat map. All the leverage that's building up, it's building up and it's closer on the short
No,
side.
I'm sure on leverage there's plenty of stuff like always, but on spot, they forgot to put sales, man.
Oh yeah, well who cares? Who wants to sell when you just bought a huge dip? You know, you just bought it. You can
But
get
even
out.
at 90K, I mean, there should be a sell wall somewhere, right? We dumped down. We should have created resistance above us.
Maybe they'll wait till it gets closer, and like maybe they'll spoof it and put a sell wall there, and people will try to short there, and then they'll rip the order out, and it will go liquidate shorts further up. I mean, like you don't know. You kind of have to get closer to the price before it figures it out. All I can see right here is that, I mean, the long short ratio is pretty even, but there's a ton of short liquidity that built up today that's right above our heads, like it's right above the price.
I think the 84K pump this morning kind of wrecked some of the late shoulders. Yeah.
A ton of longs got wrecked, like over 500 million in longs got wrecked today. Like, I mean, let's see an updated.
Yeah.
I want to go to the
short also got wrecked with that
only about
84K
not even
push.
not even 200 million. We got so in the last 24 hours, 563 million. So yeah, over the last couple hours, not as many shorts have been wrecked, or not as many longs have been wrecked, but just 12 hours alone, it was almost 500 million. The last 12 hours, 493 million longs got wrecked, only 90 million shorts. So the shorts are I think, gonna start catching up to that number. We still haven't made 100 billion within within 24 hours, I don't think.
Where did you put your chart?
I put that liquidation heat map in general, the general chat.
Okay, I was looking.
But I'll put these. I'll put the total liquidations too in the general, and right underneath it. But yeah, you can see on that liquidation heat map, like there's a bunch of liquidity that's built up today, and it's right above the price. There's a bunch of small ones, but they're like, there's
this
no
is
gaps in between.
This is a bit zoomed in. Could you zoom out to see the whole thing since 110 and all?
Yeah. What time frame you want?
Well, big time frame. I want to see it all.
I mean,
Actually,
it goes
even
all the way up to 6 months. Like this is like the 12
Actually, I'd
month.
like to see from 49 and after. Because there's still plenty of longs from down there too.
Yeah, but they're not going for that. That's too much. That would cost too much coin. 1 week is not far enough. Let's try a month.
Yeah, and the worst case is a COVID scenario. We'll go to 49 in a COVID scenario. We'll
Yeah,
actually
but
go much
we're
lower.
gonna have another global pandemic. I mean,
It makes sense. Trump is
It's
back
like a
in
well, it's like a once in a century type of thing, man. Like
Yeah,
I mean, I
no,
could see
but
as we're going to war or something, but
no, I mean
there's
maybe the
already been
narrative is not
wars.
going to be a pandemic. It could be anything else, a new war. Or, I don't know, just a economic crisis because of inflation or whatever. Like it doesn't matter. But you know, something that makes people panic enough. It makes sense, but it's 1 year early to think
All
about
right,
that.
so this is pretty much the whole. This is as wide as I can get it, which is the 6 month view, and it doesn't like. I mean, there's no like screaming pockets that are like, "Come get me."
There's
I mean,
nothing at 99 really.
no, there is. It's just like, look how few and far between they are.
Yeah, 99 is you know, yeah, because I'm telling you, they forgot to put sell walls up to 99. There's like very little. So the point of going up is when you have orders to fill, right? If nobody spoofs or even attempts to spoof or even does nothing, then
Yeah, the algos can't do nothing with it.
yeah, there's no orders to fill up. There's very little.
Yeah, the price usually goes where the orders are.
Yeah, and right now they're at 75.
Big
But,
sales coming in. Big sales coming in.
You guys broke Bitcoin.
Really? Oh, damn.
Keep talking, guys, because he's
Hey,
dropping the price. Keep
hey,
talking, guys. 'cause he's
she
dropping the
she
price.
was listen, buddy. She was broken long before we got to her.
Yeah, but if you keep arguing, it can't go up or down. It's just going to stay here.
She's for the streets.
We were 7 hours early to bottom anyway, so it's yeah. There's a nice crossroad coming up.
Big sales coming in. Big sales coming in.
Well, yeah. That's good though. If people are aggressively selling and price only drops this, you know.
Yeah, that sun went down. Dbloc stuff in his face. That's for sure. He probably gonna be eating for 2 hours.
So wait, that means people are gonna get. There's more people to liquidate by going up than going down, but buy orders are closer down than there are sell orders above us, right? So it doesn't like which one wins here. I guess we can do both, right? We can go up and then come down, fill these guys, or
Well,
the opposite.
I mean, if the people are waiting to buy and their limit orders don't hit, they might just market buy.
Yeah, they did. They did that. Plenty
That's
of
what I
times.
do. That's what I do. I don't even know what a limit order is.
At this point, it's capitulation territory.
What's a stop loss?
I'm allergic to stop loss.
I know, man. Stop loss protect you. Oh no. Don't ever go in without a stop loss, especially on leverage.
You know who
Leverage.
you're talking to?
Leverage? What's leverage?
You're talking to Drew Mother Effing Crypto.
Yeah, baby. Qui-Gon
I
knows
mean,
what up.
he stop losses it himself pretty quickly. Me, I don't have the discipline to stop loss myself like that. So
Yeah, well, I mean, he doesn't like that there's an order on the book and they come down and wick him out and then it goes in his direction anyway. He'd rather stare at the chart, look and watch a candle close below a certain level and then be like, all right, I'm out, and just manually do it.
Yep.
He likes a manual stop loss, but he can keep an eye on it. If you don't have the, like, if you can't keep your attention on the chart and like have the like discipline to make the decision on your own to cut a loser, then yeah, use a stop loss. But he just does it a different way.
It's gonna be too late by the time you react anyway. So
No. Once you break a support, hit the button. As long as you're on a coin that has good liquidity, that's the key. So you don't get slippage.
Drew, you ever be closing early, like on fake outs? Does that happen to you often? And you just like whatever?
Oh yeah. My I mean I wouldn't call it a problem, but I'd say majority of the time I take profits way too early. Like way too early. And I take all of them out and I watch things run to the moon when I only took like 15 to 20% profit. But you know, you don't go broke taking profits, so it's all good.
Oh, so you do partials most of the time? Or do
Yeah, I
you
mean,
say you say you like a ninja, you know what I mean? You jump in, jump out.
oh yeah, no, it's yes, I'm in and out swinging, 100%. But that's what I'm saying is like that 100% is usually like I'll jump out once I'm, you know, if I'm already in an uptrend and I'm seeing my portfolio to 15% and it's already time to go to sleep. I'm taking that profit, even though Twitter timeline's like running it up, and I have a feeling it's going to keep running. Earlier, maybe like a few months ago, I didn't have the same strategy, but you know, I'd say every 3-4 months, I switch up my strategy a little bit, keep it fun. But now that's what I'm doing, you know, and it's basically just since I feel like we're still downtrending, just trading the dead cat bounces right now.
Gotcha. Yeah, man. I'm trying to that's kind of my style, but you know, I'm not as refined of a ninja. I'm working on my jutsu.
Trust me, man. I get wrecked too, man. It's not all not all fun and games here either. You know, there's down days too, but these last few days have been okay. I'm surprised, even though with this mess that's been thrown at it. This is the toughest market to trade these last few days, in my opinion.
Did you hear that, Drew? You were refined.
Oh, guys, I'm blushing.
It's been
Refined.
pretty
You
volatile.
gotta have a method to the madness, right? Isn't that how it works?
Yeah.
You got to be really emotionally controlled not to have a stop loss, but stop losses suck. I hate waking up with a stop loss.
In the end, it's the same stuff. You know, if you don't put a stop loss, you're gonna hold a losing trade. If
Well,
you
a
take
liquidation.
The way you just said that made it sound like you took the slam pig home from the bar. And you wake
Yeah.
up in the morning and you're like, yo, what did I do?
But if you
Exactly.
take loss and reopen a trade, then yeah, it's the same stuff. The result is the same.
A liquidation is the same. It just costs you more because you pay a premium on your liquidation.
Yeah, you should put a stop loss at least one tick above your liquidation because you'll get something back. Whereas when you get liquidation,
you get an extra fee for the liquidation too. Yeah, it's cheaper.
Bro, has anyone figured out the patterns of the fake outs yet? Like, because we know it's like, you know, fake out, then fake out, then fake out, fake out, then go.
Well, yeah. The thing is,
Then
you
fake
figure
out.
it out, but then they switch it up. Like it's always you just got to stay on your toes
Yeah.
because you can never really figure it out. You know, market just it's random. You know, I mean, there's things that can help you get an advantage, but you got to be on your toes. There's no like set in stone pattern that's going to repeat itself all the time. You know, it's all just probabilities.
I mean, if you look
when you
into
figure it out,
ICT stuff, if you get like a lot of relative equal lows, and then you get like a sharp like sweep of that low of the whole range, and it buys back immediately, like that, it usually ends up being a pivot and it just stopped everyone out. It's like a stop hunt. Like that
Stop
happens
hunt,
like in
exactly.
so
But
like
it's
then
like it's actually like a head-to-head poker match, though.
yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can do as far as like looking at metrics like the liquidation heat map, like how much is down right below the range, and is it worth it for? They know that people put stop losses below their previous lows, so that's why they attack it. They play against the way that most people are taught to trade is honestly kind of wrong, like according to like the whole ICT liquidity sweep system, because people always put their stop loss below the previous low, but they know that, like the big players, they know that. The whales know that. The market makers know that. They can. The exchanges know it. They can see your orders. So it's like they go and
these
take them.
are
If you, a stop loss is just a sell order, and it's basically saying like, "Hey, come buy my Bitcoin for cheaper than where the price is right now."
that's why
That's
ABCs
why I
work
hate
pretty
stop
good.
loss.
That's a bit why ABCs work pretty good because you know when you do that lower low, you are stopping out people who had their stop losses at the previous low. So yeah, it's a bit same stuff. What I
Bring it like
figured out in the end is that there's nothing to figure out in price, but there's a lot to figure out about myself. Like literally, you could give ICT strategy, whatever strategy, to anybody. He'd still screw it up.
Yeah.
That's
I
where
like
there's a lot to
ICT.
figure out. It's about yourself more than about technicals or price. It's not hard to trade a reversal strategy or just whatever. But in practice, yeah, it's not that easy. Just does its thing. Goes up, it goes down. It does. We see things in there, and we try to act to take advantage. But yeah, there's no. It's probably the biggest hedge. Yeah, it's the discipline.
I always the biggest thing that I've been paying attention to more now is like the strength of the move. They've been giving some fake outs too though on some God candles. I've seen them. Like they, God candle one way, lightsaber the other. It's crazy.
Also, risk management is something that's not taught a lot. But it's paramount.
Yeah, it's tough to momentum trade when you're sitting there and everything's kind of barcoding and nothing crazy is going on. You see like that God candle you saw, or that you're talking about, and a lot of the times, Dbloc was saying earlier, that could just be the market maker, either trying to instigate or create a catalyst or get in range, and those sometimes just fill up the vector and just go right back, and you're thinking, all right, it's a run, people got in position, we're about to start running, and it's just, a fake out. And that happened, I'd say, fake outs is probably 7 out of 10 times when you see, abnormal pumps. I'd say 6 to 7 out of 10 are fake outs.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah, I agree.
another cool thing you can do is like if you keep an eye on the volume, you can spot like a swing fail pattern. And if there's a lot of volume, like say it's on the low, if more and it's like makes a slightly lower low than the relative equal lows that you saw before, if it makes a lower low and more volume shows up than the previous low or all of the previous relative equal lows, and it turns into a wick, that's like a classic swing fail pattern. If the body doesn't close below the previous bodies or wicks, then you can tell it's likely a swing fail. You can do it on the top side too. So if something comes up to make like a double top, if it makes a slightly higher high, but then the body doesn't stay up there, like the body doesn't close up there, it just wicks down and the body closes below the previous bodies and you get higher volume, chances are that was distribution volume and it's a swing fail, or there was just a liquidation hunt, like the swing fail was made to liquidate some shorts before making its real move down. And that's like what was I gonna say? There was another example I was gonna give.
It's
So
a
yeah,
good entry for a short, yeah, in that case.
yeah, I mean like if you keep an eye on the volume, a lot of times you can spot them. Just like as long as the body doesn't close, like if it's on the short side, if it makes a slightly higher high, and the body closes below the previous bodies, and there's more volume, then it's classic swing fail, and then the same on the bottom side. But oh yeah, the other thing I wanted to mention was it a lot of times when it does that, it could also create a bearish divergence. And if there's like a lot of money, if there's like a lot of volume but no strength, it's like, okay, well, somebody was just pushing this to liquidate shorts and it's just going to do a swing fail and then come down because they're going to sell off. Like market maker could have been buying up just to grab the liquidity, and then he just sells everything and it goes back down and makes the move anyway. He just didn't want anyone else to be involved in that move down because then he has to pay them.
I'm not sure if paying attention to bearish divergences or bullish divergences is gonna improve your strategy of catching swing failure patterns, because like you need.
It doesn't happen every time, but
yeah, exactly. So it
it
doesn't give
does.
you. Like you could come up with a strategy where you say, I'm going to only trade swing failure patterns when there is also RSI not making a low, or giving me a bullish divergence. And you could also do the same strategy without looking at RSI. I think the results would be roughly similar.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just saying that the man before asked if, he was like, how do you try to identify whether it's a fake out or not? And I'm just kind of trying to give it like the surefire signals that like it's bound to
Because I
be a
tried
fake
that.
out.
Yeah, I tried playing ABCs only when there's a divergence, and honestly, I give up. I'm like, screw our side. I'll just trade my ABCs. It's easier, simpler, and
Yeah, I mean, but then how do you know when the C ends? It's the problem.
I don't try to catch the bottom of the C.
So do you
That's
wait
why.
for it to take back the A?
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah,
how you do
exactly.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you make support above the A. Yeah, so like I've seen that done before, and that
Yeah.
works pretty good. Like on, so I feel like it works better the higher time frame you're on.
Yes. Well, it gives you more time to act also, right? The higher the time frame, because if you're on the 1 second trading ABCs,
Yeah.
or even
But
the 1 minute, I wouldn't do that. Also,
anyway,
teach
it's like
patience.
there's always like, oh, is this support or is it not? And then you end up like, oh, okay, it's bounced off this level 3 times, so I'm gonna long it. The next time it does it, the next time it does it, you long it, but then you put your stop loss right below it, swings down to grab you, and then it bounces from there. So it's like if you see those
Well,
signs, like the higher low in the RSI, the higher volume, the body closing above, like that's kind of where you get the signal where, oh, okay, that was a fake out or that was a swing fail. You can you have a better idea if you can join all of them together. You have a better idea whether it's a fake out or not, rather than just looking at the candles. You know what I mean?
The thing with support is also like a lot of people think the more it bounces off that support, the stronger it gets. But if you think of support as like resting orders, the more time it touches it, the more of these orders get filled. So support is
Yeah.
support until it isn't, right?
Yeah, I get what you mean. Like, it's like a buy wall there, and the buy wall gets weakened every time it gets hit because there's less and less orders to fill, and then eventually there's not enough to hold it up.
Yet a triple bottom has a higher probability of giving you an up move than a double bottom. So it's just
Yeah, of
this.
course, because also other
It's also
traders will see it and then they will also start bidding at that support. So, I mean,
well,
I
it's a
kind
more
of I
solid,
go
right?
for
Because
this.
you tried 3 times to break the level, you couldn't. So it's becoming, in a sense, failure to break on the third attempt is pretty. Probability wise, it's pretty high that you will get a bounce. Actually.
Yeah, but if you come down, say you make a lower high after that, and then you come down and you hit it a fourth time, chances are it's going to break. Like well, that's kind of like a rule for me. Is it's like, okay, if it hits support 3 times, and then it makes a lower high and it comes down to test that support again, the fourth touch, like I would expect it to break on the fourth touch. But I mean, same thing with the resistance.
Yeah, I was
You
gonna say
know,
it depends how many
So
times
it's
you
sort of
try
like a
resistance, right? If it's about equal numbers to both sides, then it's gonna be 50-50, right?
yeah, I mean, also that's why like a descending triangle is
I was just about
bearish
to
because you're making lower highs, you're making equal lows. So that support is the same support is tested like, 3, 4 times. But then if it's a lower high every time after each bounce, then it can't break through on like the fourth touch to the support because it's like, that's what makes that pattern a bearish pattern. But then the ascending triangle, it's the same thing. You have relative equal highs. It's nibbling away at resistance, and there's sell orders that are there. Once they all get filled, eventually, if you're putting in higher lows the whole time, it will break through the top of it, and there'll be more buys than sells at that point. Because there's breakout traders too. Like the breakout traders that FOMO in, if a bunch of volume comes in to support that pattern and it does break out, then that's where you likely end up getting your measured move because then people are like, oh well, here's the measured move, here's the sell target, and then you don't really expect too much sell pressure until it hits it, or like it gets at least almost there. But like me and Drew were talking about earlier, how you kind of have to be quicker on your take profit targets if you're playing a breakout trade. I mean,
yeah, because you
typically.
don't have as much real estate.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like breakout trades, like I see them as like a lot more risky. So like if I do a breakout trade, I usually take profit a lot sooner. Like I'm much more modest with my take profit targets because I'm like, okay, if this has a measure move of this, I'm gonna put my sell limit a little bit lower and then, move my stop loss to break even. And then if it continues up and continues going, I won't get stopped out, but at least I won't lose any money. I already took profit once for like, half of my positions. Or like if it, you know, Like I'll do like 3 take profit targets, and the third one is like I'm only holding a small portion of the position if it even gets to the third one, you know. So if I do like a 1-to-2 ratio and I sell half and I don't move my stop loss, even if it comes down to get me, I'm not losing any money and breaking even because I already took profit once on like half my position.
You know, the real value in
Right.
breakout trades is that you don't bother catching the bottom. Like literally, you know, if you break out long 74K 3 months ago, it doesn't mean, well, what it means is that you did not take a single long for like a whole year, right? You just had to wait for your level to break out long it. It's a bit the same here. If you want to break out long, the answer is 110K. You're not supposed to long in these levels. You're supposed to wait for Bitcoin to reach again 110 and break out longer 110. And maybe,
Well, I mean,
maybe
I
you'll
don't
catch a big move to 160 or whatever. Yeah? It's the
I
same
don't
at
trade breakout, but that doesn't mean that there hasn't been anything to trade. If you don't, there's other like
I guess
that
the positive,
90K mark. People were bouncing off of that for a while.
you know, the positive with breakout trades is that you're not gonna bother. Well, you're not gonna lose on the way down. You're just gonna lose on the way up if it doesn't work.
Well, the other thing is that like if there's enough volume to actually support the breakout, then it becomes more credible. Like breaking out of a bullish pattern in an uptrend, it's obviously, and there's volume to support it, becomes a lot more credible. But so you can rely on it a little bit more. It's more reliable. But if there's not enough volume and the pattern ends up failing, it's usually because it's like there's so many people that are playing against you, because it's sort of like that reverse psychology thing. It's like, oh, everyone thinks this is gonna break out, so where like, you know, some whale could short it, and then just as soon as it breaks out and you get the confirmation of the breakout and everyone jumps in, they just sell all their coins and because they already have a short position open. It's not in the pattern, and then everyone gets stopped out, and then and then people panic sell, and they're like, all right, well, it completely went against what you thought it was going to do, you know, like the pattern failed. It was like a failed breakout or a fake out, you know. That reverse psychology stuff, you know, like because people know, they know like what kind of patterns like retail messes
They also
with.
call it a failed auction, right?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I've never heard that, but that's good though.
So
It's
if
a
you
nifty
wanted
term.
to short 78, you know, you can break out trade upward. You can also break out trade downward. Yeah, I guess you could put like a conditional order to short 78, right? If price goes there, then we're failing to hold support. You actually want to enter a short to catch a dip to like, I don't know, 75, let's say. That would also be a breakout trade, but to the downside. I'd rather long it than short it, but
Yeah, but see, I don't do that because I don't short at support. I short at resistance. I long at support.
yeah, but it's a support we still need to define, right? So let's do a double bottom and prove that there's a bit of support here.
Sure, I mean, have your stop loss and risk management and stuff. I'm just saying that I don't like if I was to short at support. If I see a support breaking, one, it could be a fake out. Two, it's like I'm FOMOing into a short. You know, whenever I ever FOMOed into the green, like when I was buying, it never worked out well. Like I always did better when I waited for it to pull back and bought the dip instead. I do the same thing with shorting. Like I wait for it to, you know, pump up into resistance and then get overbought, whatever other things I'm seeing that just show it losing momentum, and then and that's not going to break the resistance, and I short.
Exactly, man. I have a hard time with that, and I realize it's just for me it's psychology because I'm not thinking to position myself for the short at that moment a lot of times, and I realize I got to identify the tops a little better. That's why I'm scared of double tops these days.
You just got to identify the trend. The trend is your friend till the end when it bends.
Yes, and an ABC is a very good area to bet that the trend is ending.
If you're a man and there's a break in and you break down, you have a break up, and then you'll need a break out, I think.
Like he said, I just struggle with sometimes, like you said, like it feels like FOMOing into a short when you're trying to short the break of support and like the fake outs, and yeah, I hate it.
Well, don't try to catch the top or don't try to catch the bottom. Just try to catch lower highs. If you're short and try to catch lower highs into resistance. And then if you're, so say you make a lower low and you come up into resistance and there's a good problem and it's getting exhausted and it's overbought or whatever, chances are it's going to get rejected. Try to short that lower high because then you're kind of confirming that you're in a downtrend at that point. Even better if you make a lower low after that. And then same thing on the upside. If you're trying to long, like especially on leverage, like with spot, you can kind of just buy the dips and you might be catching a falling knife, but if you get a relatively good entry, then it doesn't matter if you're averaging in. It doesn't matter as much if you're expecting it to pump further, but really, ideally, if you're trading leverage, you want a clear trend or like a very well established range that it's been adhering to for a while. You can do like a hedge where you can long the bottom of the range, short the top. But ideally, if you're trading leverage, you want a well-defined trend and short lower highs and long higher lows.
What about when
is
there's
safer.
what if there's consolidation for ages and it's going to break up or down? Then you just, of course you wait for the break and then the retest. But
well, you mean
the
if it's in a tight
yeah,
range?
Yeah, if it's just been consolidating for ages, just fully squeezed and on the tight range, and then you're starting to see something and you want to catch that breakout before it releases out and you feel like it's going to go up.
There is kind of a dangerous thing. It's dangerous, but it's also safe at the same time. Is you can try to play both sides. So if you're in a sideways range and you don't know whether it's going to break up or down, you can go on cross and go on hedge mode. You short the top of the range and you long the bottom of the range. And every time it hits the top and doesn't break out, you add to your short. Every time it hits the bottom and doesn't break down, you add to your long. And then once it breaks, so if it breaks up, you close your short. If it breaks down, you close your long.
That's the best example I've seen of a hedge other than avoiding tax. I get it. Because that makes sense, because then if it explodes and you have that explosive move from that consolidation and you get out
your
of one
stop loss
position
on the short.
Yeah.
You'll get stopped out of the short and you'll lose a little bit of money, but if the long plays out, it will make up for that. So you'll make up the money that you lost.
You just put the stop loss on your short and leave no stop loss on the long. I don't like doing shorts without stop losses because you
put
can
them on
lose.
both. Put a stop for the short above the top of the range and put a stop for the long below the bottom.
Eventually, you'll cancel yourself out a bit. But I would never do a short without a stop loss because the worst thing I ever seen is when the market just rips off. I guess this isn't a bull market. I guess if you're in a bear market, it's a bit different, but it rips off and you just keep chasing that short and then you can never get back in. It's at least if it dumps and you think it's going to go up, you can get yourself back in.
Yeah,
and
here's the other thing with cross margin is a lot of people with hedging and cross margin. I figured out that a lot of people kind of misuse it, and if you're hedging on cross, and you have an equal size position on either side, you don't have a liquidation. So if you decide to keep two positions open, if you have one that's bigger than the other, then that's
you can smooth out the
winner.
volatility that way. You can actually smooth out the volatility. You're not subject to such spikes in the volatility and the wicks. You can do it that way.
What I'm saying is, if you can keep your average of the winning position away from your invalidation, and you can so say one of them starts winning and you decide to add to the winner, you want to keep the other one, but you can add to this is where it gets dangerous. You can add to the winner as long as your invalidation is still far enough away where you won't lose any money if you were to have to close both positions at the same time at break even. But if you keep the winner bigger than the loser, you won't get liquidated and you still can take little bits of profit until it turns around. And then so say you want to go long, you can take a hedge short and keep buying the dips on the long, but only if you've added enough to your short. So the further down you go, the more you can add to your long. When it finally does turn around, you just close your short out because your short is like a parachute that stops you from getting liquidated. But once
Yeah,
it
it's also a
returns
bit
back
like
up to your
like a suspension or it gives you it's like a shock absorption. It reduces the peaks on a really volatile market.
Yeah, and like a worst case scenario, you're going to be making enough profit on one side to cover the loss on the other. But the idea would be to, if you're trying to go long, you can build a position, you can build a long position as long as you have a short to protect you. And then as soon as the long gets into the profit, if the short is still in the profit at that point, you just stop out of the short. And then you can then put a stop loss for the long position in the profit. So like ideally you would want to be in what I call the positive dead zone, where I should do like a seminar on this or something sometime, but the positive dead zone is the point in which your short is above your long entry and your long entry is below your short entry. And when the price is in between those 2 points, you're in the profit on both positions. So you could then put a stop loss in the profit on both sides, and whichever one wins, you let run.
It
Whichever
ends up
one
being like
loses,
option
you don't
trading
lose
because
money.
it's like an option trade, almost because in the future you're deciding it's going to hit here and there. It's
Yeah.
It's
There's
just that
actually
you've locked in profits. You've locked in some profits. So.
Yeah, there's actually a strategy in options that you can do called the Iron Condor, which is you take out the same amount of options on the same stock, both sides, like calls and puts on both sides, and whichever one wins, you win. But like you have a maximum loss and a maximum gain. So if you win on one of them, you
But how
typically
do
win
they,
more money than you lost on the other.
how do they not cancel each other out if it's the same size?
Well, they do, but if it's like if you close one out at a certain time, like there's time
Oh, yeah.
decay, so like like the time decay will kill the value, but as long as there's enough time left, like the winner should still hold value.
There's still a way where it reverses after you close one and then you're at break even again.
I
Right?
used to do that. When you don't know what to do, sometimes just hit both buttons. It's better than hitting only one button. Okay.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't recommend that, but it's
Yeah, to me, I feel like if you have to hedge, like if you open two opposite positions, same size, you're not that confident in the trade, and you might as well just not trade.
well,
The only reason that's
the
cheap
idea is
Gonna trade
you
anyway.
protect yourself, but you don't want your long to be your long entry to be above your short entry. You want your short entry to be above your long, your
I
long to be
mean,
below your short.
Yes, but that's
where it makes sense, for example, is let's say you open a long position in the bear market lows, you let it run all the way up, and then at like 105K, you know it's gonna dip, but you don't want to close your long, so you
tax, but
open a short.
you hedge it for your tax, so you don't have to close it. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
you can do like a parachute trade where, like, you in an emergency, you're about to get liquidated. You open a larger short position below your long, but you have to stop out as soon as it gets back up to your short. You can't close the short, and as soon as it gets back up to your short entry, you have to close it. Like
In general, on leverage,
from liquidation.
in general, for most leverage traders, especially if you're not sure, just deleverage. If you're getting in that position,
Yeah.
just deleverage. If you're on cross, you can just take out some of your position, take some profit.
I've tried that parachuting thing before, but I ended up being in like a super complex trade where it's like you don't even really know what's best to do at that point.
Yeah, it'll mess you up.
It's more
That's what
complicated.
when
Just
your
short
short
like
is if your short is below your long entry and your long entry is above your short entry, that's called a negative dead zone. So that's a negative dead zone, and anytime the price is in between those 2 points, you're at a loss on both positions. So you
Yeah.
can't end up in a negative dead zone no matter what. And like that's the thing, is that like this is why I said it's dangerous, because the stuff I'm talking about is super advanced, and like if you end up in a negative dead zone at any point, like expect to lose money. And
It's
or
just
like
that you've locked in losses by taking those two positions.
well, no, you haven't necessarily locked in losses. It's just that you're trying with the parachute thing, you're trying to salvage the bad long position that you took instead of just stopping out of it. If you choose to want to hold it, but you're about to get liquidated, you can open a short to save you from getting liquidated, but you can't hold the short. Like, you have to hold the short until it returns to break even, but you can't take profit on it. Like, you can't take profit on the short. It's literally just there to save you from liquidation. As soon as it gets back to your entry, you have to close it, or else you'll be in a negative dead zone and you could end up losing money on both sides. If the price just swims in between that range where you're in between your long and your short and one of them never pays off, then you're definitely locking in losses. And like that time, the time that you spend in that zone, you're paying fees the whole time on both positions, and like
They
it's
do
just,
cancel
it becomes
each
a
other.
nightmare.
The fees are not an issue because if the positions are roughly equal size.
Yeah, but sometimes you can get stuck
We'll
in
pay
there,
the
and
other.
you can
Double it.
like you can get stuck in there for weeks sometimes. Like it gets brutal.
On course margin, yeah, a lot of people are still stuck shorting 40K.
If you're about to get liquidated, doesn't that mean you don't have any available capital to open the short? And you have to like half the trade.
On cross, you have to have like extra available margin, and the more your losing position goes against you, the less available margin you have, because it will feed off of your margin. So you have to like make the decision sort of while you still have the capital to do it. But
Right. Yeah,
that's
that's
why
only if
I'm
you're
saying,
worried
like,
about it. Yeah, I got
really the only proper way to use it is like if you're in a range, you can long the bottom of the range and short the top of the range, and as soon as it breaks out, either the top, if it breaks out the top, you want to stop out of the short. If it breaks out the bottom, you want to stop out the long, because like you don't want to hold both of them forever. You're just like, ideally you're just holding both of them to see which one's going to play out, and you'll have a winner each time. But that's the only real proper way to do it. You don't want to end up in a scenario where like this is where stop losses are wicked important, because it's like you don't want to end up in a scenario where you're holding two trades that are in the negative and you don't know what to do. That's the worst position to be in.
Yeah, I've noticed that for me, it's the tight stop loss by the invalidation of the short and invalidation of the long. And like, especially if it's like if I open them in like very close proximity without the negative, So like, yeah, I've realized that if I do it with a stop loss on, on both sides invalidation, it helps. But also doing like a long, Jason Casper style, like you said, like long the bottom, short the top, and then when the timing of the trade, when you got enough of your short, take the short. Usually it's a lot easier if your bias is long.
Yeah, I mean, Jason Casper, he doesn't even close his shorts. He just like, he'll open a short because he's anticipating that the price is going to drop, but he is planning on opening a long after it does drop. So when it does drop, he takes a long. His short is already way above, so he's protected from liquidation. He can continue to build his long position if it goes lower. But then, but he doesn't ever close the short. He just waits for it to get back to break even. As soon as it gets back to break even, he's way in profit on the long, and then he closes his short at break even, or he stops out of it. And then, like, he never really takes profit on the short. He just uses the short to hedge so that he can continue to build a long, which is like that's also a pretty smart way to go about it. But like, that's also risky, because if you take a short and then the price keeps pumping and pumping and pumping, then you're screwed. You have to have stop losses on a short in any case, because it's like, realistically, the price can go down 99.99%, but that's as far as it can go down. It can go up 200%, 500%, 1,000%, 10,000%, and just never stop. There is no ceiling. So shorting is like super dangerous. You got to have a stop if you're shorting. I mean, you should have a stop anyway. That's just good risk management. Sometimes you just got to like admit when you're wrong about something. It's and losing money. It's like, it's cost of doing business.
The cost of catching
I
a
hate
dip.
stop loss.
Long
I'm
as
never wrong.
long as
I'm
you
never.
win more than you lose, like as long as you win more money than you're losing, you can lose more times than you win.
You're never wrong. You're just in the wrong universe.
Well, it depends of the risk to rewards you are aiming for, right? Like if you're trying to go 20-1 risk to reward, then yeah, you can lose 19 times as long as you manage to win once every 200
Yeah, I mean,
trades. You'll be
with
at break.
a 1 to 2 risk to reward ratio, you only need to be
20,
right
20.
like 30% of the time to like either break even or make profit. So
Yeah.
if you can make 1 out of 3 trades work, then you're all right. I like to shoot for a 1 to 3.5 because then you only have to be right 20% of the time. So you can be wrong on 4 out of 5 trades. That 5th trade will make you money after you get stopped out on the other 4. You know what I mean? So if I'm but I also have stages where I take profit. So it's like I have multiple targets. I have a 1 to 2, 1 to 3.5, 1 to 5, and 1 to 10. So if you close half your position at 1 to 2, then even if you get stopped out, you're only losing as much money as you already gained. So you don't actually lose money other than fees. Or if you hit your 1 to 2 target, you move your stop to break even. You just take half the position, and then if you get stopped, it's like, okay, well, I probably could have gotten a better entry anyway. Now, if it keeps going and it never comes back to you breaking when you never get stopped, and it hits that 1 to 3.5, and then 1 to 5 and 1 to 10, a lot of times you end up averaging out like because you cut your position in half almost every time, but you end up averaging out close to 1. If you end up hitting all 4 targets, you average out to 1.1 to 3.5 ratio, which you only have to be right on 1 out of 5 tries to be profitable.
You've got to be right.
I like
You've
1
got to
to
be
10
right on your
at
rest.
least.
But
You've
that's
got to be right
that's a
on your rest.
system though. It's a system though where you have to
I
like
know.
be willing to like get stopped out 4 times and then the 5th one works, you know?
Yeah. You've only got to
Yeah,
be
4
right
times
once.
is nothing. 4 times is nothing. 4 losses in a
Yeah.
row is nothing. Even if you have that strategy where you know your win rate is 20%, there are going to be series where it's just going to go wrong more than 4 times in a row, and it's just normal. Yeah, you gotta.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're
Got big
wrong,
sell pressure here. Sorry to cut you guys off. Just letting you guys know we got some more sell pressure coming in.
thanks, Drew.
You want to, if you're right, 100 trades and then you paid back 1,000x.
I think it's just coming to fill the gap that there was down there and bounce off of this top of this validation line. But see,
Let's say you get stopped out. Like if you're like, okay, if you try the same strategy and you stick to all the rules and you have the same risk management, you're risking the same amount, the same sample size on every trade. If you get stopped out 20 times in a row, there's something wrong with that strategy, man. Like you got to switch it up.
Well, it's the problem with like ABC strategy. Sometimes price is just gonna be hovering around your entry. Like for example, here I want to stay long from 78, not from 77 or 79, just from 78. Right? What if price just hovers around 78 and goes above and below it 20 times? Then each time I get stopped out and price goes back above 78, I will re-enter at 78k, taking the loss, and then re-entering at 78k. So there are going to be times where it's going to be a bit unlucky and you're going to be stopped out 10 times in a row. Doesn't matter if your risk to reward is 20, 30 to 1. It really doesn't. It's a psychological issue. And about risk management, it's not the same amount. Every time you get stopped out, you enter with smaller amount of dollars, but same percentage of whatever you have available. But you have to reduce the dollar amount every time you
Yeah,
lose.
I'm saying
Otherwise,
when you're testing a strategy, if you risk the same amount, if you say like, okay, I have enough to put $10 on each. I have enough in my account to put $10 on each trade, and I'm risking 10% every time. So that's another $10, or no, that's another $20. So you got $200, $220, and you risk the same amount on every trade, and you stop out for the same amount on every trade. If you lose it all, it's like, okay, well, that's it. That like there's something wrong with the strategy. It's about like testing the strategy. There's
it's
either
gonna happen.
something wrong with the strategy or you're not following the rules of the strategy or something.
think it doesn't matter. It's not about the strategy. You're just gonna have bad series. It's gonna happen. Like there are gonna be 5 double bottoms in a row that fail to actually be double bottoms.
Well, that goes to the other part of risk management. Is like you like if you know your style and you realize that you're over trading, you don't want to over trade or like try to force your way into a position like or trade too many dimes and try to catch too many entries in a single day because
It's
then
not even
like you're screwing
trading, it's
yourself
just
up.
series. Like there's 30% chance. The probability is 30% of getting a bounce, and you're aiming for 3, 2, 1. What is the probability of getting 5 losses in a row? It's not that low actually. Like you're gonna have days where you're gonna get 5 wins in a row, and there are gonna be days where you're gonna get a much bigger than expected series of losses
I
in a
mean,
row.
yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right. But that's the thing. It's like if you're scalping and you're trying to take 20 entries in a single day, like chances are you're gonna lose and get stopped out a lot of times. But that's why I don't do that anymore. I look for like the really like high quality setups where it's like, okay, I could stay in this for a swing trade if it ends up working out really well. But you treat it like a scalp in the beginning for your first take profit, and then you let the rest ride if it ends up turning into what you thought. Otherwise, you just move your
When
stop loss to break even, and then you try again somewhere else.
those are the best setups when a scalp has the potential to become a swing. It's definitely interesting.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. You lock in your profits so that even if you get stopped out, you don't lose anything. It's a free trade.
Hey, you guys want to hear something funny? I'm the opposite. I'm right 7 out of my 10 trades, but my trades are small. They're $10, $20 leverage trades. So I get my portfolio like whatever, $200-300. Then I say, okay, I'm on a hot streak, and then I leverage the whole $200-300 and I lose it all.
Oh god, man.
Hey, that's my specialty too.
I'm
Well,
about to
it's
say I've
typical,
been through that trade school.
it's typical and normal. I think it's the learning curve. You have to lose it all a few times, and you'll eventually either stop trading or actually manage to not do that anymore.
This is why I say whether I take a win or I take a loss, I take a break because it keeps me from like if I'm losing, then it keeps me from going on a losing streak and getting in a bad mentality and going in a downward spiral and losing more and more and more. If I get on a winning streak though, then I get too overconfident and I get too overzealous and ambitious and I take bigger risks and then I end up losing a big trade and I give back a lot of the profits that I made on the winning streak anyway. So it's like if you take a loss or you take a win and you just take a break afterwards and reset, like it typically helps me stop. It stops me from doing either one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
You
that's
need
what
a plan.
I
You know,
learned
you
to
need,
do, and I just
you
You
need
have
a
to be
split.
greedy. You have to be greedy though, because inevitably you're going to take some big losses, even if they're streaks. You have to learn to be greedy as well as not being risky. It's hard.
Yeah,
You
I
you
mean,
need a well-defined strategy where you know where to TP, where to
yeah.
stop loss, and be consistent with it.
yeah, and also if it like know where your take profit is and commit to it, like know where you want to buy and commit to that. It's like if you do, you're taking profit. It doesn't matter. Like if I go long and it goes up and it hits my target and it keeps going, and I'm out of the position and I don't have any of it left and it keeps ripping, it's like, well, whatever. I still made money off of it and I'll just be happy with that. Like you want to be greedy, but you don't want to be too greedy. Like if a
Yeah.
trade works out for you, be grateful because trading is hard.
Yep. It's not easy money.
There are being greedy. I guess intuition is dangerous, but you gotta listen a bit sometimes.
If you're on a really, really good trade and you're like, I just have to take profit, and you don't take that huge win, you're going to take big losses at some point. You need to counteract that. But that's just one idea.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Try to prevent yourself from getting in the mindset where you end up taking a bigger loss than you really had to.
Yeah.
Have you guys read Trading in the Zone?
Yes,
We were just talking about
Mark
that,
Douglas?
man.
Dude, that's a great book. And it's like, if you haven't read it, or you can even listen to the audiobook, but it's like, there's some good stuff in there,
Yeah.
man.
You know
Mark
what? I'm
Douglas
gonna
talks
play it
about all.
now, man. I've been saying that for like 2 weeks now. I'm gonna play the audiobook. But you know what? I'm gonna start it right now.
Dude, the first time I listened to it ever, like I should, I was sleeping and listening to it, and I swear I woke up a better trader.
Yeah, definitely. I've heard so much about that book. Like all the great traders, that kind of like say start there or something.
Dude, it's a must. Like it's like I wouldn't even say start there. It's like if you hit a rut, like if you get stuck in a rut, or like if you feel like something you're doing isn't working, just like read that book or listen to it, and like it's so eye opening because you're like, oh wow, like I get it. The whole psychology of the matter is like, there's no way to like the market's gonna fool me, but I have to outsmart myself. You know what I mean? The market's gonna outsmart me, so I have to outsmart myself and understand that it's like
I remember watching streams where they called it the monkey brain. Get rid of the monkey brain.
the monkey brain.
Yeah. We're descendants from monkeys, and it's just natural reaction.
Yeah.
We don't we don't like taking losses.
I mean, it's like, yeah, nobody likes taking L's, but I mean, sometimes you got to do it if you're like to protect your capital, and that's the thing is that nobody wants to do it, but like to be able to control your emotions enough to do it for the sake of like your money,
We
It's like,
descended from apes. Monkeys have tails.
would you rather lose $10 or lose 100? You know what I'm saying? Like if you're gonna like say you're getting robbed and you have $100 in your sock and $10 in your pocket, and you're getting robbed by some dude on the street. If he only finds the $10, it's like, well, you got beat for $10, but at least you still have the 100.
If Bitcoin was to pump to 90K this week, would you short 90K?
Dan, don't be sexist. I've been robbed by heaps more girls than guys.
I feel that. I don't know. 90K. Yeah, I mean that is technically resistance, but we have bumped up against it a couple times. I'm more bullish at this point than bearish because we kind of like I've been expecting 75K, like it should really go test 75K. It's made it almost there like a few times now.
Yeah, it's really if we go up.
And it's like
because we had
we're
the
halfway
dead cat
through.
box.
We're halfway through March. Like we're like 70% of the way through quarter one. Like, gotta freaking do something. If we don't start going up again by the end of March, like we're screwed.
Well, even the worst case COVID dip was on 12 March, so.
Zeusy, what did you do? Why did you sell your bag?
Me sell my bag? No, man, I sold nothing. So I round trip the whole thing as typical, and it's good. Because I rather take a small loss than a small win. Because for me, a pump to 90K is just a small win. It's barely the beginning of an uptrend, right? Like it would still be a lower high, still the same downtrend, no trend reversal, and also. So no, I have sold nothing. I actually bought more.
Buy it
I
all,
flipped from
Zeusy.
Bitcoin to ETH. I don't know if it's gonna work or not, but we'll see. I'm flipping coins to alts actually. Bitcoin to alts, yeah. I
see
did
that.
FOMO into Sui because it came close to $2.
Oh, it went under $2. It went to like $1.99.
Yeah, it was under $2 earlier today. I called it out, Zeusy. Oh, maybe you weren't here yet.
Well, wait a second. Let me check my Binance chart. No. I mean, on leverage, maybe liquidation boarded below $2, but on spot, 3 USDT spot, 3 USDC spot on Binance did not go below $2.
That's
It didn't.
USDC. Can't trust that
Well,
chart.
2.05. The lowest point was 2.05.
Alright,
Anyway,
it was almost at $2. I know, I remember, and I was like, "Sui at $2." Yeah, I'm scooping some of that.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. 2.05.
Yeah, it's not a
Actually, it
huge
does
difference.
matter a bit, but if it's just on spot. I wanted to start buying it at $2. It's at $2, so let's go.
It's not gonna matter when it goes up 1,000%.
I'm more worried it's gonna go to Golden Pocket now, because it had a nice up
could.
move and. Yeah.
Are you talking about what was it, like $1.30 or something around
Wait.
there? Let me actually look at it.
If it doesn't find support around $2, then you're looking 160 and Golden Pocket at 122.
Whatever, bring it on. I'll hit that.
And
Are you on
after that,
logarithmic or are you on linear or logarithmic?
log.
Okay. Let me
Yeah,
just
log
switch this.
log scale, log fib.
All right, yeah, I see what you're saying. 117 to 120.
Well, I wasn't precise with my fib where I just drew it like.
Yeah,
rough.
it's around that area. Though.
Let's be precise. Golden Pocket is at 132. No, wait, no. Freaking Pintool didn't get it right. There you go. 117.
Where are you drawing? From the bottom or the higher low?
From August, the two
Yeah,
swing points are August 5th of August, and well, it depends on the alt, I guess. But
that's
when
where
did-
I have it drawn, but mine's coming up as 117.
Yeah, 117.67.
All right.
Yeah, I got it right in the end. 117 would be golden on log scale.
Well, that's the 618 anyway.
But yeah, right now we are at the 618, 209. We're at 210, so I mean the 382. Well, it depends which side you drew your fib.
Yeah, I got 382 on log.
When was the last time that the Dixie was under 100?
I don't know, but the fact that we're going down with Dixie reminds a lot of FTX
It must
collapse.
have been too long ago. It was at actually below 100. Let's see. Might have been over a year.
Have a look at the Dixie in
It
2000.
was in July of 2023 was the last time. Have a look at it for what?
$2011, and the Australian dollar was higher than the US dollar. That was crazy. eBay was amazing. Shit. Hey, if I'm dating my Chinese girl and she doesn't trust the Chinese government, am I hedging my bets against China?
Dude, she's probably a spy and she's probably trying to get it.
Yeah, I know, but that shit, she could be bluffing me. It's fucked up, man.
My man's asking the right questions here.
I would just take profit.
Dixie is set up for an up bounce too here. Now that I think about it.
Yeah, it's like we're playing a big game of chicken, aren't we? Whatever. I believe in crypto. Sticking with that. Bitcoin's always going to be better than fiat because they're going to keep printing money. They're never going to stop. and it's just going to be worth less and less. And there's some people that will never sell Bitcoin because they're dead.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So, like, surely it can't go to zero. I actually did the math one time, and I took the whole circulating supply minus like Satoshi, or I think minus the coins, not Satoshis, but minus the coins that are like will probably never be recovered, which I think is about 3 million. And even if every other single person in the world that was holding a Bitcoin decided to sell at the same time, like people would have to buy it on the way down too, because there's no way that everyone could just sell it and have nobody buy it. So it would have to
What about
trend down. But even if every single person sold their Bitcoin, it still would be mathematically impossible for it to go below $12.
what if all those social security people that are dead, they can't sell their social security?
Yeah,
No,
but
it's hard. There will be a floor to Bitcoin. It can't go to zero. I mean, people have estimated this before. They said it can't go below 12,000. So,
I mean, I can't believe people say that still say that it will go to zero. It just will
it
never
can't.
happen.
Some of it's gone.
Yeah,
there'll be a floor.
There'll always be a niche in the world that will put some value on Bitcoin, so it can never go to zero.
Yeah, even if it goes down a lot, like back to like $1,000 or something, or like even like $100, like people will still trade it.
If Bitcoin gets so big that you can't trade it anymore, then the next coin will become the next Bitcoin that we can speculate on. And then when that gets so big, the next coin. So there's an unlimited number of coins for us to keep doing this forever, right?
Yeah,
Have you heard of,
baby Pepe Fi? Look into it.
You know that fast trading stuff? They have crashes where freaking Nasdaq goes to zero. It's on a nanosecond time frame, but
I'm just kidding. Don't buy baby Pepe Fi.
if Nasdaq can be screenshotted at zero, I'm sure Bitcoin can too. Just gotta zoom in.
Dude, that's a glitch, man. Come on.
Well, they have rules in place to prevent crashes in the stock market because they happen otherwise.
Yeah, well, that's what a halt is for. But
yeah.
I mean,
But
there's no halts in crypto.
those fast trading algorithms and all, they do stuff. Like they have micro crashes where price. Well, we don't even see it, I guess. It's not in the charts. It's nanosecond stuff.
I think by the time it becomes a big enough problem, I'm not going to be alive anymore anyway.
So what are we thinking? Is Asia gonna do something, or are we just gonna be stuck in this range until tomorrow?
Couldn't tell you. Have to wait for Asia to come on. Are they in yet? Yeah, maybe they are. They're probably looking at this like, what the hell did they do? But
They got some of that sweet, fresh liquidity. Didn't China start QE?
I think they might have, but I don't know for sure on that. But if we check out like the yen, I'm gonna check out the yen because the yen's probably ripping if the XY is dumping.
It is, yeah. 5%, something like that. You were also pumped.
JPY pumping?
Yeah. China selling Nasdaq to buy their own stock market.
Oh, Canadian Forex. Anything US dollar.
Oh, you put tariffs on me? I will dump you.
Pumping. Yeah, that thing's pumping, man.
It's not only yen. Check 1, 2.
I'd say yeah, the Asia's got a good chance to pump it, and then when euro comes in, you're saying the euro's pumping too. Yeah, euro's pumping.
Yeah, but euro reached its 2008 resistance again, downward angular. So we've been trying to break this downtrend since 2008, since the economic crisis, and we failed. So the probability of euro continuing to pump here, I don't know. I'm losing hope, I guess, but we're back at the it's
Yeah.
testing its 2008 crisis downtrend. Euro has been going down since 2008, and it's pretty well defined downward angle. And
It doesn't have to go outrageous, but let's say it gains like 5%. That's 5% more buying power than was there before. You're trying to look into getting crypto, or swap your euros for tether and then buy crypto. You'll get more tether.
Yeah, we're getting more tether. The problem is it's a less good exit on Bitcoin. You're getting less euros selling your Bitcoin. I guess it's an incentive to just hold.
Yeah, why would you sell it?
More buying power.
Well, I mean, if euro's going down, you can swap your tether for euro before it comes. It's the only way I see around that.
Actually, I swapped for Japanese yen a bit a few months ago, and I'm looking for ways to get in Chinese yuan, but I'm not sure I can. It seems more complex than yen.
What's going on, good people?
Yeah, I don't know where you can get in. What up, D-Block?
Okay.
Watching Bitcoin stop me out.
Just finish eating. Invalidated that W, unfortunately.
But no, why? Really?
Yes, Susie, very much so. We could still be putting in a bigger one, but the smaller one we were looking at got invalidated when we got down underneath 783. Excuse me.
So we
ETH
close
doesn't
the daily
seem
close, right?
down.
Yeah, I was like saying earlier, I was like, oh, the sun's down, D-Block's probably stuck
Bro,
in
I
his
can't
face.
breathe.
Could be.
Bad boy status.
Damn. Yeah, I just ate for the first time today, pretty much, and I'm still hungry. There is my tether or my perpetual share. Okay, so the daily closed with RSI above previous low.
Price made a lower low. It makes it a divergence, right?
Yep, it's a bullish divergence, but now we're still going down. So I don't know. This candle's red so far. See if it turns green.
And
We
it's
still
gonna need to
haven't
go
gotten
down a
our
lot.
full measured move from that bull flag. If we sweep this liquidity, we'll get the full from the bear flag, we'll get that full measured move. If we sweep the rest of the liquidity that's here.
But there's the one thing that didn't show up was there wasn't a big spike in volume that took out the one. It has to take out the one from February 28th. Maybe that happens. Like,
as long as dominance is coming down at the same time, I don't care what Bitcoin does.
why do you care so much about dominance if you're not in alts?
Well, it's for everything else, really, right? It's not. I don't want to be here forever, so I'm rooting for dominance to go down, even like the same as if I was in super micro cap alts. More for a timing thing than anything. We really need to give back some of this ground and like convincingly give it back, like lose it, capitulate.
Some of my friends use the dominance, like the short-term pivots on dominance to trade altcoins. but they just scalp in and out. Like it tends to work for them. I mean,
For me, it's
I
more
guess
if you're in an
sometimes.
altcoin position, it's just a heads up that if you're on support, it's liable to break versus hold. Right? So the difference between holding and breaking support is usually what dominance is doing.
Yeah. And like the DXY. We were looking at the DXY a few minutes ago. That thing's been having a rough couple days. I guess there really, I mean, there is no safety net now. Like, I guess unless we're talking about, like, we were also talking about JPY. Like, Lucy was talking about going into JPY, and it's like better than the dollar right now, apparently.
Gold came down less than Bitcoin, so gold is still out of everything, even though everything's going down.
That trade was a few months ago already.
So, it's
So yeah,
just, but
starting today,
the yen is going up. So it's
Yeah.
like, is it not safer to be in the yen than it is gold right now, even?
I mean, if you want to get into the forex game, but yen is volatile, so
I mean, like,
gold
say you're
doesn't
going to
tend to
sleep
fluctuate
overnight.
much.
If you don't have a position in any like assets, like or any commodities or crypto or anything.
Just go on the stables and go to sleep.
it's it's highly undervalued though. You know, to go with that McDonald's example, where the price of a Big Mac is supposed to be the same roughly, and right now it's not the case at all with Japan.
Well, part of the reason why we're
Oh, look
discussing
at the
that is
gap
because
down on dollar too. Nice.
if
And
the
China,
yen is wrong, if the yen is strong and the yuan is strong, then it gives a higher probability that Asia is going to try to pump Bitcoin, right?
yes, but they're not strong. They're so down that now it's time for them to
I mean,
rise.
that's not necessarily true, guys. Think of like we're waiting for Bitcoin to pump and we're waiting for the dollar to go down for that to happen. We have a strong dollar and we're not pumping. Right? We're waiting for Dixie to take that hit for it to go. So just the yen being strong doesn't make the Asian session any more powerful. They might be a little bit more willing to spend, but you see how it works
You know
with
what?
us right on this side.
Well, it's
For
like
me,
if you had yen or euro, you could get more tether today than you could yesterday for the same amount of yen or euros.
Yeah, the forex guys are always going to arbitrage for sure. Where the hell is...
the Dixie dumped too much too quick. It will retrace back up. Your dollar will regain its buying power. Don't worry. Although I don't know what it's going to do. It's been a pretty aggressive move down.
With tether though, it's like what else can you buy with tether other than crypto, really?
But about Asia in general, they're just at the beginning of a bull run. America is potentially at the beginning of a recession, right? So it makes sense that China is Asian, Asia in general. So whether it's Asian session or actually Asian stock market are going to perform better, maybe for 6 months, maybe for a year or two, I don't know.
Yeah,
But then
I've got a long on
American
the
markets overall, just
the
because
China
they're not
large cap ETF FXI. I've got a long on that China large cap ETF.
It's a bit late to enter that trade because China is already up 20-30% from their market bottom. But the idea, I think,
I
is
mean, but yeah, that's like the
that-
start of a bull market, kind of. They haven't hit a new all-time high since like 2007.
yeah, I know. That's why.
There
But
could
they
be a
also
short
keep
squeeze
they
in
manipulate their
China
currency,
markets.
keeping it low, and all. So it could explain a bit why it's okay. So.
If there's a bunch of people shorting it into the ground, and like there could be a short squeeze.
But it's
That's why I
political.
have the
We
position.
decided to exit China to go to India. So our factories are moving from China to India. So China is dumping, India is pumping. But maybe that's going to come to an end.
Yeah, I don't
Apple
know.
leaving China to go to India, all these like we're trying to reduce reliance on Chinese manufacturing by moving it back to Europe, back to America, so back to India. Actually, no, it's not moving back to our countries because it pollutes too much. So we keep it in Asia, but instead of China, we choose India. And India is in an amazing boom. If you look at Indian stock market, these guys are doing amazing. But it's starting to go down too now.
Yen is about to rip another level out of Dixie right now. This breakout on yen should break our structure on Dixie.
I have another theory why Dbloc doesn't want dominance to go up. I think he's secretly telepathically feeling the pain of his friends.
Big sales coming in. Big sales coming in.
I don't want dominance to go up because that's another one of the metrics that's getting dangerously close to doing stuff it's not supposed to do.
Like 74%? Ooh.
Yeah, what happens if it breaks past the 618, like for real? Just everything else goes to zero. Bitcoin goes to 250K.
It just means you're probably going to get a bull market only. I mean, a Bitcoin only, and maybe a handful of alts, which is not good for
Receive
anybody.
to 800? Ah, yeah.
I mean, it's kind of the SPY, the S&P has been kind of doing the same thing. The rest of the stock market. If you look at the Russell 2K, like especially the equal weighted version of the Russell 2K, it really doesn't look it like. It looks better than the altcoin market, but it's still doesn't look right.
Oh, we're low on Bitcoin? Wanna trade the small time frame ABC inside the C?
Yeah, this is getting brutal, but I'm out of money, so that's it. Gonna have to wait. What is the ticker for the equal weighted Russell?
Getting real
Come on,
close to
BRICS!
76.
Fight American collapse! Fight Trump! Fight! Go BRICS! Save crypto! I mean, it's the way it works now, right? If America's going down, Bitcoin is going down with it. But can we be a bit stronger than America and not follow Trump to the teeth, but actually hold above 74? Or no? It's only 3% away now.
Are French natural anarchists?
Zusi,
I don't know how to answer that.
Sui's at $2.03.
There you go. I'm in a loss on 3-2 now. All right. But hey, it's okay at these levels.
EQAL, isn't it? I mean, it's still higher.
Big sales coming in. Big sales coming in.
Not above the previous all-time high, though.
Hey Drew, how you doing over there in your Trump position?
I'm in a USDC position right now. I let go of that bad boy as soon as I felt some tension.
Oh,
Good.
nice.
Under $10 is at $9.92.
Yeah, but be quiet, guys. Don't talk too much about it yet. Let it drop. Let it drop. Let it drop.
You know, total is at the dead cat bounce from previous bear market where we topped at 2.4 trillion. So it's at 48K already. Then wait, no, it doesn't work like that. We're definitely below 65 on total market cap. We're somewhere between 65 and 48.
Dude, honestly, IWM, the equal weight of Russell 2K looks better than the actual.
Everybody really needs to stop freaking out about legacy. To me, it's even crazier than freaking out about Bitcoin. It's like, just look at the numbers, right? Did Apple have a competitor come out with something that's going to take away their sales or their revenue for the next quarter? Did the Chinese drop something that made NVIDIA worth 5% less today? Or Amazon? Or does Tesla have a reason to be 16% down? Does Google have a reason to be 4% down?
Nobody's worried about the Mag 7. You know, it's like those are. But
No, but my
somebody did mention
my
that.
point being is that these retracements don't have anything to do with anything fundamental about the projects or the companies. This is
Yeah.
pure sentiment.
This is like FUD.
There's uncertainty,
FUD,
man.
whatever.
People don't like
but then-
levels of
then the
uncertainty
pump-
in the stock market.
You know, Tesla's pump was because Elon was at the government, so it kind of makes sense to just erase it because it's sentiment that brought price to these levels too. Works both ways, right?
But Tesla, what happened? Like Tesla dropped a lot. Somebody said it was at 220 earlier.
It
Yeah,
dropped
it's me.
16%.
Oh Jesus, yeah, this
Hey,
thing's been slaughtered.
Well, it's down 50% from the new all-time high, even a
Hey,
bit more now.
Zeusy, you got a spare bedroom, man? Because I think my wife's gonna divorce me after this dump.
Unfortunately, no.
Dude, yeah. My mom's told me like, hey, Tesla's gonna go down. I'm like, oh, trust me, I know.
Oh,
Like I knew it was gonna go down a month ago.
76,900 under that.
At 14 cents on Doge. Ooh.
Like by the time you hear about something on TV, it's something we already seen in the charts a month ago.
Yes and no.
Some guy came into our chat today, our chat at work, like our internal chat, and said, "I sold all of my Microsoft. I'm done with this toxic stock." And then next thing, I went to go look for him on Teams, and he's not on Teams anymore.
He left the company.
Either he left the company or HR reached out.
Well, you work for Microsoft?
Yes, but I'm just saying, like, you don't go into your company that you work for and talk smack and call it a toxic stock.
Yeah, that's like a important piece of the information.
A lot of the shareholders of Microsoft stock are the freaking employees.
Yeah, he got fired.
Dude, Coinbase is not letting me buy mother.
Dude, it's doing the same thing you did to me earlier, right? It's locking you out of your funds. That's some sketchy business, man. I'm not even putting it past Coinbase because they pulled some stuff last year.
Some balances are temporary unavailable. Yo, these guys.
Yo, they said that this stuff.
Blah, blah, blah.
They said that the stuff that Robin Hood pulled off could never happen in crypto.
Oh, it happens every day. When we're at 65K in 2021, I saw the Binance US chart go down to 10,000, 8,000 actually.
Somebody got stopped out on that move. Like
I know
literally, no
somebody
one
that
was
bought.
complaining. Really?
Yeah, I don't know if any of you were around
They just
before
woke up.
that girl Cleo. Does anybody remember Cleo? She had, well, probably not. Probably none of you guys do, but she had limit orders on Bitcoin at like 10K, and they hit. She had it had to be on that exchange though.
That's why Dbloc doesn't want to short the top on exchanges.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like Elon said it years ago. Like, not your keys, not your crypto. It's true. The exchange can kind of do whatever they want with your shit. Honestly, that's why a lot of people like self custody. Like not Binance, Coinbase. Where was it? I have to look at the Bitcoin chart. It was on. It was when we
Hell
were
yeah, I don't
approaching the
need
new.
health insurance anymore.
It was on.
Yeah, it will be really
the 5th.
interesting to see how. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go.
I was gonna say it's gonna be interesting to see how it plays out long term with Hyperliquid, because for now, I guess some people don't really trust them fully yet, but if they survive a couple cycles, I see them taking major shares off of major volume off of Binance and Coinbase.
So on this day, March 5th of 2024, the Fear and Greed Index was at 90, right? And on that day, Coinbase completely shut down and everyone's balance when they logged in, everyone's balance at 0, right? So here's what I think they did. They took everyone's coins that were holding coins on exchange. I think they took everyone's coins, they converted them all to Bitcoin. They sold all the Bitcoin, created this huge dip and some panic selling on other exchanges. They bought the Bitcoin back.
Yes, I was able to buy. Sorry to cut you off. Yes, I just
There you
got
go.
it. Woo!
They bought the Bitcoin back on the dip. So basically they bought it back 14% lower than where they sold it after that dip they created. And then they returned they converted the extra Bitcoin that they had back to altcoins, put the altcoins back in people's account, and then sold the Bitcoin the extra Bitcoin that they got to BlackRock.
I mean,
That's
that's
what
a quick
there's
14%.
Yeah, well, no, I think there was no Bitcoin available on the exchange, and BlackRock was like, "Hey, we need to buy Bitcoin. What can we do to make this happen?" Coinbase is like, "Hold on a second."
Well, that would be illegal because you can't commingle customer funds. So if they did that, it's 1000% illegal.
I mean, there's no proof, but I mean, I just have a feeling that that's what they did. And they returned
Yeah,
everything.
crypto exchanges would never break the rules.
I'm just
Yeah, I mean,
saying I'm just saying if they did it, it's illegal. I don't work there.
But if they have custody of your stuff, then it's like they kind of could do that as long as they return it, right?
Yeah, all they got to say it's a glitch.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, we're under system maintenance, or like, yeah, our systems are down due to high volume or whatever. Like, they say whatever they got to cover it up, and then
Or we got hacked.
If they get caught, they just gonna say it was an intern.
I mean, there's got to be a way to, like, if you actually wanted to trace it back to look on chain and like look at the
There's a
blockchain
1000% a way for them to get caught doing that. It's blockchain. You would be able to see it on the blockchain.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if just like I don't know if anyone ever looked into that, but that was just a tinfoil hat theory that I had. I have absolutely no proof that it actually happened. It's just a tinfoil hat.
No, RH. My opinion, no.
I think it happened, Qui-Gon. I believe in you.
You got an idea where this bottom's at?
I mean, you know, like you don't gotta believe. I could be totally wrong. It's just there's just like be aware of like someone that's not Coinbase, like could do that easily. You know what I mean? I mean, Bybit got hacked and got Ethereum allegedly stolen from them, and then they had it back the next day somehow. Like they have like $1 billion worth of Ethereum stolen.
It's impossible.
This is just a crazy world.
It's impossible not to have an employee who's going to leak that information if they ever do that, and they will get in big trouble. I mean, other exchanges could do it, but that Coinbase, I doubt it. They can do that shit.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of pride themselves on like adhering to like regulatory like stuff from the United States. They're all fight against the SEC. They're like, oh no, we follow all the rules. Like, what are you talking about?
There's old SEC on their board. They're probably the least likely to break any sort of serious rules. Excuse me.
Oh no, Dbloc. I'm seeing YouTube videos of bear market in the stock market now. People calling for the bear market.
It's been like that for months.
No, I mean like popular YouTubers, that do
Yeah.
stock market are now calling for a bear market. People that are normally bull market centered.
That's bullish. Let's go, baby.
Like there's one dude that just follows stock. He doesn't follow crypto. He just follows the stock market and forex. But he's like, there's a large number of people calling options for shorts, and they're not closing out of them.
A lot of people are saying the second half of the year, so not the first quarter, not the second quarter. We just finished up the first quarter, right? Or finishing the first quarter halfway.
So what the hell did people get scared? Sorry, you.
Kathy Wood said in second half of this year, that's when things are going to start pumping. I don't know if she knows what she's talking about, but we'll see.
Did Zelensky scared people out that you guys gonna feel the pain too? What the hell? People got scared with his word.
I ain't scared.
Powell, blame Powell.
Not scared.
I
So
ain't
what you're
afraid of
saying,
no
Drew, is
ghosts.
so what you're saying, Drew, is I should buy ARK.
I mean, I don't know. I'd say if she's think about it. If she's saying she's kind of flooding the markets, and if she's saying these 2 quarters are going to be bad, and then third quarter, fourth quarter, she didn't say those words, but that's what she's kind of mean and sending that or whatever the word is. But the second and first quarter, she's a bad, third quarter, fourth quarter, good, basically. And she's saying it's perfect setup for Trump to roll into the second half of the year, because these first shakeups are going to be something that solidifies the second half much easier, or something like that. I don't know. I got to look at the video though.
If you're looking on the weekly, we are now sitting on top of the weekly 50 EMA on Bitcoin. If it
got the whole
breaks,
team gap.
yeah, if it breaks below that, then there's probably a good chance we'll see a 70K Bitcoin. If the stock market keeps on crashing.
Wow.
Well, 50% down from 110 gives you 55K, right? But if we reclaim 78, we reclaim 78.
I don't know, Zeusy. Like like what was it Dbloc that said, like when you first start hearing the first person call bear market, that's probably we're in a bear market. I don't think Dbloc said that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think that was me at all. If that was the case, we would have been in the bear market a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
You buy during the bear market, so it's kind of cool to call it a bear market.
Yeah, but it's a question of how low does the bear market take you before we go back into a bull market?
Anybody here that is into macro? What do the metrics tell you right now?
To buy 69K.
Like
yeah, buy 70K
of the bear market metrics that are visible right now. Do they more resemble the top of a bear market, or do they more resemble the bottom of a bear market?
Well, the
fear and greed. Does fear and greed resemble the top of a bear market or the bottom of a bear market right now?
Hey, until Bitcoin breaks below 45K, I'm not gonna call it a bear market. But at that point, it's a bit late.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it kind of depends on perspective, right? So let's
largest liquidation event in history. The only other 2 liquidation events anywhere near that large were FTX crash and COVID. What do those 2 things have in common?
Dixie
Bottom
going
of the
down
bear
with
market, right? I've never seen this many. I've never seen this many things resemble the bottom of a bear market this high in price ever.
Man, I survived the bear market of 2025.
Knock on wood, not yet.
We got the whole CME gap. So I don't know, man.
Yeah, but The problem is it didn't stop there. We're now below, below the close.
Yeah, Dbloc.
What's going on,
Yeah, I
Reverend?
was at 1-4,
getting
bro.
the total chart is.
Yeah, I haven't even looked at Gallop. I'm telling you, I haven't looked at any mid cap holds. This is not
Holds,
time.
bro. Some low prices, man.
Mm-hmm. They were low last week too. They were low the week before last.
Now they're even lower. But this time it's the bottom. That's the thing.
Yeah, all right. Now I'm okay with missing the bottom, guys. I told you that. I'm trying to be completely transparent about that. I'm 1,000% okay with missing some of these bottoms to get confirmation. I'm not greedy. The profits from the top of the market that are going back in at the bottom, that compound is going to be so serious at these levels that I don't have to bottom snipe. Not on low market cap shit. Now while dominance is doing this, I'd be crazy. I don't care what the price is in USD.
I still think that's crazy that dominance is going up that high while Bitcoin is dropping. You would think dominance would be dropping as Bitcoin's dropping.
Well, ETH hasn't found its floor still. We're below 1,800 now. I don't know. 1,600 next.
Wait, I thought dominance goes down if Bitcoin breaks support and then they go into stables, right? Isn't that why it goes down when Bitcoin goes down?
If dominance is going down when Bitcoin is going down, it's either going into stables or alts. If dominance is going up while Bitcoin is going down, that means alts are bleeding harder than Bitcoin is.
Soul's under 113.
Dom shouldn't be this high, Freeman, this late into the cycle. Yeah, Stormboy, that's why we wait. That's why we wait patiently. You're going to take any plays, like I said, don't look at them as rocket ships, look at them as rescue ships. When it pops up, take
I'm
your
waiting.
money, wait for lower prices.
I'm waiting for you to swing, my G.
You and me both, bro. Not easy.
I'm feeling like stepping up to the plate. I haven't stepped up the bat, but I'm getting ready here. I'll take a double.
How is ETH dumping this hard? 17.7.
Yeah, ETH is probably coming down into its next value area. Let me pull ETH.
My God, I'm getting a deal. What do I need?
Let's go naked chart.
I guess I need Bitcoin.
Yeah,
Or
that
do I need Litecoin?
weekly.
Maybe I need
Get some Litecoin.
Litecoin.
Litecoin's
Yeah, I
probably
need
better
Litecoin.
buy.
83. Can I get it for 70?
Boom. Can we get 1 second time frame relief at least? How about
No.
How about 78K now?
69K. Let's get it over with.
No, not
Yeah.
even. All right. Never mind.
Yes.
Well,
You
we
want to
should
be
clear out that vector completely and get down to 68,727.
Yeah, and then we could be finished. I'll accept any downside after that.
I say we come down to 39 and then pop right back up to 150.
Oh God. I can't do it.
Yes, it's still.
What is it?
dumping.
What is your TA on that? Can I hear your TA? Can you show me your chart and explain to me why you think that?
I'm just talking about Scamway.
Yeah, I need to learn how to separate euphoria from TA, guys.
All he needs to do is show you his short from 106K.
107.
Oh my God, you a beast.
I'm
That's
waiting.
beautiful.
That's why I keep saying that, because I want to catch up.
I can't believe you didn't close it.
I am really struggling not to close it right now. It's like, are we going to keep going down? Can I squeeze a little bit more out, or are they going to round trip me? Every day, that's what I think about. Am I about to get round trip?
Wow.
You guys know that you make more money closing a short and reopening it, and then like closing it repeatedly than just holding one short all the way down through a drop.
Yeah, but see, my liquidation price, I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
something to be said about that as well, but if you
I
just use a stop loss.
When you catch a good entry, holding to it till you have equal size reversal potential is, I think it's a good plan.
That's ego, though. We just get married to our entries.
Yeah.
No, I'll show. I'll show you on the chart why it's better to close them and then open them again.
No, but Bitcoin didn't drop
Let me
enough
get a good naked chart.
to be useful here.
I don't disagree with you, but he has a point. They can't get him.
Well, they
Yep.
can. It's just he doesn't feel like they
Well,
can right
well,
now.
no. Keep in mind that's on a complete. I'm running multiple exchanges. That particular order is on a separate exchange than what I'm currently trading on right now. That's why I'm not going to touch it. If I'm going to do that strategy, I'll do it on a different exchange. But that order is not getting touched.
And
Yeah, I mean,
explain to Emad
do
so he
whatever you want.
understands how many times you try to catch that short before you caught it.
A lot.
Let's put a number on it. How many times did you short Bitcoin stop until it held? Not just you. I'm not singling you out. I'm just bears in general.
Oh, yeah,
please
probably a lot.
Please single him out. He always pops up when things are going bad.
In my case, it wasn't too hard to catch that one. The problem is, the TPing. I just can't hold two shorts like a good swing on a long.
Yeah, but you hold. Yeah, but I think it's easier to short than it is to long.
Well, it's the same stuff. You have to press one button.
Yeah. Well, the other thing too is it's the same thing statistically. More longs will be liquidated than shorts do. So if you think about statistics, you're better off shorting than longing in the long run.
A chart that tends to always go up. How can that be true?
Well, it's just statistics. There more money gets liquidated on longs than shorts.
Yeah, but that's because
Look at-
most people take only longs. So that's why.
Exactly.
Well, it's also most people.
What
either
Zeus
don't
is
know
saying
how
is that
to
it
or
doesn't
can't.
mean. What Zeus is saying is it doesn't mean that the shorts are more or have a
Making
higher
more money.
percentage outcome. It just means that when they do come down, there's more liquidations underneath. But you as a shorter don't get paid off of how many people get liquidated.
No.
Hey, the best trade ever on Bitcoin was to buy it back in 2009 or whatever, and just hold that. And it was a long, not a short. If you look at the best trade on
The best trade in
Euro,
Bitcoin was never to have bought that first house and just sit on that 200 Bitcoin and not do shit.
yeah.
Sat on
If
a
you look at
beach for the
Euro,
next
the
10
best trade
years.
was to sell in 2008 and just wait. Yeah, you're still waiting.
Damn, Dbloc with the Romo. I heard that Romo in your voice, man.
It just goes to show you, like right now, let's say bull market goes up, get to 120, whatever, you got your Bitcoin, you want to buy yourself a house. Doesn't seem like a lot of Bitcoin, like wow, I just turned a little bit of Bitcoin into a lot by this house. Then you look back and it's a 200 Bitcoin mistake.
Yeah. I was looking on the weekly candle 2D block on so when we started having that bullish momentum upward we had those two really big green weekly candles. So we completely ate through that first weekly candle, and now we're going for that second one. If we only eat through 50% of that weekly candle, we can get Bitcoin maybe down to 74,560. If we only eat through 50% of it.
I mean, measured move that we're already in takes us to 75, so that wouldn't be much of a push from there.
Yeah.
So go the chicken route, put stop loss at entry, and go to sleep. Hell no.
No, I would if I was gonna go into a long on Bitcoin, I would not. I just wouldn't trade at this point.
I bought it again. Let's see what happens.
I mean, we could get a recovery here since we hit the 50 EMA on the weekly.
Well, also it's been pretty aggressive. 3 big bubbles, 3 big red bubbles. Typically, people don't manage to sell bottoms, do they?
Typically not. Well, buy bottoms, you mean?
Yeah, right.
What's Litecoin at?
It's below 105. It's dumping. It will go back
You
up
know,
eventually.
what was that thing where we had there was a time where we were counting how many weekly red candles we had, and during the last bear market or bull market, where Bitcoin had eight weekly weekly candles
Green,
or
green,
something like that. No, red
green.
candle.
No, green.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
it was the 8 or 9 green weekly candles that we had never had in a row.
Yeah.
You want to break that record to the other side? No, the problem is when you look at the speed of the dump on the stock market, for example, or actually on Bitcoin, it's not that quick. We've seen it quicker. But still, it's pretty quick. Like if you want to do 8 red weeks in a row, oh boy, we're going to end up very low at this rate.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm being honest,
It's been 4 weeks.
I think I won't go into a long on Bitcoin until next week, probably. Because if this turns out to be a weekly red candle, then we may not recover till next week, is what I'm thinking. Because
COVID
you'll
dip
have a
was
bunch of
the best day to buy COVID dip was 12th of March. We're the 11th. So just
To give you guys a little bit of taste on what happened on COVID, Bitcoin dropped 60% in one day. 60%. And I promise you, 1000%. Not only did it drop 60%, but we had the US government telling us that 1 out of every 4 people were probably going to die. And the sentiment was not as bad as it is right now. I promise you on everything I love. This sentiment is way worse. Way worse.
Well, it's sentiment of being betrayed by the president you elected, right?
It's a lot of shattered dreams.
But it's too early to turn on Trump.
unfulfilled.
Midterms are in 2 years, man.
Man, if we could drop 60% Dbloc, that would put Bitcoin price at
Bottom of the bear market.
39,000, no less. No, it'd
Careful
be
what you guys wish for, man. I know you guys are in shorts and you want these things to print, but if you break this, if you break this cycle, remember what you wished for if it happens.
Not breaking this cycle means not going below $1
69.
more or 69.
69.75.
So that's where I need to take profit at then.
Not saying it's going to happen, but what if it does happen?
Then you guys better have paid attention when it comes to learning how to trade, because you're going to trade for the rest of your life. You get no more easy cycles.
Hey, Eve had a shooting morning star, pretty beautiful candle on the 15-minute. It's red though. Maybe we need to explore that week again. I like that red candle on Eve on the 15. Yeah. Ooh.
I mean, that's kind of what I was asking you, Dbloc, earlier. Is once they have exhausted all mechanisms to extract money out of people, the only alternative they have is to change the pattern.
I don't necessarily agree that that's the motive, though. I get that's how it feels. These people don't even know that we exist, guys. These people are jockeying for position to beat each other at this game.
That's exactly what I'm saying. They all have the power to move the price, so it's whoever's got the biggest swing in D.
All right, so is price action kind of calm? Do I get a few minutes where I could show something? I just want to show this long short thing real quick.
Yeah.
Is price action crucial right now? I'm not looking
No,
at this.
not really. It's just floating here.
All right. Let me share my screen, and whoever's interested can come on and follow along from a little presentation.
I'll be right back, guys.
All right, so I was saying, who's the guy that's in the short?
And that would be moi.
Epic, are you French now?
Oh no.
Hey,
Oui.
what up, dude?
Je suis
Let me
epic.
know when you're in there. So let's say, like, for the sake of this example, let's say that you're the best trader in the world and you caught every single pivot, right? We're gonna be generous with this example because I'll show you how entering new shorts on the way down in a downtrend is more profitable than holding one the whole time, and entering one long at the bottom and holding it the whole time is more profitable than entering and exiting multiple times. So right here, say you're the best trader in the world, you shorted the top, right? So we're gonna we'll round down. So we're being generous with the numbers in this case, because we're giving a handicap. So we'll round down to the nearest percent for this one. So that would be 38% plus 36% plus 47% plus
No, see,
45%.
I completely
plus
100% agree with you with how that looks, right? My problem is that
No,
I
I
don't
get-
trust myself not doing something stupid and then liquidating the entire move.
I get you. I totally get where you're coming from because I've done the same thing before. But I'm just giving for an example, just like, and it has nothing to do with your trade specifically. I'm just trying to show exactly like how you can make more money just exiting and entering new shorts.
Yeah,
So we did plus
100%.
Yeah, you have on the way down.
Yeah, plus 26, plus 27. So
Wait,
that's 200.
127?
So that's rounding down to the nearest percent. You end up making 219%. Trading in and out of a short 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, right? So 6 trades, you make a total of 219%. But if you had just opened this short at the top and wrote it all the way down, you only made 77%, 77.5%. So 219% is way more than 77%, right?
So let me just say this. The
the
other
real problem
reason
is-
I don't want to touch that trade is because it's a 500x short.
It's the diminishing returns on our short. Like there comes a point where it's worthwhile to TP your short to reopen one just to increase value, right? Because the coin goes down so much that like when Bitcoin was down 70% there, it could still drop another 70%, right? But you wouldn't double the profits you have if it dropped another 70%, because 70% of 70%. It's.
I mean, it can keep going down. Yeah, you're getting diminished returns here, but
Yeah.
I mean
If you
here
the value
so it started smaller, right? And then it got bigger on these two drops are bigger, then these two started getting smaller. But I mean, when you add all the positions together, you're making a much higher percentage than you would if you just held one short from the very top to the very bottom. And that's 77%. You're making 219% instead of 17% or 77%.
Yeah, but in this case, you've been the perfect trader who took
So-
shorts at the perfect time. But you don't even need that. Like if you short, so you short the top, you TP the bottom. Okay, just one single example. Instead of doing that, if you cut the trade in two and you TP at 30K and you just re-enter exactly at 30K, the overall profit is still 70% down. You'll still make more money.
Oh, so you mean like this? Like if you were to take a short like this,
and then another
that's
one,
52% down.
Yeah, and now
then,
take another one at the same level that goes all the way to the bottom. So just two trades, you'll make more money taking these two trades than taking a single trade from the top to the bottom.
Yeah,
And now
exactly.
You can
Like
compare
you would
because
have
you
made
have
104%, 105%. You're still making more off of just two trades than you would. And that's even if you entered the same one at the same place where you closed the
That
last one.
makes-
Say you entered here.
Luna was
That makes no sense to me. How does that work?
Because you have diminishing returns on shorts. Like for example, Luna. Luna was down 90%. And it did go down another 90%. When you short, you sell and then you buy, right? But you can't buy more coins than you sold the amount, the value. The problem when you short is when value goes down, well, you don't double your wins if price divides by 2 again. When price goes up, every time price doubles, you double your profit, right? When price goes down, every time price divides by 2, you don't double your profit. It's 1/4, right? If price is at 100K, dumps to 50K, I made X amount. If price divides by 2 again, I don't make 2X. I make 1/4.
Let's look from here. Even this example, say Bitcoin had dumped from 69K down to $7,000. It'd be down 90%. But then you could also take that, say it continued to dump further, right? It could still dump another 90%, and then it would be at $771. So I mean, you get 90% plus 90% down. You know what I mean? That's what he's trying to say is that like it can go down 90%, but then from there it can still go down another 90%, and then from here.
What is a short? The problem is you don't have enough coins to make money at that point, because when you short, you sell first, then you need to buy back. You can't buy back more coins than you sold at the top.
You could even short it down to $73 and you get another 90% drop. So I mean, that's the whole idea of like even if you opened it at the same point in two different trades, like Susie's saying, you would still make more money than you would shorting the whole way down.
But then your liquidation or closure.
I found the perfect example. You sold one Bitcoin at 100K. Price goes to 10K. You've made 90K profit, right? But you have to buy back the coin you sold. So you buy one Bitcoin at 10K. You've made 90K. Now, instead of going to 10K, if Bitcoin went to 1K, then you would buy back only one Bitcoin because you sold only one, right? So you can only buy back one Bitcoin. And instead of making 90K, you're going to make 99K. So you only made 10% more money, but price divided by 10 again. It went from 10K lower to 1K, right?
Yeah,
but you could buy 10 more.
The diminishing returns.
The difference though is that on the way up, like
yeah,
you can only go down 99.99%, right? But you can go up thousands of percent. Like if it's down 100% and it goes to zero, whatever. It's like, but it can go up 1,000%, 10,000%, 20,000%, 50,000%. But this is here's just the same example on the way up, right? Just to finish up this little presentation here. So we'll be more generous with this one, and we'll actually round up to the nearest percentage. So we'll do 57 plus 59 plus 28 plus 98 plus 92 is 334. So you'd make 334% being in and out of every trade and catching every single pivot perfectly. But if you had just longed to the bottom with just one position and longed it all the way up to the top, you would have made 373%. So instead of 334. So you're better off holding a long position and riding it up. I mean, say you were still holding that, honestly, you would have made like a lot of money. But yeah, like
They
I'm just
deleted
saying,
my screenshot. I had the screenshot of Bitcoin long from 15x long from 15.5 to 106 or 108. I forgot.
well, the point I'm trying to make is if you're trying to maximize gains, if you're gonna hold a position long term for like a long period of time, you're better off just holding one long position throughout the whole long stretch of it, and when you're opening a short, open it for a short period of time. Right?
And you'll less
Well,
tax.
you're kind of missing a piece though, because when you're longing, if you say you take profits at the bottom, say you long with $100, you catch that 57% move. Now you have $157 to buy at that next dip. So you're actually, I think you're making more US dollar, even though the percentage is off, because you're kind of compounding.
Of course,
Yeah,
if you enter with more value,
if you compound, yeah, true, you make more money, but we're just talking about percentage here.
You know, what's also interesting too is using that same philosophy, right? And you look at Bitcoin on the 3-day, you would think 18 to 20% is the magic number for them to take profits on their short, let it ride back up, put in a new short, let it come back down. Because when you're looking on the 3-day, the first drop on Bitcoin was roughly about 17.15%. Our second drop was at 19.75%. And this third drop here is at about 19.39%. And so if they're following a similar strategy, then Bitcoin should pump from here. It shouldn't drop more than it's doing right now. Like we should see a recovery phase here on Bitcoin, say back to like 88,000, maybe
90K,
92,000.
80,000
And then we
is the
drop
typical.
another 20% from there.
I'm thinking more 90K, and then you can drop another 20%. If you want to call it a recovery.
I mean, this wasn't in the factor of all the things, but it's going to vary from exchange. But you got to think about what about the funding fees? Have you looked at that short from 107? So just imagine holding it for like a long time, and it's going, they're going negative, they're going positive. I wonder like what your fees are going to be. Like acute, are they coming in and out of it, or that you would just pay them when you close it?
On 10x, you can just ignore fees, honestly. On 500x, yeah, maybe that's an issue, though.
Yeah. Well, I'm not more worried about it. It's more money than I have right now, so it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, I mean you're in a good spot. I have to do the same thing at the bottom, or there's no mortgage, boys.
How many times did you actually try to catch that short using 500x, bro?
I think I've only tried a couple. Like in all honesty, I think I caught that like on my second or third attempt.
Damn.
So
pretty
look at
good,
this
man.
one. Even from this top here, you have 19 plus 21. So these three drops here, if you shorted each one of these three drops, you'd have 16 plus 21 plus 19 equals 56. If you just held it short from the top, you're only making 30% instead of 56% total. Plus, and then that's not even including the compound. Like if you were to open a bigger position here, you'd make even more money, and then take profit, reopen here with an even larger position because you enter with the extra compound profits. You're making even more money. So it's like that's just why it's more profitable to enter and exit
It's
shorts.
scalping via swinging, right?
Yeah.
Holding short from 107 to 70K is a swing. Well, what you describe is more like scalps. I mean, big
Why go
scalps.
so high?
I mean,
Yeah, it's buy low,
not-
sell high, but it's hard to do. Good luck.
It's kind of a swing if it lasts, a week, 7 days would be that one, and then
No, but on a different time frame.
this would be. This one would be. You would have been holding it for 9 days. This one you would have been holding it for, and this is only if you caught the absolute tops. This one you would have been holding it for 14 days. So I mean, I'd call that a swing.
You know how
A
many
week,
tries?
1 to 2 weeks is like I'd count that as a swing trade.
Bitcoin does not care, boys.
Yeah, you're right. It's a swing, but we're not gonna be able to convince Epic of closing his short.
Actually, let me.
I mean, look,
let
he
me
can do
tell you why.
whatever he wants. This isn't about this. This
Trade.
wasn't supposed to be about his trade. I'm just showing
Yeah, I
how
know.
you can make more money at exiting and entering.
Oh yeah,
Again,
We
I'm
tried
showing
that 70k too, and
Actually,
he can do whatever he wants with his money. I'm just saying that you can make more money exiting and re-entering.
No, please attack
multiple
him
times on
personally.
shorts.
Keep attacking Epic.
you see, if you zoom in on the top right there, where you were just at, yeah, zoom in on top of there. Before we made the drop, you see that go to the right a little bit, more to the right, down. No, when we had the distribution phase to the right, and then you see how we had that green, we failed to break out higher, and then we dropped. That's the reason why I held on to my short, because as soon as I saw that, that pattern there is so familiar to me, because whenever I see that, Bitcoin breaks down like crazy.
Yeah.
failure to put a new high.
I mean,
yeah.
This is what we were saying with the sort of the support zones. Like we tested this zone. We were saying this earlier today. We tested this zone. Oh, why is there no color to this? We tested this zone once, twice, 3, almost 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. And I mean, you put in a higher high here, but then when you tested it this time, you ended up putting in a lower high, and then it's more likely that the support's going to break at that point.
That looks like an ABC. Down, up, down.
Yeah, but I mean, so does this, technically. I
Yes.
think that's the one you were looking at earlier, right?
Yes. Well, it's
You could
failing.
even kind of say that this is more of a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, but that 4 went a bit too high. If you start, well, yeah.
No, fours always have deep retracements, and it didn't come back past these bodies up here.
Yeah, but it's not supposed
I mean, it
to
did
go
come
above
back past the wicks, but
Yeah. No, it's not supposed to go above 1 if you wanted textbook, but it's allowed a bit of deviation.
did it do this here? All right. So then, if you take out the wicks and you just use the line chart, then it kind of makes a little bit more sense.
You can make it work if you look at all that happened since all time high.
Yeah, I guess the other question is if the Nasdaq and the SPY tank, is Bitcoin going to be able to not tank with the stock market?
Yes, you know why? Because China is about to go on an amazing bull run, and Japan and Europe and all the rest of the world. Don't forget, America is not alone in the world. Although you
Yeah, there's
represent
stimulus from
50% of
China.
the stock market worldwide, right? Like most of the money is in America, but it's now exiting America because we don't trust you guys anymore with your new president. We're like, oh, yeah, is America even an ally? Screw it. We're just exiting America to buy back ourselves. So that's what you see in the euro pair. That's what you see in the yen.
Hey, listen up, Pepe
Yeah.
Le Pew.
No, I'm just saying,
So-
fundamentally, it makes sense, right? There's no trust in America anymore. You guys are isolationists. It's America first. It's America only. Well, all right. Well, so let's do it.
So,
Well, the
Zeus
question
used-
is China first in their mind, or is China?
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
So
You-
so
You
that's the whole
look
point.
more towards Asia, and like we're We don't have China as an enemy like you guys do. So
Lucy,
yes.
what do you think about this? Is this kind of what you were talking about earlier? This 5-wave structure?
Yeah.
Looks like we got
It's
going.
the reason why I'm buying here crazily, and I know it's a mistake because there's not as much confidence as the 48k dump where you felt like there was going to be a third leg up, but here we already have 3 legs up. But the question is, can we make 5 legs up? Why not put a 6, 7, 8, 9 and then dump?
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to think of like a way that I could make this Elliott wave structure work out in a way where like we
But it's
haven't concluded the 5-wave yet, but they're the 5th wave.
Elliott working perfectly. The reason why 5 might not be over is because it's too small. We can do better than that, but looks like.
I mean, yeah,
price is
you would
gonna show
think.
us wrong once we're below 74.
Apparently, with commodities, the 5th wave is actually supposed to be larger than the 3rd wave. But the real rule when it comes to the size of waves is that the wave 3 cannot be the smallest or shortest.
It's definitely
Yeah.
not. Bitcoin did 3x up there. It went from 25 to 75. If we reach
Wave 4.
150k, then we'll do equal size. Right?
You know what
Wave
I'm
4
afraid
cannot
of?
come below wave 1. So I'm wondering. Well, no, because here, look, you still can't make this work. Because I was thinking, like, okay, what if this was wave 1?
No,
and this
because
was
you got
wave
ABC.
2?
No.
But then wave 3 is smaller than wave 1, so that doesn't really work.
Oh, no, the way you drew it is, I think, is the right count. Yeah. But well, maybe you can put your 3 at current price and expect a 4 down that would come all the way down to 49k, and then put a 5 up. But,
Yeah. If you look
I
on
mean,
the
you
left
could
side
even.
real quick.
What? Yeah, hold on, just give me 1 second. I'm
Oh,
trying to like figure out a way to make this like seem like it's gonna continue. Because,
okay,
like,
that's $1 million Bitcoin you're drawing. Because if you want
I
your
mean-
third leg to be bigger than that first leg, oh boy. 3
Well, we
needs to go
can't come
too
below
much
here. But that's the thing, though, is that wave 1, if this was the end of wave 3, this doesn't follow the rules because wave 3 was smaller than wave 1. So
Yes,
that's
it's wrong.
an invalid Elliott wave, even if that plays out like that.
No, the first way you drew it is the correct way. The only question is 5 in already or not? And, well, a good bet was that the
I guess you could have an extension.
Yeah.
Anyway,
If you look
Epic,
on-
what were you asking me to do?
If you look on the Twin Peaks over there on the left, and you see how we had the deep retracement where basically we double bottomed the impulse before we had the up move on the first
Full
peak on
bottom.
the left.
It's a XYO correction. It's May, summer 2020.
Yeah, during the bull run. You see how we have the
50%
cavern
down.
there?
This.
So
right here.
that's what I'm kind of thinking is going to happen. Bitcoin is going to taper off all the way down there, and then it's going to shoot up. Like this is going to last until like November, and then November you're going to see us run back up.
It was only 3 months back then. Why November? It's only 3 months, and it's already been 1 month, so you have 2 months left in that scenario.
Well,
Like
let's
you
take his.
see pump in end of April.
Are you talking about 3 months for the 2020 crash?
2021.
Back in 2021.
Summer 2021.
And you see, we
Yeah.
had the 5-wave peak for the Elliott wave.
Yeah.
We crashed down.
And then we put new all-time highs, and then a bear market. Yeah. Just an ABC.
If you look at my chart stream for that crash, the whole reason we recovered so quickly was a lot to do with the stimmy checks and the quantitative easing kicking in.
I think will happen this time too, because what do you think Powell is going to do when the stock market is in recession? When
It might not, but it won't happen as quick.
That doesn't really make sense either, though, because the 5th wave is larger. I mean, I guess it does. It does because the
that works.
3rd wave is the 3rd wave's larger than wave 1, so.
And you got to remember, we got cut short on that second peak that was supposed to go higher. And see, that's the part that I was concerned of, that they front runned us at